So once again, a warm good morning to all the delegates and participants across the institution for this two-day national conference on best practices and their success stories in higher education institutions. And today we are on the day 2, and we have 2 sessions today, and we have speakers awaiting for their presentations. For the first presentation, I request Mrs. Karnam Kavita ma'am, IQAC Coordinator, MS Ramaya College of Arts and Science and Commerce, Bengaluru, Karnataka, to introduce the guest speaker and the topic of the session. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It is my privilege to chair this session on day 2 on the topic Best Practices in Student Support and Progression. Best practice benchmarking approach is an inductive approach on quality management in higher education institutions with a focus on practice and continual improvement. The 5-stage approach, popularly known as 4 I's and 1 D, that is identification of best practice, implementation of best practices, institutionalization of best practice, and internalization of best practices, and finally the dissemination of best practices that makes the institutions of higher education to play their role effectively in quality sustenance and enhancement. Best practices as benchmarks help the institutions to find their anchor for self-improvement. With these words, I extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and delegates to the second day NAC-sponsored National Conference on Best Practices and their success stories in the higher educational institutions. Today we have with us Dr. Latha Nair as a resource person for the first session on best practices in student support and progression. Dr. Latha Nair is currently working as Head of the Department and Associate Professor, Dean of Research, Department of English and Center for Research at St. Teresa's College, Kochi. Dr. Latha Nair did her PhD in English Language and Literature in the year 2000, and she has secured her second Master's in International English Language Teaching and Applied Language Studies in 2005. Dr. Nair has been appointed as the Director of GON Center in India after she undertook an intensive course on science fiction and creative writing program at the State Kansas University, US in 2014. She is also the course coordinator and director of UGC Innovative Program, BSc in Apparel and Fashion Designing from 2012 to 2017. She has collaborated with London Metropolitan University, the Richards University, American International University, State Kansas University, US, Deakin University, Australia, NPTC Colleges, Wales, University of West Scotland, and ACCA UK for facilitating research initiatives. Twinning program and initiated value-added programs like BCom with ACCA for commerce students with the support of ISDC. She has been the resource person and special delegate for several conferences and international lecture series. Dr. Nair is nominated as a member of Board of Studies at Sri Shankara University, Kaladi and Amrita Vidyapeetham Art Science College. She is a resource person for Staff Academic Training Colleges, UGC, Universities of Bhartiyar, University of Calicut and Bharatidasan University. She has worked at various capacities as member IQAC, member steering committee, NAC coordinator. Many more achievements and accomplishments to her credit. I request Dr. Latha Nair to take over the session. Welcome to you, madam. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. Lata, ma'am, please unmute your mic. Your mic is on mute.
Yes. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Kavita, ma'am, for those kind words. I'm indeed grateful to talk to you today morning. And I have structured my talk for an hour. Maybe I will, depending on the response and your support, we will uninterruptedly take this forward. And first of all, let me place on record my sincere gratitude for giving me this opportunity to Madan Sendil and Mrs. Shima Sendil, who are the members of the trustee, Professor Manikan sir, Principal Dr. R. Muralidharan, who is the principal, and of course to the IQAC coordinator, Professor Dr. S.N. Suresh sir, and his team for giving me all support today, and for the past 1 week, sir has always been in touch. And thank you so much for all your support. And I have titled today's speech or today's lecture as you can see in my presentation, When Calls the Heart. And I thought that today I wanted to address this differently, as this is also this particular criteria of that is there for us. Student progression is a very important criteria on which the whole assessment of NAC depends. And as you know, due to the new metrics, when it was edited in 2019, when the new format was introduced, we were in one sense very happy to see that they had edited, they had taken a lot of suggestions from various educational institutions in higher education and compressed it into almost, that is, as you all know, the sections come up to 5.4 metrics. So when we examine that, we are happy in a way that the data that we have to upload is comparatively less. But I'm going to deconstruct the entire concept of student progression today. And I'm not going to touch upon these metrics that you are familiar with. We are going to engage in a totally different manner. So that is the reason why I have titled it, When Calls the Heart. The title will be clear to you as we explore together the conceptual changes that need to be introduced in the higher education system when it comes to student progression. So when the first point, of course, what I would want you to engage is, am I clear? Am I clear? Anyone? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So when we examine...
You're clear, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. When we examine the history of teaching, we see that the ministry of great teachers, as we know, like Gautama the Buddha, Jesus Christ, Mahatma Gandhi, Swami Vivekananda, any of those great teachers, as we know, began by engaging their students or disciples in public. This teaching was an activity which was open to any layman who was willing to be taught. So we find that the ministry of teaching involved iconic imagination and courage that transformed their disciples, that transformed their students. And we need to look at it more intently in the sense, and we will understand that it was also a healing ministry. So that is why the picture is very symbolic. It is the heart. And I have pointed out that that is a place where we are. So when we juxtapose our teaching ministry with the legendary or inspiring teachers who divided histories, who touched histories, we see that their teaching ministry, through their teaching ministry, they healed multitudes of people and addressed every kind of problem. So the point that I'm making clear is their teaching was not only teaching, but that was a kind of a teaching healing ministry that they interiorized and practiced. And I think this teaching healing ministry is what we need at the moment for our students to progress. I do not know what are the metrics that we need to assess the real quotient of our students. I request sir to please play the video, and then I will continue my lecture. Let us see this video.
1 minute.
And this is a series which is titled When Calls the Heart. It is a Canadian American television drama series inspired by Janet Oki's book of the same name from her Canadian web series, and developed by Michael Landon. Let us see what is happening. So this is what the point that I wanted to make clear. Now this particular series, When Calls the Heart, tells the story of that teacher you saw, Elizabeth Thatcher, a young teacher who is accustomed to her high society life, and she receives her first classroom assignment in Coal Valley, a small coal mining town in Western Canada, which is located just south of Alberta, Robe, Alberta. And life is always very challenging, as you know, and these children are fraught with agony of losing their fathers and their mothers trying to keep both ends meet. And if you examine clearly, you face a lethargic class, the students are not interested in learning, and when we look closely, her teaching style, as we see, holds the attention. It's very difficult for her to make a concept very clear to the class. And we see that her teaching style holds the attention. She tries her level best to hold the attention of those children. And the words of great teachers can be juxtaposed along with this video, in the sense we have always observed that the words of great teachers spring from their iconic imagination and are like a spring, clear, fresh, with power to slake the soul's thirst. And our students, my dear fellow academicians, now our students who are now situated in the virtual portal experiences the same kind of lethargy. You can see here the teacher changing the dynamics of the class as she is interested in their real progression. Sir, the next slide. Now, so this is what is progression all about. So the next slide, please. So now, as we know, see, we are like in a mad race to get A++ or at least an A+ or at least an A. And what is the essential ingredient that we are concerned about? Quality has been a perennial concern at all levels of education across the globe. And despite it being such a vital concern, has there not, when we look at the term, there has not been any universal definition of quality. And most of us believe that it is a highly subjective concept and that it is based on opinions and perspectives of various beneficiaries or stakeholders. And the most pertinent aspect of quality in education today, however, remains that it is an ever-revolving and not a static concept. And the sad truth about quality is that it is necessary, it is mesmerizing, but maddeningly elusive. Slide number 2. Sir, slide number 2, please. So let us deconstruct this hyphenated word of student progression. See, there was a time when quality was viewed from the level of acquisition of knowledge and its application by the pass-outs of a particular institution. We do it right now too. But now it is perceived from multiple perspectives. Slide number 5, please. Which include curricular adaptation, subject-specific benchmarking of learning outcomes, as we all know, student performance indicators, job placement, and accreditation standing from a reputable accreditation agency like NAC, higher growth trajectory, etc., etc. But despite all this, there is a diverse opinion and a lack of consensus among educationalists about any universal definition of quality in higher education. It's the greatest challenge that India, like any other country, is facing. Nevertheless, we have a set of quality indicators that are commonly used by various agencies for assessment and accreditation of individual institutions to provide evidence to support claims of quality. We are worried about how to provide evidence for justifying what we have claimed, validating what we have claimed. Slide number 6. The National Assessment and Accreditation Council, that is why we are all here today, supported by very much the conference, and it is through this sharing that everything happens, isn't it? So the National National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, has, if you look at the whole metrics, there are 196 quality indicators that are being used all over for institutional accreditation for a while. And we know that NAC has promoted the establishment of IQAC as a post-accreditation quality sustenance measure. The importance of IQAC has zoomed over, especially in this decade. And the basic idea behind this initiative is that IQAC will continue to keep a tab on the overall progress of the institution and mobilize its resources towards achieving nothing but academic excellence. So what is the primary responsibility? The primary responsibility of IQAC management and faculty is to the responsibility is to provide evidence-based feedback on all these quality parameters and timely advice to ensure there is a definite acceleration in the upward movement of all divisions, all those small micro macro units of the institution. And that is why we need to bring in greater clarity in the functioning of the IQSAs. They will have to be more systematic than ever before if you are looking at how our students are going to progress. So there are a few questions that I am placing before you. Now, how do we perceive quality? Now let us rethink. The next slide, sir, please. Slide 7. We need to bring greater quality. That is why we need to bring greater quality, greater clarity in order to identify certain things. Now I'm placing these questions before you. Are we assessing the existing status of the academic programs of the institution, which is obviously linked to the student progression? The next question is, are we able to identify the modalities and key thematic areas upon which to develop understanding of the ground realities in order to make appropriate recommendation for quality improvement initiatives? One more question. Are we able to conduct interactive sessions with a cross-section of academic staff to seek their responses to various questions or to a variety of questions of relevance? And I feel these are the questions that you should interiorize or carry them as takeaways from this conference. As these questions remain integral to our student progression. We know that we need to, the next slide please, slide number 8. We need to identify evidence-based intervention and mobilize resources to provide additional inputs for the improvement of quality and excellence. I needn't tell you much about this because how much, and one pertinent question or a very potent question that I would place before you is, how much importance do we give our students to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the existing operational framework and make necessary recommendations? See, how much do they know about the quality initiatives? How much they know about the NIRF and the other accreditation processes that we are engaging with? In 30 years of my experience, I would rather say that it is very important during the orientation to make it very clear to the student community at large that this is, to give them an orientation that they are also very important components of this accreditation process. And quality assurance, as we know, is the key to designing the task which lead to the output of an higher order. And every aspect of an institution's accountability, I stress on that word accountability, has to ensure that maintenance and enhancement of standards of teaching, research and student learning have to be effectively achieved through institutional quality assurance. And in this particular aspect especially, the students play a vital role. And it is equally important to ensure that the tenets of quality percolate in all academic functions of any institution. One of the indicators of quality of an educational institution, the next slide please, is the quality of learning demonstrated by its students. Definitely the teachers are also involved. Right teaching, as we know, produce right learning. And that is the reason why we say that teaching and learning are invariably hyphenated, as both these terms are mutually inclusive. Now, how do we decode excellence? Slide number 10. How do we decode excellence? As we all know, teachers have transformed their lectures into e-courseware in the form of modules using ICT tools. I still remember at St. Teresa's, that is in 2014, I had the opportunity to go to 14 or 15, I just don't remember the year. I went to US, and then in this particular training program, they were speaking about MOOC. And there was a session which was incorporated in our training session for massive online courses. And when I came back to St. Teresa's, one of the officials of UNESCO was willing to come. He was on a visit, and I invited him to St. Teresa's. And I should say that when they heard this word MOOC, there was a lot of laughter. There was a lot of kind of what this is all about. MOOC and NAC, and they were rhyming, and they were wondering what this is all about. Now, 7 years have passed after that conference, and look at where we stand. It has been integrated even into our assessment pattern. We encourage students to do this. So that is why I have said, I have included this point. Some concept which remain elusive becomes a reality, a satya for us. And teachers, I'm very happy to see how teachers have transformed their lectures into e-courseware in the form of modules using ICT tools. There is a revolution that has taken place. But let me ask you a very significant question. The most important question is that, are we able to trace the heartbeat of our students? How many of us know our students closely? Why is it that our institutions, I'm not referring to any particular institution, look at the entire scenario of higher education in India. Why is it that our students fail in achieving or in crossing that academic excellence test in the global scenario? Lack of time. I'm not going to engage you in this. I'm not able to engage you in a QA session. But this is a very pertinent question that I place before you as we are discussing a very important criteria, student progression. Why is it that our institutions fail in the academic excellence test, not in India, but in the global scenario? So many years have passed. Only the IITs and few institutions like Miranda House and other institutions are there in the global scenario. Slide number 11. Now, one thing that we need to understand is that our students have great forbearance skill. The so-called criteria, or the so-called student concept of this hyphenated word, student progression, deals with one thing, that is the value that we need to address. Progression is very much linked to value. And one thing that we, in this academic race that we are involved in, one thing that we fail to notice is our students have great forbearance skill. And the question that comes before us is, how do we create value? How do you really teach? Do we really teach them to validate human existence? And the most important question for the day to you and me is, do they seek you? If they seek you, it is an achievement for any teacher, because our progression happens, our student progression happens, the teacher progression happens when our students seek us. Next slide, sir. Next slide. I have titled this as a canvas of infinity. And the very word best practice is rooted in giving them a darshan. Darshan is a Sanskrit word. To look at, darshan. To take a close look at infinity. To take a close look at nature. That is what the inspiring teachers have been doing. Just look at the life of Gautama, the Buddha. He taught his disciples taking examples from nature. Jesus taught his disciples taking examples from nature. Gandhiji took many examples from taking examples from nature. So how do we place our students? Do we give them a darshan? Once you bring them closer to nature, they will realize that the value is attributed through the need. The plants turn to the sun for sunlight. Do our children turn to us for assimilating knowledge? Are they reluctant? Are they lethargic? Why do we value the sun? Slide number 13. Why do we value the animal kingdom, plant kingdom, the entire human species? We seek sunlight for our existence. Plants, animals, human species consume sunlight. There is a hunger for sunlight. Are we able to produce, or our students, do we notice that kind of hunger for assimilating knowledge? Do we create the same kind of hunger for our students to consume knowledge? Your progress becomes, you and the students become valuable when there is a value assigned to both of us. And as teachers, we progress and become valuable when our students seek us. I'm sorry that I have put that your. It is our. I'm also included in that. The next slide, please. Slide 14. Now, seeding value. Now, things we create make us valuable, isn't it? The things that we create make us valuable. Look at the number of inventions that people have made. Look at, the WhatsApp that we use, the Teams digital portal that we use now. See, look at the Wi-Fi connection that we use. The inventions make the inventor valuable. Poetry makes the poet valuable. Painting makes the painter valuable. And the students make the institution valuable. This is one of the points that I wanted to wanted to convey to you. High time that we thought about how to make ourselves valuable. And the best practice of any institution involves generating a value, creating a value, and consuming that value. And this learning then gives them a value. Teaching then becomes divine, and we will be happy to deliver it. It fills you with pleasure. Next slide, please. So what is it that we need to do? We need to deconstruct the belief that success is equated with academic excellence. We are obsessed with improving our our grades. The students are obsessed with improving their grades. And we often commit the mistake of connecting or equating success with academic excellence. And that is why I said I'm going to deconstruct the entire concept of student progression. This one thing that made me talk or look at this closely is the number of suicides that are happening in Kerala, especially. You might be reading about it, connected with dowry deaths. The number of women who are committing suicide. We work in a women's college, and I was asking myself this question. We are so obsessed with finishing portions. Do we take care of their emotional quotient? Do we make them courageous? Do we give them that resolvent, do we give them that resolute courage? And I would rather exhort the teachers to look at this best practice differently and would say that it is high time to deconstruct the belief that success is equated with academic excellence. We need to teach our students to build their personality so they establish interconnectedness. And if they do not have the emotional quotient to establish connectedness, the 4 or 5 years that they spent in your institution is a sheer national and international waste. They become great financial failures as well. Slide number 17. I've titled it as Think Outside the Herd. See, we are doing the same thing over and over again, isn't it? It is like steering in a particular, the rhizomic structure is the same. So it is high time for us to think outside the herd. We are wired to be herd animals. And a powerful intervention is needed to redo this entire wiring process and push our students against this herd mediocrity. We know that we are A++ institutions. How many of us know about the student community? We have some institutions have 10,000 students, 8,000 students. How do we maintain the interconnectedness between the teachers and the students? And I would rather say that the world, the digitized, the globalized world, when you look at it, most of the brilliant minds end up as workers of entrepreneurs who do not have degrees. There are 800 million jobs that we may not that may not need our graduates. Slide number 18. So high time that we have to deconstruct, high time that we need to reconstruct this concept of student progression. I know that there is grievance redressal cell. There is a figure that comes up. How many students have been? How many students have gone through the process? Is there an outcome? Are we taking steps to measure the outcome of all these parameters? Are we maintaining the interconnectedness? There are, of course, institutions that achieve this, but there are other institutions that usually are happy with the mediocrity. And that is why I stress on that point that a powerful intervention is needed to redo this wiring and push our students against this herd mediocrity. Now slide number 18, happiness quotient. Now let us take the case of our own community. Now let us look at ourselves. Are we really happy? And I would say that most of our academicians and people with highest degree and achievements are at times hopelessly unhappy. And this unhappiness is endemic. They do not facilitate. There is no process by which we can strengthen our emotional quotient. And we as academicians, as the managers of colleges, there are so many at the top level of management structure. Are our teachers really happy? Aren't we squeezed like lemons, like our students? We are all under pressure. And I would rather say the new job roles demand students with a high EQ who can finely balance everything. We are also product of the system, the teaching community. Slide number 19. The best practice, because sir has asked me to speak about best practice. The best practice with regard to student progression, this is my personal opinion, includes social awareness. Our students need to be connected with community at large. It shouldn't be a part of just fulfilling an outreach program. Are they on the process of becoming Samaj Shilpis? Do they have a spiritual awareness which gives them which blesses them with immense freedom? Are they competent in relationship management? Are they able to manage crisis? Do they have the skills for crisis management? And the most important ingredient is personality management. The most successful leaders in the world have a great personality. They remain interconnected. They have a great personality. Once able to capture your attention, and they remain connected because they have this last thing, that is emotional discipline, compassion, courage, confidence. The knowledge quotient may not be there, but they are excellent they have a great personality, that you say, the charism that will make them unique in their leadership skills. Are we taking care of all this when it comes to student progression? My point today is, as teachers, our best practice should be rooted to bless them or to help them develop the courage muscle. Sir, slide number 20. Courage muscle. I mean, this is something that I wanted specifically. It has not been taken from, this graphics. I thought that is very, very important for us to understand, especially the courage muscle. Look at the kind of, we speak about women empowerment. What are they doing? So many suicides, so many drug addicts are coming up. There is a book called Stoned, Depressed and Shamed. I think as teachers, all those who are attending this, you should read that book. I forgot the name of the, you will not sleep if you read that book. It's based on ethnographic research. So what my inference is, we need to help them build courage muscle. And what Gandhiji has said, the relevance of Gandhiji zooms into significance here. He said, we need to make our student community fearless. That is the best practice that should emerge. And we should instill in them a confidence to accept that I am just a grain of sand, but I have the confidence to traverse the infinite trackless sky. We need to make them mindful about the truth of life, that one needs to outgrow this greed, hunger to become hunger. They need to feel hungry to become more charitable and humane. That is it. That is the best practice that institutions should develop. And I would rather say, last slide, it does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you do not stop. Our students, as Gandhiji rightly pointed out, I quote, "You must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is an ocean. If a few drops of ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty." So, that is the last point on which I conclude my lecture. I hope you have sufficient questions to debate upon, and I would rather say that this pandemic and the rupture that has followed has created many disruptions, not only among teachers but also among the student community. We can just walk away not listening to their heartbeats, but high time that we took them into confidence. And in developing a best practice, you need to situate your institution into the society in which that evolved. The needs of the society are of foremost importance in developing best practices for an institution. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Really, it was a very wonderful and delighted session to hear you, madam. Is there any queries or questions? Can we have it? Question and answers.
Participants are requested to raise their hands in the chat box so that we enable them to interact with the resources.
Okay. Dr. K. Purni is seeking some advice. Can we know about best practices for slow learners, ma'am? What are the best practices for slow learners? Lata, ma'am?
Yes, I was just, I understood. See, you have, when you look at, honestly, if you ask me, I am totally against this classification of student community into slow learners and, ma'am, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, what are the best practices for slow learners?
Honestly, if you ask me, as I said earlier, I think I'm too emotional. When you use those terms, slow learners and advanced learners, that itself becomes a labeling of the students who are placed in your care. But I would rather say, I do not know whether you can institutionalize this practice, because best practice is always something that you institutionalize. The slow learners, from my experience, I would rather say, you need to boost up their confidence. Most of them, when you analyze, I think you need to have a proper research methodology to address the needs of these slow learners. Researching into their background. Suppose if they have some motoring issue or some disability issue, that has to be addressed. But suppose if it is something else that makes them classified as slow learners, which is heart-rendering to be classified as a slow learner, that itself pulls them down. So what you can do is, you need to use a research tool, research methodology to find out the circumstances and what contributed. Are there any physical challenges that they are facing? Or is it because of the environment in which that they are placed? You know about tutoring and mentoring. There is a mentoring card. So many things we push ourselves against the wall to kind of provide the data, but are we addressing this issue? From my own, I will give you an example. I was working with, I was doing a project icon with Shobha developers. I hope you are familiar with that Shobha developers, PNC Menon. I was doing a project with them when I came from UK, and he had adopted 2 villages near Palakkad. So I was asked to help out with in providing sustainable education. I mean, that was an experience by itself, in the sense, the initiative that he took was, there was the school that was coming up on international international standards. Everything was free, but he put up one condition for admission, and that was, if there was a rampant alcoholism in that community, in that village, 2 villages. He said the students will be admitted only if the parents comply to one condition, that is, not to touch alcohol. Okay, and that is a success story of Shobha developers. And coming back to the slow learners, we associated ourselves with the government schools, and they could not even speak properly, and they were labeled as slow learners. And we came up with a plan where the whole mapping of this, everything was mapped, including their height, weight, financial circumstances. And when we consolidated this research, we were able to find that there were some brilliant children who were actually labeled as slow learners because of their environment. They belonged to that community of parents who did not show any emotions, and during an intervention process, I was addressing them, the parents, and a few of them came closer to me. They do not have any of those kind of formalities. They just came and hugged me and said, it was too much of a pain listening to you. And then they said, I have not touched them, ma'am. Teacher, that is the term that they use. Teacher, I have not touched my children because I am pulled down, I lose my patience when I come back home after doing work in the field. And the child felt neglected. So we had special sessions. I mean, there was a lot of support system that was available. And this is the same thing that can happen to a lot of institutions. So mapping out, I wouldn't say brain mapping, but mapping out the child the denominator that is assigned to her or him is a slow learner. You need to find out exactly what are the conditions that make them a slow learners. And now I can say that project has been so successful. There are students who were brought into the stream in almost the prestigious universities across the globe. I think it is almost 10 years now. So when you look back, there is so much you can see. So this is the only way to address, map out why, find out the reason the reason as to what is it that makes his learning challenging. And there are children who come from tribal area, brilliant minds, but they are also categorized as slow learners or not achievers, because we equate academic excellence with the so-called grades, success. Did I answer properly? I hope I answered your question.
That was yes, that was really an excellent explanation that you have given for this, and even we too agree. Dividing the students as slow learners and as advanced learners based on the environmental or physical situations in which they are living will definitely have a negative impact on the growth and the development and the confidence of the students. There are no more queries, then I would like to submit up the session.
Ma'am, one of the
Yes,
participants who raised their hand, Dr. Swati Saxena.
Dr. Swati, you can unmute your mic.
And if there are any more questions, they can reach out to me. Mail me. I request Suresh sir to just share my.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. I
lack
think
of-
she's online, Dr. Swati Saxena.
A very good morning, ma'am. As as you said that segregation of students is not a good practice, but if we'll find a good institutions who are working like IIM or Delhi universities and all, they offered the cutoff. They offer the cutoff to the students. Then how the students who belongs to the poor family and having a good academic records, at that point of time you are just giving importance to the academic only, their report card only. Then how we justify that statement in that case?
I mean, that is what I was saying. See, it is that is why look at the way in which India is contributing to the the number of success. I mean, look at the way in which what you said is true. If you want to get into IIT or if you want to get into one of the prestigious institutions, and what happens there is, very few of them can handle the pressure. What you said is true. What you said is true. We need to take care of the the academic excellence as well. But when we are taking care of the academic excellence, or when we are taking care of the academic excellence, this is a great omission that we do. Hasn't it time to address that specific issue? That is why I said time has come for us to deconstruct the way in which we evaluate academic excellence. And I can answer that question with a small example. Now, when you do I hope you are familiar with the system of evaluation in foreign universities. I wouldn't say that we need to blindly enslave ourselves to their system, but I would rather say when I went to do my master's in UK, I was rather shocked. That is the master's program. See, here we have a totally different structure that we follow. What happens to the criticality of our students? And I had my doctoral degree when I went to UK to pursue my master's degree. And I would rather say I was shocked. I deferred my first assessment in the sense that I was using the material, the checklist of books that I received. And when I presented my paper, one of my professors, Fiona English, told me that, Miss Lata, we do not want to read about what other people write, other people think. We want your criticality. That word criticality was elusive to me. What happens to our students? Leave alone the high advanced level of learners. But what happens to these graduate level of students? Can they communicate properly? Can they write a letter properly? These are the serious questions that we need to address when we discuss student progression. I'm not saying that we should disengage completely from academic excellence, but there is something called emotional quotient that we need to address. There should be provisions. There should be provisions that are made for these children who come from very challenging situation. I will tell you one more. That is regarding the tribal children. One of my scholars was working with the tribal children. And when she used to give them reading material, It was very difficult for them to associate, construct meaning, because they had only one word for the entire birds community. They had only one word, kili, for parrot, for sparrow, everything. So when these so-called material that we create for these children, they were completely unable to identify or make use of these learning material. How we made the intervention is through the DIY method, by designing materials at the level 1, so that they will be able to streamline themselves into the mainstream of reading. So this is what I wanted to convey today. I hope I made clear, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shall I conclude the session with my observations? The Madam Lata. Yes, sir.
There is no other questions. We can conclude. If any of the participants want to ask questions, you can raise your hands.
I knew
Otherwise,
that
we'll end the session.
I'm so happy that there are questions coming up and you are, able to debate with this question. I just wanted some chaos rather than listening and
Interaction.
accepting. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Priya or outside participant, raise your hand. Srinivasan sir, please unmute.
Yes, sir. She has been given permission.
Priya ma'am, you can speak. Priya ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes ma'am, yes ma'am,
Madam,
please.
please go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Ma'am, job placement you have mentioned, no, ma'am?
Yes.
Students' welfare regarding.
Yes.
In that, is it necessary to have 100% placement, or if the students are going for higher educations, they can be exempted from it?
Ma'am, that's a good question. In fact, that is a challenge for, especially when there is a gender element in that question. Have you observed that? That is most of the women's colleges, if you look at it, we also find the same difficulty. It is impossible. Like when we were doing this compiling data, we were finding it extremely difficult to offer. Even when there is this data collection for NIRF ranking, that is a problematic area for us too. It is impossible for us to offer 100% placement, because I think most of our students go in for higher education, pursuing higher education. So that is one thing that pulls us down when it comes to 100% placement. But there are disciplines where you have 100% placement. For example, like we have a program on performance art, that is Bharatanatyam, BA Bharatanatyam. There is an increasing demand for teachers, and most of them get placed before they graduate. And also, as when ma'am was reading out I was in charge of introducing this BSc apparel and fashion designing. I was in charge. There is 100% placement for that particular course. So I think I do not know. I cannot categorically say that there is of course gender, but when you look at this mapping, you find that in the present scenario, most of the students would love to pursue higher education. I think girl children especially, they would, very few students complete or are happy with taking up a job after graduation. If they excel, of course, they will be absorbed in the multinational or the corporate sector. But the others definitely opt for higher education. So I think that is a challenge. But of course, placement is a very important ingredient in our assessment criteria. If you look at the NIRF data of those institutions who come within those ranking, I think placement definitely plays an important role.
Thank you, ma'am.
Even I would like to add a few things, ma'am. To
Yes.
improve 100%, or it is highly impossible to get 100%
Yes.
placements.
Yes.
Probably we may have a combinations with various other options like an entrepreneur and all.
Yes.
But when we give a skill-oriented courses or skill enhancement for our regular courses, then definitely the students will get placed somewhere or the other. If not based on the traditional course, at least through the skills, they'll be able to get the placements.
And another challenging thing for the NIRF ranking is the median salary.
Yes.
See, when you look at Miranda House, when you look at all those institutions you can see that they top at least one area where they achieve excellence. Like the median salary is a challenge for arts and science colleges, aided colleges, arts and science colleges, and self-financing. I mean, those are problematic areas, and using the same metrics for all institutions is something that I feel is not justified. It's very difficult to push it to that median, that kind of a evaluation scale through which each institution the ethos of an institution is assessed. Yes.
Sir Suresh, sir, is there any queries from any participants? I believe. I mean, there are no queries. Then we will conclude the session. Madam Lata started with a beautiful video on gravity, with touching upon the importance of hands-on training for students, which we can even impart in our experiential learning practices, in our teaching and learning practices. When calls the heart, deconstructing student progression. Really, madam, it was really very wonderful session of your the entire 40 minutes of sessions. We were not even in a position to check the clock, how it was running so quickly. Madam has touched upon things like how to think and give a thought for reconstructing curriculum, benchmarking, job placements, accreditation criterions. It is not just the academics, even the curricular aspects has to be rethought. We have to give a thinking on that. Madam has touched upon and raised certain questions which all of us, the teachers, has to answer to ourselves. Like, we need not have to answer to anyone, but still we need to answer to ourselves. Do the students seek us? That is really a very thought-provoking statement that Madam has brought to our notice. And the right teaching produces the right learning. Excellence comes only through a proper level of teaching with the transformed lectures, how the teachers have transformed from chalk and talk and classroom teaching to online and ICT enabled teaching. We need to build students' personality, but not just the academics. So for the overall development of the students, skill enhancement, diverse areas, we have to give them more options so that the students can explore their talent in various other ways. There is a need for shift from IQ to happiness quotient. Jobs attracts students with emotional quotients. Best practices can be built in the areas of social awareness, spiritual awareness, relationship management, crisis management, personality management, and emotional discipline. These are the areas where the students has to be strong enough in managing their activities and their life in a peaceful way. We have to, as rightly said by Madam, build a courage muscle where we have to make the students fearless, build confidence to accept the truth of the life. Education is not reforms students or amuse them or to make them expect or make them the expert technicians. Education is to unsettle their minds, widen their horizons, inflame their intellects, teach them to think straight and think differently. With these quotes, I would like to thank Madam Dr. Lata Nair for a wonderful session and for being consented to be the resource person and sharing your knowledge on the best practices on student support and progression. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. And
yes,
I
ma'am.
have only one thing to say, that is, any of those best practices, that is a good practice that gets institutionalized all over the, in the institution, has to be supported by proper research.
Correct.
It has to be validated through proper research. Otherwise, it will not stand the demands, what it implies, or it will never have the power to stand the ravages of time. So any best practice when you develop, any best practice that you are planning to institutionalize, that has to be supported by proper research. That has been my experience.
Very rightly said, ma'am. Yes.
Because it is like, when you look at it, it should have, your aim or objective should be, you should have a structural plan. And it should be dramatic like sports event. Unless it has to be dramatic so that it appeals to the students. And it should be amplified. That is, it should be amplified through proper research. That is what I feel, and I think I have answered the kind of turbulence or the kind of chaos that I created in your minds. Thank you. And God bless, stay safe. Can I leave? Can I leave?
I'll just take 1 minute. I sincerely express my heartfelt thanks to the management, principal and IQAC coordinator of Rathinam College of Arts, Science and Commerce for giving me an opportunity to be the part of this conference. On behalf of Rathinam College of Arts, Science and on behalf of all the participants, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Lata Nair and the organizers. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for summing up our thoughts. And thank you, Suresh sir, again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us.
All of you. Team IQAC, all the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. For the second session today. Vice Principal Head Teaching Department of MOP Patient. The guest. Ma'am.
Srinivas, please make the distance present.
Yes. And to add the speaker and also share intro slide.
Can we start?
Just a moment, we'll make the
Sure.
Chief guest.
Sure. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Sure.
Sir, is the speaker by the name Mary Fabiola? Because I can find only the name as Mary.
No, no. Venus, Mary Venus. 1 second, please. Yeah. Yes, yes. Srinivasan sir.
Yes, once again, I've shared the slide, but the presentation is not viewing. Sir, let me share the screen. Please.
Srinivasan sir.
Yes.
It's under Mary Venus. She has raised her hand also.
Ma'am, you
Yeah.
can.
Can we begin?
1 minute, ma'am. I'll share the intro
Yeah.
slide. Please confirm whether the presentation is visible, ma'am. Uttara, ma'am, is
Yeah.
the slide
Yes.
visible? I'm sharing the screen.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Can you check with somebody else because I've minimized the tab.
Suresh, sir,
Yeah, it's visible. You can
Yeah.
please proceed, ma'am.
Yes. Happy day and a warm welcome to all of you for the second second session on the best practices in leadership qualities and management in the National Conference on Best Practices and Their Success Stories in Higher Education Institutions, organized so beautifully by the Ratnam College of Arts and Science. A big kudos to the organizing team and the management for taking up such a wonderful topic and so beautifully organizing the whole thing. And many thanks for also bringing in this best practice of having the attendees or the participants, delegates to be a chair to chair the session, which is definitely a very, very healthy practice. Thank you so much. And a word about the NAC. NAC, I feel, is a very, very important aspect in the development of the higher education institutions. It's like, let's say this number 7 is a very intriguing, let's say an interesting and a very important number, I guess, in our lives, right from the 7 swaras to the 7 days of the week to, there are so many sevens, mythological references in all religions about the number 7. I guess probably because of that, we have 7 criterions in the NAC, which is absolutely important for the development of the higher education institutions. In fact, I strongly believe that all that a higher education institution has to do is to follow the NAC guidelines, which serves as, let's say, a roadmap or a blueprint for creating or running an organization in a wonderful manner. The assessments and the accreditations, I believe, will just follow suit if we simply follow the guidelines. And today we are in criterion 6, which is a very, very important one, that is leadership qualities and management. Let me have the pleasure of introducing the resource person for the session, Dr. Mary Venus Joseph, former Dean Research and the IQAC Coordinator of Rajagiri College of Social Sciences, Kochi, Kerala. Very happy to have you with us, ma'am. She has a super impressive profile. Her bio sketch runs to pages, and I have just condensed a few of her achievements to showcase to the audience. So, Dr. Mary Venus Joseph is an academician with more than 35 years of teaching experience in the postgraduate and the doctoral level with respect to social work in Rajagiri College of Social Science. She has been the Vice Principal of Rajagiri College of Social Science from 2005 to 2011. She's been the Dean and Administrator, Rajagiri College of Social Science from 2011 to 2015, and then she proceeded to become the Dean Research of the same college, and now she is the Coordinator, IQAC of Rajagiri College of Social Sciences. I'm sure all her positions must have added so much of value to the college. Her educational background, armed with a post-graduation in social work, women's studies, training and development, and ecology and environment, she proceeded to do her doctorate in social work from the Mahatma Gandhi University. She has so many research and publications to her credit. The primary one with respect to her doctoral work was on child mental health, and she's an approved research guide at the Mahatma Gandhi University, Christ University, Bangalore, the Bharatadasan University, Coimbatore, and IGNOU, New Delhi. She has successfully guided about 11 research scholars in the social work. I'm sure they must be really benefited by her inputs. All her immense hard work has given her so many awards and recognitions. She was the US Fulbright Nehru International Education Administrators Award to visit the selected universities in Washington, Philadelphia, and New York. She won the Father T.A. Matthias Memorial Award established by All India Association for Christian Higher Education during 2007. In 2015-16, USIEF Alumni Award for the proposal titled Building Social Entrepreneurial Aptitude and Skills in Female College Students. Venus International Award for Lifetime Achievement in Humanistic Sciences for initiatives and developments in the field of social work. This is just to name a few. As I told you, her bio sketch runs to pages. She's been the external member of the Internal Compliance Committee under the Sexual Harassment Act 2013 in many organizations. She's been the chairperson of the South Asia Working Group of the International Council of Social Welfare and has received Appreciation Award in recognition of her excellent contribution in strengthening ICSW activities in South Asia region and providing leadership in successfully organizing national seminars in Nepal, Sri Lanka, India, Maldives, and Bangladesh. She's been the National Vice President, Indian Council of Social Welfare, President, Kerala State Council of Social Welfare, President of the National NGO CEVA based in Kochi, Kerala. And today we have the benefit of her speaking to us on leadership and management, which I feel is one of the most important criterions. You know, it's like the 7 criterions of NAC are like these 7 horses in the chariot of the sun god, looking at the mythological reference to it. And one of the most important horses in that is the leadership and management, because an effective leadership can set the values and can create participative decision-making processes in an organization. It can help the institution in achieving its academic and administrative units, which are governed by the principles of participation and transparency, and take it to the next level, which is a very, very important aspect. And I feel when a strong leadership and management is present, definitely the vision of the college can be converted into reality. So let's hear it from the horse's mouth as to how she, as a prominent, Dr. Mary Venus Joseph, as a prominent leader in the Rajagiri Social Sciences College, has been instrumental in making the college achieve the excellence of being appointed as one of the college for potential of excellence, and they have been ranked 28th in the college category by NIRF, and to top it all, the college has achieved the most coveted ranking of A++ with a CGPA of a whopping 3.83. So let us hear from Dr. Mary Venus Joseph as to how all this has been made possible, what are the best practices of their college, and let's benefit from it. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. Dr. Mary, ma'am, please give us a moment while we share your PowerPoint presentation over the platform. Participants, please be instructed that after this session, we will be having a group photo session. So kindly be attentive and participate in the photo session as well. Ma'am, are the slides visible to you? Please unmute your mic, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The slides are visible. Is my voice audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible and also visible to us.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, let me thank Dr. Uttira. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing the name right. She did a greater justice in talking about me. That was not needed such an extensive description. But anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Uttira, and also chairing this session. Also, I would like to appreciate the former speaker, Dr. Leda Nair, who's our immediate neighbor in Cochin, who has really brought in such thought-provoking ideas, thinking loud and out-of-the-box thinking. So I also admire her session and appreciate the organizers, especially Dr. Suresh, for having identified speakers like her. We definitely need speakers like her to inspire the education institutions. Now, all in praise of Ratnam College of Arts and Science. I was present at the inaugural ceremony yesterday, and I was really impressed by your management. So, when I'm speaking on criterion 6, when we are talking about the governance, leadership, definitely you all can be proud of such a good leadership you have, and also the spirit in which you all are guided. Appreciation to Dr. Suresh for having contacted me. I'm sure all the other speakers who have been selected by you and all the achievers in NAC would be in line with me when we speak so much about our college management. But for their support and leadership, definitely these colleges would not see such a higher grade in NAC. It's not that the other colleges who have not been able to score higher grade mean that their management has not extended support, but I would definitely like to acknowledge the role of this particular criterion 6 and the college management in whatever achievement the education institutions are achieving today. Now, so I would like to definitely bring to the notice the management of Rajgiri College of Social Sciences. I have been serving 40 years on the campus. From 1981, I have been serving the college, and not a single day I have regretted for being on Rajgiri. And see, in the end, at the fourth cycle, we have been able to achieve quality parameters which the NAC required from the education institutions. Now, unlike my previous speaker who brought in inspirational ideas, criterion 6, for those of you who are familiar with the criteria, 7 criteria, criterion 6 and 7 is more of descriptive and qualitative parameters. So, my slides may contain lot of narratives, so I hope I won't bore you or strain you with all this matter. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this is just to give you some idea about the college. Now, this was spoken about yesterday. Now, my presentation order would be like this. There are nearly 44 slides. I see that I don't take much time on each slide. But since Dr. Suresh had given this framework of talking a little bit about the best practices, and when Dr. Ponmudi Raj had also mentioned about the different best practices which NAC documented and published. So I happened to go through a few of their documents, and this is something which came to mind. And yesterday's speaker, Dr. Deepak, also mentioned about this. The 4I and D model. That is, identification of best practices, implementation of best practices, institutionalization of best practices, internalization of best practices, and of course, dissemination of the best practices. Next slide, please. Now, slide 3 to 11, I'll be talking only about the best practices in general, like what are the parameters we need to have to identify the best practices. So, here at another parameter to identify the best practice, fitness for purpose judgment. We got to identify the best practices, which depends on many variables. Like it can be the institution goals, it can be the pedagogic requirements, it can be something on the global concerns, it can be something on the local context, it can be the nature of learners, it can be on the competencies of the staff, or something on the infrastructure facilities, or maybe something on the governance requirements. Yesterday, one of the speakers was also mentioning the best practices are contextual. We cannot just generalize for all. So this also depends on the different variables. So we need to select, identify the ones which is applicable to our context and that can be restated so that it contributes to value addition to that particular institution. Now, just before we close the previous session, Dr. Leda was mentioning that the best practices have to be supported with research findings. So, whatever we have identified now need not be held good for the next few years. It has to be researched to see that it is successful over the period of time. Next slide, please. Now, again, some more information, like the identification best practices can take into factors like what are the input which we are going to have in, what is the process and what is the output. See, all this can again bring in as a criteria for identifying best practices. Yet another framework is criteria of economy, efficiency and effectiveness. This could also be used in identifying the best practices. Also, yet another direction is maybe we can bring in some practitioners who are having the best practices and have them explain how they've applied it, justifying their choice logically, and then discuss to see how it benefits the rest of the client. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, The International Network of Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education, they have given some few guidelines for the identification and application of good practices. The good best practices should be dynamic and revisited periodically. It should recognize diversity and cultural and historical context. It should not lead to dominance of one specific view or approach, and it should promote quality of performance. See, that is very important. Now, these principles definitely should be interpreted and applied appropriately to different contexts, which I was mentioning earlier. Can we go on to the next one, please? Now, I had strictly followed what Dr. Suresh had said over the mail. Now, after adopting the best practices, what are the other steps or process? Now, what are the prerequisites to implement a best practice? Now, institutions should have the freedom to experiment. That is very important. That is where the governance comes in picture. And initiate best practices. So, they are having a different ideas to experiment a practice. Maybe they can prepare a vision document, they can prepare a perspective plan, or having a total quality management strategy and so on. Also, they have to bring in the other aspects of financial, material, and human resources in the practice or implementing of. Next, please. Now, how do we implement a best practice successfully? We've been repeatedly talking about internalization, institutionalization. These are the key words for the quality management. Now, Mahatma Gandhi has mentioned, we must be the change that we wish to see in the world. So, unless we have internalized and we feel this is the ethos of the institution, we cannot propagate this as the best practice to the outside world. So, now coming on to the implementation strategies, it involves planning, resource mobilization, capacity building, monitoring, and evaluation. Now, the implementation approach focuses more on performance rather than promises. Yes, it has to perform and it has to be shown as a best practice. Now, we have to attend to details so that we are able to say for sure that this is a good practice. Now, as I mentioned earlier, a total quality management is good enough so that we take the quality of all aspects of operation and participation of everyone in the organization so that everyone owns up that practice, and they should not be say around the campus or a gossip around the campus. Someone has brought these ideas, they are implemented, let them take care of it. Let's not have to do anything with us. See, this sort of difference of opinion should not occur within an institution. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, there are certain challenges in implementing the best practices. It can be a lack of direction while planning and implementing. There can be some overlaps in administration. There can be conflicts of centers of authority. These are common happenings sometimes on campus. Some wastage and ills of mismanagement, lack of extra effort. All this can become challenges in implementing the best practices successfully. Next slide, please. I'm not repeating this again because we were now and then we've been repeating this. Many speakers also spoke about it yesterday and today also. Institutionalization is very, very important. That means it becomes a system becomes a practice and everyone knows what it is. And also internalization. It becomes more of one's habit and nature. Best practice becomes a habit and nature. I think I've given the Aristotle what he has observed. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act but a habit. It becomes a habit. Okay. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the best practices becomes a ethos or a tradition. So many of our colleges, we say this is the best practice which we can be proud of. And this is something which we have been doing it for years. Okay. Now can we have the next slide, please? Now this is just what do we do to overcome hurdles at the time of implementation. As we mentioned earlier, the communication gap should be avoided. Everyone should be aware that this is a best practice and everyone is need to internalize, or if they have a difference of opinion, they may have to air it, or if they feel that this may not be successful, we have to rethink on the different dimensions. So there should be a communication, healthy communication between the different members of the community, college community, and also the database of good practices. When it came to document the good practices during the NAC assessment documentation, we really felt that we were actually not sure of many of these practices because we are not really documented them. Good practices, reviewing forums, and recording the evidence of success. All these are very important when we say it is a successful implementation. Now, IQAC can be given this responsibility of recording this aspect of the best practices. Now, this is yes. Next slide, please. Now, till now, I have been talking about in general what are the best practices, and now I will be straight away going to the criterion 6. Sorry. Of course, as Dr. Udira mentioned earlier, criterion 6, like any other criterion, is definitely a very important aspect of a higher education institution. This is an important indicator of the quality of the higher education institution. There's no doubt about it. Whoever is able to perform well, whichever higher education institution is able to perform well, without doubt, we can definitely conclude there is an excellent leadership and governance strategy which is already there within that institution. So I'm just giving you a few aspects of governance. Governance based on the principles of participation and transparency. Governance that facilitates the accomplishment of mission and purpose. That's very important. The vision, mission and purpose of all our education institutions that plays a greater role, especially when we are talking about the quality of the institution. Clear identification and demarcation of responsibilities, providing effective leadership with requisite authority and autonomy to manage the institution. Autonomy is definitely again something which goes without saying. Now, maintaining academic integrity in the institutional educational program. Yeah. Next slide, please. Now, continuing, making periodic and regular reviews of performance for improvement, effective utilization of all resources, making and administering relevant welfare schemes for all the relevant constituencies, fair and expeditious redressal of grievance through a formal mechanism at all levels of the institution, effective budgeting and auditing procedures, and I'm not able to see the next one. Okay, the last one. Anyway, so these two slides are talking about what in general is criterion 6 and included in the 5 key indicators which should follow now. So I'll go on to the slides 14 to 17, which talks about the key indicator, the first key indicator under criterion 6, that is the governance. Can we go to the next slide, please? So then now the slides 14 to 17 will be talking about the institutional governance, that is the vision, leadership, and so on. So now I'm bringing the experience of Rajagiri here. Now, the governance of the institution is reflective of an effective leadership in tune with the vision and mission of the institution. The Rajagiri group of institution was born out of the educational vision of Saint Kuriakose alias Chavara, the founder of CMA congregation. The CMA vision for education, it places emphasis on the development of humane individuals, proficient, competitive, at the same time sensitive to the world around. So many of our activities are reflective of the vision of the management. Also, thereby we have a vision for the college. Now, the college well-drafted vision mission statement was formulated in the year 1999, where all of us were involved in drafting this vision and mission statement. Next slide, please. This is just to give you what is the organization structure of our leadership, which is executed with this structure. The Board of Management, the Administrative Council, the Governing Council, the Academic Council, the Board of Studies, the Finance Committee, and the IQAC. Now, we being an autonomous college, we have the statutory committees, which are Governing Council, Academic Council, Board of Studies, and Finance Committee. But otherwise, the Board of Management and the Administrative Council, it is represented by the management with few representatives from the college campus. And of course, IQAC also has a significant role in the system of governance. Next slide, please. Now, how well the teachers are participating. Now, that is again the faculty members. We have 2 campuses. Rajagiri is spread over 2 campuses with 7 academic departments and supporting other departments. And we have this catchphrase, Rajagiri relentlessly towards excellence. One of the core values of NAC is quest for excellence. Whereas we had framed this catchphrase many years back. So we were always aiming towards excellence, which is definitely not achievable because it keeps moving further and further. Now, a participation of teachers, they are involved in the different decision-making bodies and various policies and procedures. So, faculty members are always, they guarantee their participation in all the activities of the college, especially the decision-making. We have a college general staff council. That means the faculty of both the campuses, we meet once in a month. We come to a common forum and happenings of all the departments are being presented, discussed, and decisions taken for the coming months. Also, all the departments, they have a department meeting every Tuesday afternoon, and issues are discussed with the management for further action. Next slide, please. The college perspective plans are prepared through our exercise, which we call as the Bodhi. We have an annual strategic academic exercise, which we have it every year just before the academic year begins. Now, only yesterday the college got over with that exercise, wherein before they come for that common institutional level exercise, every department works out their own review of the previous year. They also work out a plan for the coming year. And all these 7 departments, they meet in a common forum, and then they present their departmental plans, and finally the institution brings in the institutional perspective plan. And our goals are usually under 5 umbrella goals: the admission and selection, academic system, faculty excellence, student outcome, infrastructure. So these are the 5 umbrella goals which we have selected, and mostly our planning is centered around these goals. We have also drafted a strategic plan document for the next 25 years, that is from 2018 to 2032, where our aspiration is to become an institution of eminence by the year 2032. Now with this slides, I finished completed the indicator, the key indicator 6.1. Now we are going to the next set of slides, the strategy, development and deployment. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, as I mentioned earlier, how is this decentralized? How is the leadership is decentralized and how it is made participative? I mentioned earlier, Board of Management, Administrative Council, heads of the department, they are really empowered to have to conduct the day-to-day functioning in consultation with the other faculty members. The staff are also involved. Stakeholders' feedback is very meticulously taken and it is brought on the common table, especially for the Board of Studies, and of course participation of students are also involved through the various clubs and associations functioning on the campus. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, I have just taken one example here, how we have successfully implemented an infrastructure development by involving participation of all the functions of the college, all the departments. That is, we wanted to construct a new block in the year 2015 when we became autonomous and when we started starting many UG programs. Earlier it was mostly the PG programs and mostly of a professional nature. But once we became autonomous, we wanted to start in many UG programs and we wanted to start construct a new block. And the process is given here, how we had the successful completion of the state-of-art infrastructure facility with the efforts of different committees and stakeholders. So we have a core committee. I'm now reading it fully. Core committee, definitely they brought in involvement of the others. They undertook a pilot visit to the different institutions of excellence. Then with the other committees, they prepared a master plan and they also took charge of who should be the architect and who should be the contractors and so on. Next slide, please. Yeah, the finance committee, the library committee, IT committee, they had their own respective responsibilities. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, this is just to show that within a year's time, because of involvement of all these committees, they had owned up that it is their responsibility to contribute their specified role. So within a year, we could bring in a 11-storied building with 27 state-of-the-art classrooms, a computer lab with 120 computers, 4 library, and an exclusive world-class library we have, 2 seminar halls, air-conditioned examination hall, restrooms, modern cafeteria, laboratory, psychology council wing, administrative office, group learning center, and a chapter. Okay, so this is just to give you some example of how the participation of all these people and the close monitoring and review would bring in this successful accomplishment. one more, next slide, please. Yeah. Also, we have this e-governance. Of course, that is very familiar with all our colleges. Now, all our functioning is through the e-governance. As NAC has specified, of course, e-governance is in the operation of finance and accounts, student admission and support and examination. Now, we have this ERP FEDINA. FEDINA is really used for very well for our academic and administrative audit, and major reforms are brought in, especially the increased use of LMS, the Learning Management System, model, and we have the interactive classrooms, and of course, development of e-content selected for the faculty to improve their teaching learning process. Okay, now we go on to the next set of slides, that is on the faculty empowerment strategies 6.3. From 23 to 27, I'll be talking about the faculty empowerment strategies. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. Now here again, I'm just trying to bring in one particular practice or an example. The college has a very strong staff welfare association, which was started about 30 years back, and it is a registered society, wherein all the staff of both the campuses, they are members of this association, a very vibrant, active association where we have the routine election and representation of members from all the teaching and non-teaching and different activities, welfare measures, development and so on. So this is just to give you an idea about how this faculty empowerment takes place through this association. I'm not going to read through, but a lot of welfare aspects are being achieved through this. They have education, medical benefits, annual medical camp, hospitalization is being taken care of, medical insurance. Next slide, please. Yeah, it continues. Financial assistance. The staff are given loan with a minimal interest. They are given assistance for house building, renovation, and purchase of home appliances, festival kits, and so on. Also, incentives to staff members, bonus is given, and subsidized canteen facilities are provided for the staff members. Provident fund for all the staff, ESI facility for those who fall under the prescribed salary limits, gratuity policy applicable for all the staff members, and of course we have the, I'm not able to see the slide clearly, but anyway, can we move to the next slide? These are the other benefits. We have periodic sessions, monthly, so that the members benefit from the awareness and orientations. We have an annual staff picnic, and something interesting is the birthday celebration of all the staff are organized once in a month. Whosoever birthday falls in that particular month, all of us we join and we wish them. So that is something which everyone looks forward. We have celebration of festivals and national days, free Wi-Fi facilities, academic amenities like full-fledged computer lab, library resource, and so on. Then staff cabins, and we have an in-campus ATM facility. Ours is a small campus, unlike your universities. So bringing in an ATM and post office and so on, it is again to be appreciable. We have a gym and of course daycare center facility for the children of our employees, both teaching and non-teaching. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. Now this is regarding the career development and progression. We have a clear policy for the career progression of the staff. We have training and development programs for staff, for the teaching and non-teaching. Financial support, this is something to be appreciated. All the faculty members who need to participate in national and international programs are being given financial support. Many times it is fully sponsored. It all depends on the nature of the program. Of course, like other colleges, the three levels of career progression for the aided and self-financed staff. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah, this is for the non-teaching employees. They also have a policy, and they are divided into 5 grades, and they fit into each grade according to a performance appraisal system. Okay, can we go on to the next slide, please? Now we are going on to the next criterion, that is the financial management and resource mobilization. Now, as in every college, definitely we also have the internal and external financial audits. The finance committee is an empowered committee which meets either on need-based or periodical intervals to discuss and deliberate on the finance management. Now, the accounts relating to the previous year are carefully scrutinized when preparing the financial budget for the next financial year. They use the Tally ERP, which is Tally, and that is being well maintained. Now, we have 3 audits. One is the internal audit, the second one is the statutory audit, and the third is the government audit, which I'm sure should be happening in all the other colleges too. The next slide, please. Now, continued, these are the areas covered by the audit. I'm not going into detail. And of course, when the audit objections and the objections arise, it is brought to the notice of the finance committee, which enables the management to take remedial action immediately. And these are rectified by the accounts department, and explanation is submitted back to the finance committee, and the action report is sent to the auditors. Now, again, the next one is the mobilization of funds and optimum utilization of funds. I think I won't spend much on this. Anyway, all the heads of the departments, they are expected to prepare a budget and pass it on to the accounts department to be placed to the before the finance officer, and an annual institution budget is prepared, which is placed before the governing council. Next. Now, these are the few means, the sources of funds for Rajagiri College. One is the earned income, which is the fees collected from the students, and the hostel fees also forms a part of the earned income. Now, funds are raised through other means like sponsorship for various student initiatives, consultancy services undertaken by the faculty, faculty development programs, workshops and seminars conducted by the faculty of the college. Funds are also raised through the student fest and conferences, and alumni contribution is there. And on the holidays, the institution building and the computer lab, that is rented out to the government and public sector agencies for the conduct of various programs and examinations. Now, donations from individuals and other philanthropists also forms a source of fund. We also have funds from the corporates for specified activities. Next slide, please. Now, of course, government funds, which all of you know that since it's an aided college, we get the funds from the center and the state government. The aided staff salary is met by the state government, but self-financing is met by the college. We also have other funds like UGC fund for college with potential of excellence, funds for infrastructure development, research and library, UGC autonomous grant, ACT fund for research, and Kerala State Industry Development Corporation. We have the fund for the incubation center development. ICSSR fund for major research projects, and RUSA fund also for the research, and project funding from the Ministry of Human Resources under the DDU, GKY, and so on. Now, other funds include the corpus funds from the management, college management. When I mentioned about the infrastructure, the 11-story building, that is from the college management. We have many extension departments which we call as a live lab. They are also funded by various agencies. We also raise loans from banks for infrastructure development. And of course, as I mentioned, the corporates also give us funds through endowments and so on. Can we go on to the next one, please? Yeah. Utilization of funds, of course, it is utilized only for the purpose for which it is sanctioned or mobilized. The surplus grant funds are plowed back into institution for high quality amenities and so on. Yeah. Now we go on to the next set of slides. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the last set of slides. This is for the IQAC. Now, what is the role of IQAC? Now, in institutionalizing quality assurance. Now, here, Sustainable Environment Education Initiative. Rajagiri has been ranked second in the country by Swachh Bharat Abhiyan in 2019, which is the outcome of the quality initiative of the IQAC. We had formed Rajagiri Swachh policy incorporating sanitation, hygiene, water conservation, rainwater harvesting, waste management, energy conservation, maintenance of Swachhata during students' cultural programs and activities. Next slide, please. Yeah, this continues. What are the facilities, equipments, and logistics? We have so many logistics for collection of waste, storing and recycling, and so on. All these are the different ways by which we handle the waste. Next one, please. Our campus is fully solar energy powered campus. Yeah, continuing, how do we segregate the waste for secondary segregation and how it is being handed over for recycling. This is the method we follow: refuse, reuse, recycle, recover, regenerate. That means banning all the plastic disposable items from the campus. Then we have declared as a plastic-free campus. Then we only, at the most, we may have something which can be reused. Otherwise, single use are always banned from the campus. And recyclables like e-waste, glass, and all given to scrap collectors. And handling e-waste is done in partnership with the self-government bodies. Now, in curriculum, many of our programs have brought in environment initiative as one of the course for the students. And besides that, we have a full-fledged nature club which is active throughout the year. And we also have the annual quality audit for the energy conservation. Okay, can we go to the next one, please? Now the next practice is the increased academic international linkages. You would have known that the new education policy 2020 by the Government of India has focused on internationalization of education. Rajagiri had this initiative way back in 1999 when we had the first two MOUs signed with the two US universities for faculty exchange programs. Now, there is a steady increase in number of MOUs to 35 universities across the globe within the last 5 years. Now, you can see how this has been made stronger We have international offices on both the campuses, and IQAC, in association with the international office, they promote the international exposure of the faculty by sending them to partner universities for conference, seminars, summer schools, and so on. And we always have overseas interns on the campus throughout the year, which provides cross-cultural exchange. And PG students are sent on regular overseas internships, especially the social work students. They take their summer internship, especially in US and other foreign countries. Next slide, please. Yeah, in continuation. Now, in collaborating with the Education Consultants of India, EDSIL, it's a single window agency. Now, we are having foreign students who have started taking admission into our regular academic programs. And we have research collaboration with universities in UK and Australia. International conferences are being organized by the Department of Social Work. We have lecture series of faculty and guests from foreign universities. And our college is one of the 10-member consortium of overseas universities to participate and host summer universities. We have joint faculty publications from our partner universities abroad. And as I mentioned, we have international office relations office on both the campus. And now we have started inviting the UG students to neighboring countries for the exposure. Next slide, please. Now, IQAC, yet another intervention is how they are reviewing the teaching learning process. Now, IQAC takes an active role in the stakeholder review. It is done through the software FEDENA. The students, they give their feedback twice in a semester, during the middle of the semester and the end of the semester. It is mostly online. And once they have completed their feedback session, it is being collected and it is consolidated, and the faculty is given access to see what is the consolidated report. And this appraisal is being conducted. The IQAC fixes a time, and during that time, the students go to the computer lab and they do this feedback. Now, feedback also is collected from parents, alumni, employers through other means. Now, next slide, please. Yeah. Now, whatever it's been collected, as we mentioned earlier, the particular faculty comes to know about it, and the faculty member is expected to give an action plan based on the feedback. So they are supposed to decide as if there is anything which they have to improve, that has to be worked with and given to the management. Now, whatever feedback we have taken from the different stakeholders, that is again being consulted by the IQAC, and it is handed over to the respective board of studies so that it is being taken at the time of curriculum revision. Yeah, now I think we'll go on to the next slide. Now, this is yet another practice which I wanted to let you all know. I mean, all our institutions, we go for the internal and external audit. Now, this is one example of external academic audit, which we bring in experts from outside, and usually it is the responsibility of the IQAC. We visit all the external, all the academic departments. We examine the classroom facilities, the academic facilities, and so on. We also get ideas from students, teachers, and so on. And finally, we bring in a report to find out how effective is our teaching learning environment and what are the available facilities and what are the areas to be improved. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. Now, thereby, this is the outcome. Now, as an outcome of the external academic audit, we have started taking steps to enhance the potential of ICT enabled teaching learning. Many trainee programs, especially over the last few years, now the online teaching and learning has become important. So we have started organizing many training programs for the faculty to be comfortable and use the maximum use of ICT. And all the classes have been now equipped with the interactive intellectual panel. So the faculty are also given training to make use of this easy board. Can we have the last slide, please? Okay, this is just a continuation of the external audit. The faculty members are given opportunity to take up the MOOC courses and so on SWAYAM and NPTEL. We have a NPTEL chapters on both the campuses. Faculty members are given workshops to take up other teaching methodologies. Teachers are now very well versed with the learning management system Moodle. And also there is something, the last one, which is we have a state-of-art multimedia lab wherein we encourage the faculty to prepare the e-content and of course make use of it, make use of the lab to have it posted publicly so that it is of use to them and to the others. So we have given a brand name, Rajagiri Wow, that is Rajagiri Web of Wisdom. Okay, so with this, can I conclude? Thank you all. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really brilliant. Like Dhoni's last ball 6, and by the way, Dhoni also carries jersey number 7. So like Dhoni's last ball 6, ma'am has really, driven the nail into our hair, into the, the process of leadership and management so beautifully. Very, very nice session, ma'am. Can we take some questions now?
Yeah. Please.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants, if you have any questions or queries, please use the raise hand option so that your mic will be allowed. You can discuss with the speaker. Meanwhile, a pop-up quiz has been posted. The link has been posted on the chat box. Kindly perform the quiz. This is to assess your attentiveness on both the session on the today's event.
This criterion being a difficult criterion, I think it will be difficult for the participants to come out with questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We have one. Yes, Pradeepa ma'am, you can unmute and ask your question.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, it's a very nice session, ma'am. And I got a clarification regarding strategic plan, ma'am.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm working as an NAC coordinator, but when I look into the strategic plan of various institutions, I feel like the formats are very different. Each college is including index terms or key terms, which is different from each other. I just want to know what are the key terms or index term which typically a NAC requires in a perfect strategic plan of a college.
You mean key terms?
And what are the components that should be included inside a strategic plan?
Oh, for the strategic plan. See, see, that is again a brainstorming from within the campus. Okay, Now we should be having a purpose, isn't it? The institution should be having a purpose.
Okay, ma'am.
What we are aiming at, like NAC, our vision and mission. That is very important. How we are trying to link our vision and mission, and what are the different areas which you would like to strengthen. We have to identify those areas to strengthen. Okay.
Fine, ma'am.
Now the new education policy is again giving directions.
Fine,
So I
ma'am.
think it's good. As I think yesterday someone was talking about it. I don't know if it was Dr. Ponmundi Raju. I don't know. They were talking about this new education policy also. So now I think it's time for us to go through those documents fully well and see whether that could also be used in your strategic plan.
Okay,
Am I
ma'am.
making it clear?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Because in our plan, you would have seen that I mentioned about 5 umbrella goals.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I noted it.
Yeah, so that we identified some few years back. Okay, but now
Fine.
we have to rethink about it.
Okay.
You understand? So it cannot be kept as standard. It has to be re-looked at it.
Okay,
Even
thank
even the vision statement, which I had mentioned, which we had framed in 1999. See how many years back. So we are re-looking at it every time during our annual exercise. You understand? So it's
Yeah,
a
ma'am, yeah.
brainstorming within the campus. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradip.
Dr. Sridhar, are we having any more questions?
Can you check the chat box, ma'am?
Sure, sure. I don't think there's anything in the chat.
Yeah, that's it. You can continue.
Yeah.
As I mentioned earlier, criterion 6 is slightly a difficult criterion to comprehend immediately.
Yes, true, ma'am.
It takes a little time to understand and internalize that criterion.
Yes.
And it's more descriptive, no? It's more of qualitative metrics than the other, at least first 5 criteria, where you have a lot of quantitative metrics. It's easy to understand. Here, we got to really reflect and then describe and so on. So maybe the participants are finding it slightly difficult. I think someone has raised a hand.
Great. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Venkatesan, you can unmute and
Sir, I am audible.
yes, sir, you are.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
I am
afternoon.
having one general question, ma'am.
Yeah.
Madam, I am having one general question.
Yeah.
When we are filling AQR report, there is one question about endowment funds collected in the college. Can you elaborate it? What are the items included in that endowment fund?
Okay, like see, we have certain sponsored awards for students, and something which is continuous, which is given for some specific purposes. It can be an individual, it can be corporates, Okay, it can be a group of alumni with specific specific directions. Okay, like we had corporate seeing our NAC previous ranking. I don't know. They just came just like that and came and approached us saying that we want to institute this particular thing for students who can do some commitment into the community and so on. See, and that is not just one time act of giving cash incentive. That is something which is endowed. Okay, I'm not able to recollect the name of the corporate. Okay.
Ma'am, I have one doubt. Some of our retired faculty contributed some amount when retirement to give prizes for their students to in excelling in their subjects, respective subjects. Can you include that fund into endowment?
Mr. Venkatesan, see now for us, the NAC is very, very particular about the proof. Okay? The proof. That is where many of our good acts are not being accepted. So it all depends on how you articulate them. It cannot be just like myself giving something to someone. Let it be something which is very organized. Even that the document should be in such a way that it is well stated clearly. Okay? And that proof is very impressive. Is it clear?
Yes.
We had a lot of problems having the proofs. See? So the paper document is very important. And what I want to say, it is not for the sake of document alone. It brings in the quality. And it also brings in a system. So that in future, people follow this.
Okay.
So that's what I said. A group of retired faculty, I'm sure you should be able to bring it, club it under something and give a good title. Okay? Draft something and so that it is in a presentable manner.
Oh, that can be included.
According to me, I don't know, see, it's a BBB, they decide everything. Okay? So, but definitely don't leave out anything at this stage. Don't leave out anything at this stage. Include everything as possible.
Actually, this amount is every year they are collecting and depositing in a fixed deposit. The interest collected from the deposit is presented as prices.
Yes, I understand. We do that. Okay, but do you have a written document for it?
Okay, madam.
That is important. Many of our colleges, including us, we are not very, very conscious about all these things. See, like I had started one, not myself. One of our students died, passed away, and their parents came and gave some amount and so on. But proper documentation was not done years back. I'm talking about years back. And after that, one fine day, they came after many years, and they came and they said, no, we are not interested any longer. We want to discontinue. Just imagine, we didn't have any proper documentation at all. I'm talking about what happened years back. See? So, NAC assessment and accreditation involves excellent documentation. So, Mr. Venkatesan, think about that seriously. Okay? Don't leave out anything right now.
Okay.
Think about how to make everything official and formal. Okay?
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, there's another question in the chat box from Dr. R. Geeta. Can you elaborate on revenue generated from corporate training by the institution?
Yeah, revenue generated. Okay, okay. I think I had mentioned that we have different sources. One is definitely all of us have the revenue from the fees and from the hostel fees if we have hostels within the campus. Then, of course, our management they give us a corpus fund for major infrastructure. Then I think I had mentioned about the sponsorships we get for the student programs on campus, which they raise and they bring in. Then the faculty are encouraged to go in for faculty development programs outside the campus where revenue can be generated, and we have a policy, clear cut written policy where the faculty are encouraged for the quality enhancement. They can go and organize training programs, they can take up research projects, they can take up anything else, but it is a revenue sharing between the institution and the particular faculty member. So that is a beautiful system which is working very well. Then we have, of course, the other government funds and so on. And corporate. We have a lot of corporate initiatives. The corporate are working along with us. So these are the different ways by which we are raising funds. But many things are to be spent only for the purpose for which it is mobilized. And alumni, I forgot to mention about the alumni. We get the contribution from the alumni also. Have I made it clear, Geeta?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, there's one more question.
Have I made it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because see, these are things which we have to really work out. I don't know whether Geeta is working. Are you the IQAC coordinator?
It was on the chat box, ma'am. I'm not sure if she's.
Oh, it is Uttara was speaking.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
ma'am. Sorry. Okay.
No problem, ma'am. No problem. Okay. Ma'am, there's one more question in the chat box. Ma'am, what strategies do you use to get the supporting documents?
Supportive documents, that means it's very extensive. It all depends on what aspect. Is it okay? Let me see whether I can give some examples. For governance, and one is the plan documents, the strategic plan documents. How do we arrive at these documents? I think I mentioned about this annual academic planning. We have called as Bodhi. Every year we bring out a document. So that is an important supporting document. And then the finance, that is a real important documents which we leave to the accounts department. Then the faculty empowerment, that is really very, very important, because if we are sending about 37 faculty members to inside or outside the country, every faculty member who is sent, that has to have the proof. We should have the proof of the invitation letter. We should have the proof of the college management sanctioning that approval for them to leave. We should have the document of what money has been given to these people. We have to have a document of them coming back and giving us the report of them attending the program. What is the outcome of this? See, so when you start thinking about it, there is an n number of documents which has to go as supportive documents.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
So many. Documents are going to be really a big headache.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Sridhar sir, can I sum up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that incredibly eye-opening session. No wonder Rajagiri College has been able to achieve 3.83 rating with so much of impetus for innovative leadership and management. No wonder they have reached this particular height. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let me just sum up ma'am's session. Ma'am had discussed about a modern management paradigm of TQM, not only which not only can be used in the field of business but also effectively in education, as to how we can use a participative approach to address the questions of quality in education, focusing on quality planning, quality improvement, and quality control. She discussed about the synergetic confluence of the vision, mission of the college, the academic integrity of the college, effective utilization of resources, how autonomy can be effectively used, and how important it is for scientific division of work. And the one that really stood out is the perspective plan, the Bodhi concept that was really amazing, and how e-governance can be of great use to the college, and the focus on faculty empowerment strategies. This is something that is my pet topic also, because we always keep talking about student engagement, but it's high time we talk about faculty engagement also, and how we can focus on career development and progression for the faculty also, which is very important because faculty are the cornerstone of any institution. And she also discussed about the immense role that IQAC can play in the development of the college. So thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful session. Wishing you good luck for relentlessly going towards excellence, which is your catchword. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that really eye-opening session. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Dr. Uttira, you have done a beautiful chairing. Okay? My appreciation to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thanks to Ratnam College for Arts and Science for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Mary ma'am and Dr. Uttira ma'am for convening the session in a successful manner. Participants right now currently active on this forum, this is a session, this is a time for the photo session. So ma'am, along with Dr. Mary ma'am and also with the other participants, I request all of you to kindly please open your camera after being allowed, and we shall have a picture. Kindly give me a moment to change the settings so that you all will be able to open up the camera, and we will have a session screenshot, please.
Dr. Uttira?
Yes, ma'am.
Which college are you? Which college are you representing?
I'm the Vice Principal of MOP Vaishnav College, Chennai, ma'am.
Chennai?
Yes, ma'am. MOP Vaishnav College.
Okay. There was someone yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. The principal was the first speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, she spoke very well.
Thank you.
It's taking time for loading. Yeah, the settings have been changed. Most of you would be able to open up your cameras.
We request all the guests to turn your camera on.
In a moment, we are able to have 9 cameras, 9 video feeds. So after each screenshot, let me intimate it to you so that you can turn off your cameras and the others can come forth. Okay. Going in for the first screenshot. Yeah.
Srinivasan, you can change
Yes,
the mode to together mode. Then you are able to see all the faces. Srinivasan, you can change the mode to together mode so that you can see all the faces.
sure, sir. I hope it is visible to all. Still, we need some more participants to open up to fill in the chairs.
So everyone, please open up the camera.
Make sure you're a bit focused. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Got screenshot. Request all the others. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you all for your cooperation. We have got the screenshot. Enable your camera. Next session we the participants presentation session, which will be headed by the jury members. Now I request Dr. S.N. Suresh, a coordinator IKC of our institution, as well as the organizing secretary. This.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan. Now I request the judges, Dr. Joseph C. Daniel, IQC Coordinator, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Microbiology, St. Joseph's College of Arts and Science, Kadalur, Tamil Nadu. The second judge, Dr. M.P. Ayyapadas, IQC Coordinator, Vice Principal, Arvi's College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. And Dr. P.K. Manoj Kumar, HOD of Computer Science, Nehru Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. I request the judges to take over the session. So please.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thanks for the opportunity given. I'm available here.
I'm Ayubadas here.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, we are ready, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon to the principal of this great institution. Good afternoon, all coordinators, participants, and all the presenters, and hi to the co-judges. It's been nice to do this. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Manoj here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Daniel.
Thank you so much for joining with us. Now I request participants to be ready for the presentation. Dr. Srinivasan, can we start the presentation?
Sure,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can call the presenters.
Okay, so shall I do the invitation?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Sure.
So the first presentation by Dr. Rajalakshmi Tripathi, Associate Professor, Government MH College of Home Science for Women, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. I request Dr. Rajalakshmi Tripathi, Associate Professor, Government MH College of Home Science for Women, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh.
At the same time, I also request the participants whose name being called to raise their hand so that I can enable their audio and video.
Yeah, she has raised her hand.
Is
Very good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. You can share your presentation and
Sir,
okay.
Srinath sir, we'll share the presentation, sir.
Okay.
Is it with you? The next participant is Dr. Lynette Joseph, Assistant Professor, Bishop Moore College, Mavelikara, Kerala. Please be ready.
Sir, are my slides visible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
you need to see the presentation so that you will be able. Yes, now please go to the presenters.
Are they visible? No?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You make it in slideshow.
Okay. Just a second. Why I'm not able to. Is it okay, sir? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, ma'am. You can start presenting.
Okay. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all the jury members and the organizers. A deep sense of gratitude for the organizers for accommodating me to share my experience. I would like to speak on the catering the requirements, problems and impact of learning atmosphere in higher education institutions. I have been working as a warden for 16 years, so I have practiced all these actions as a sense of tradition in my hostel. Our college is one of the biggest colleges in central India. I am speaking from the heart of India. The geographical center lies in our district. So for me, quality was never an accident. It was always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, skillful execution, and it represents the wise choices of many alternatives. When we go to the role models, I quote Mahatma Gandhi, by education, I mean an all-round drawing out of the best in the child, man, body, mind and spirit. And when we go to his inspiration, Swami Vivekananda, according to him, education is manifestation of perfection already in man. The NAC mandate also confirms these things by quoting it in this way: to encourage the self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, innovations in higher education, to undertake quality-related research studies, consultancy and training program, to collaborate with other stakeholders of higher education for quality evaluation, promotion and sustenance. The National Education Policy mandate also aligns with the action which I have already completed with the hostlers. The purpose of education system is to develop good human beings. That is what our aim was. Capable of rational thought and action, possessing compassion and empathy, encourage and resilience, scientific temper, and creative imagination with sound ethical morals and values. It aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by our constitution. I am going little fast. Please excuse me for that because I have been allotted only 7 minutes and I'll try to complete my presentation within that stipulated time. I'm going to talk about all the atmosphere which we have created in our hostel, which accommodates 700 students at a time with a huge infrastructure of 4 residential blocks, namely A, B, C, D, 149 rooms, 17 halls of various sizes. We have drinking water facilities with water cooler and aquaguard on each floor. This is just a glimpse of all the facilities. I'm not quoting all things. We have a daily routine timetable to maintain the discipline in the life of students, starting at 5 and commencing at 8:15 with full freedom after 8:15 of doing their studies or TV news. Every block has their own TV monitors and with internet connection and the cable. Computer lab of internet facility is available for 24/7. Socializing is permitted and interacting. Siddha Chhatravas caters to the need of the admission only on merit basis following the reservation policy of government. Since we are a government college, hostel mess and maintenance charges are just half of the commercial rate because we cater to the needs of a huge number. And the most important feature which I would like to highlight here is that mobile phones are not allowed for the hostlers. There are n number of reasons which I am not going to discuss here, but all the purposes which are done by mobile phones, like calling their parents, contacting their friends. We have got Cointex. 16 Cointex are installed inside the building so that they can call the parents and contact them, family members. And then for the internet and the study purposes, we have got internet lab which is open 24/7. The problems which I feel which we had to solve and encounter are limited finances because it's a government college. We don't accept any sponsorships normally, and the girls which come to our hostel and college are normally from deprived class and they come from the nearby interior villages. Many a times they are the first generation learners even today. They are unaware of personal hygiene habits because of so many reasons, their sociological cause and finance restrictions. They are unaware of basic etiquettes. They have got poor communication skills and low confidence levels. This is a development of one of the very important resource as library exclusively for hostlers. So this is the inauguration function, and this was sponsored by one of the ex-hostlers who is no more amongst us. She was Nupur Jain, and we preferred to name the library in her name as Nupur Granthalaya. On 15th July, all these pictures are only for one session, that is 2017 and 18. I have not included any old pictures because I have got few thousands of pictures and few hundreds of files maintaining all the documents. Here I am just trying to give you a glimpse of the atmosphere created for the students for their holistic development, especially catering to the needs of the girls who are coming from the rural areas. She is Sant Gyaneshwari Didi. She is taking care of the best hospice in India. She is the president of the Brahmashri Bravra Samiti. She was present as the chief guest for this function. The honorable higher officials of higher education were accompanied with her. Srimati Mani Jain, who is the mother of Nupur, was also present to grace the occasion. Dr. Sonal Amin, who is the first president of our college from 1954, and it was her grandparents and forefathers who donated the land for the establishment of college, 10.5 acres of land at the heart of the city. And he is the person, Shri Sanjay Jain, who has actually sponsored in her sister's name a big lesson for the girls to follow, a big lesson for the society to imitate, and a set development for the Home Science College hostel in the loving memory of his sister Nupur. He is the director of Ellen Pro Company. He has sponsored the complete library and the books, reference books for all the 10 postgraduate subjects run by the college. And these are the highlights of the library. It has got 12 newspaper subscription and 35 best magazines of all varieties. It comprises a separate section for religious books of all faiths. We had decided to start a discussion forum for all the different faiths and practices. Books related to games, sports and chess magazines were donated by none other than the president of Chess Association of Madhya Pradesh, who happens to be the coach for the chess. Books of numerology, astrology and graphology. Complete literature of Swami Vivekanand and autobiography of Mahatma Gandhi. The availability of facilities was available for the students 24/7. We have got staff working whole night and whole day. A reading room is there with drinking water facility and preparation of various drinks like tea and coffee if they wish to. Reference books are not issued, so the arrangement of Xerox facility was given with 2 photocopiers. TV was there as a monitor, which you can see in the next pictures. For the downloading and observation of their educational videos. CCTV cameras are installed with 24-hour recording, and so that the surveillance is done by us at any time of the day. Now this is the development of the resource facility with beautiful shelves. Reading as read, the message is clear with the bookshelves itself, and the bookshelves which is made in the shape of a female symbol, which is normally used in microbiology, comprises and contains all the books related to women issues. And this is the 5 feet by 4 feet broad reed shelves made especially to keep the bookshelves. And this is the tree almirah made for keeping the books of environment. The girls normally are very emotional, and when you give them an atmosphere which touches their heart, they are stimulated to do whatever good you want them to do. She is the librarian of the library, and rare literatures like Rashtra Gaurav ke Pratik Ek Vidhik Parichay, issued by the Madhya Pradesh State Legal Service Authority and authored by the Director of Judiciary Academy in Jabalpur in guidance of Honorable Justice Lahoti, is placed here from his donation. And these are the reference books. This is the special almirah comprising of all the books of religious faiths. And this is the beautification and the presence of the Almighty himself. Here is the monitor of TV, which is connected to a network cable connection for availability and downloading the various books. This is the inauguration function. Now the use of these academic facilities is done by writing a suvichar from the students of allotted class. There is a timetable who has to write the suvichar, which class students, and that is displayed on a green board at the entrance of the administrative block, which is the entrance for all the students and parents and the visitors of the hostel, so that anybody who writes it can be read all through the 24 hours. Now that suvichar is copied in a registered, and every month end that registered is submitted to a decided panel for the judgment of selection of best 5 suvichar to be honored and to be given prizes. Now the best reader award every month is given from the entrance register of the library and the stay in the library. Essay writing competitions on various issues related to social, gender, environment is done because we need to encourage the writing and reading practices, and it is also very important for their foundation course, and apart from this, the various competitive exams at the state and national levels. Now to create the ambience, the courtyards of the building are decorated beautifully with earthen pots and plants so that they can feel and touch. The girls are allowed to feel and touch, they can water, they can pamper the plants. And she is Dr. Nandita Pathak, the brand national brand ambassador for Swachhata Abhiyan, and interactive sessions are continuously organized with such eminent personalities. And above all, she happens to be an alumnus of this hostel and college. So the alumni members are invited to visit the girls and motivate them for becoming like a role model them. This is another courtyard with holy basil planted in 42 pots. When I want to promote plantation, this is my way of giving the message. We have decorated this in the various corners. We have got all the corners decorated with plants, and this is the decoration made from the waste material of flex, which was used in the college and made with the assistance of the girls themselves. Now, this is the interactive session marking the celebration of the birth centenary verse of Rashtrasant Nanaji Deshmukh with Dr. Nandita Pathak, because she has been in the close association right before from her marriage. She happens to be the daughter-in-law of Rashtrasant Nanaji Deshmukh. When we want to promote patriotism, we have these evening rallies with the help of the local administration. When we celebrate the Swatantrata Pakhwada in month of August, and when someone commented, why do you need to take the girls on the road and let them shout the slogans, you are not going to educate the society. So my answer was, it is not for the society to get educated, rather it is for my girls to get the courage to speak the right thing in loud voice. This is the in-house celebration of Independence Day. The indoor activities comprises of...
Your time is
over, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Just give me 1 minute. I'll conclude. These are the ultimate aim of education, according to me, is happiness. These are the signs of happiness which I try the students to understand, that which activity makes them happy so that they can decide their career future. The impact of the atmosphere was the general traits which improved were confidence, awareness, information, physical fitness, mental alertness, and social adaptiveness. The impact of atmosphere, to be very specific, that the academic achievement came as 97% of toppers were hostlers of different programs run by the college at the UG and PG levels. 80% slow learners could improve to become medium and sometimes even fast learners because due to peer teaching. Promoted self-learning because of the external coaching not allowed. Peer mentoring developed. The seniors used to take care of the juniors. Selection for various admission entrance and fellowships exams like UGC, NET, JRF started from 2010. Selection in various competitive exams. Bhupeshwari Dhurve, a tribal girl, was selected from the hostel for state PSC. She cleared the preliminary exams thrice and the mains exams twice. Extracurricular achievements: 99% hostelers participated and acquired positions at college, district, division, and university level. Few to mention, the state level NSS award was backed by Pooja Singhai. State level voters awareness award was backed by Priyanka Singh. Participation of NSS and NCC cadets at national and international level camps and activities, and they used to come back and share their experience amongst themselves and with the juniors. Special sessions are organized. I am not putting here the photographs. 90% maximum sports and games awards were backed by the hostlers. And my inspiration, which actually inspired me to create this, when our Honorable Governor, Professor O.P. Kohli, was here for a Nanaji Deshmukh memorial lecture, he said what the students study as syllabus is only 20% of their education. The rest 80% learning occurs through family members, classmates, peers, relatives, friends, exposure, experience, and various activities. And this is what said ki 80% is in my hands. I not do it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you. Obliged.
Dear participants, now the session is over for discussion. You can raise your hands.
Sir, just I would like to ask one question before that. Appreciation for the presenter.
Thank you, sir.
There are a lot of good things in the hostel carried out. Most of the toppers and achievers are from the hostel.
Yes, sir.
I have just two questions. One, how many computers with internet facility are available? Because to promote parallel education at the hostel, you need.
There are 20 computers and 2 laptops donated by Shri Sanjay Jain for the students. We use laptops for the PG girls, and the UG girls are not supposed to use the computer, so they just use the desktops.
Okay, that's fine. One more question from my side. You mentioned that they are poor in communication and they are not good, having much personal hygiene practices.
Yes,
do you have any program in the hostel to help in these two aspects, to improve the communication skill and personal hygiene.
Yes, sir. We do have program. We have a visiting doctor in the hostel. She normally conducts the orientation program at least thrice a year, so that we can even sometimes we need to display the sanitary napkins and make it available through the vending machines. We have vending machines in the hostel for each block, and we have incinerators for the disposal of the napkins. They are not educated, they are not even aware of the sanitary use of sanitary napkins when they come from the villages.
Anything regarding the communication skill?
Yes, sir. Whenever we try to get some information from them, they take a lot of time to answer the question. Sometimes they are not able to answer to the point. So we conduct various kinds of programs every month, various cultural and academic activities to inculcate this. And by the end of their graduation, they are very confident. The parents actually report that they have seen the changes in their daughters. They are able to assist their parents in various works like shopping and doing the bank activities and so many other things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Madam, I'm Nicholas here. So I think the first time I'm seeing a very positive presentation from a hostel point of view, and it was observed that it is a very success story that you are running a hostel in a very specialized way, and appreciations for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
May I know, ma'am, why you have selected these two entities? Because like one is hostel and another one is library. Obviously, you have mentioned the salient features. So, what makes you, or what made you to earmark these two areas to cater the problems of the students?
Sir, there are two reasons. Because the hostlers are not allowed to keep any mobile phones, laptops with their rooms. Because we have got various arrangements for like PG girls, we have got 2-seater rooms. For first year, we have got a dormitory. According to their, I must say, the age or the youngness, we keep them in separate types of accommodations. So, when these facilities are not able, sometimes I felt that they felt deprived in comparison to the day boarders, who could go home and go to the computer centers to surf a lot of things for their projects, works, and internships. So that actually inspired me to establish these two things. And the library in the college has got a fixed opening and closing time. And the books are, reference books are not issued to any students from the college also. So sometimes when they are in the hostel, they cannot get access to the study material which they want to have. So I just asked someone, Mr. Sanjay Jain, can you help me out of this? So he said, yes, I will sponsor, and I made the list of all the reference books with the help of the respective subject experts of the departments, and purchased that books myself, and Mr. Sanjay Jain made the payments. And he sponsored all the almiras since I was short of funds and could not get the purchase process clear at the government level. So he sponsored the cupboards also. So I just created the space, got the internet connection with whatever balance amount of mess charges I had left with, and just developed these two facilities. Apart from this, sir, I have got at least 12 kind of activities, which is taking them to a Bargi Dam here and booking the cruise for all the 700 girls for one day, and we spent the whole day there. We organized Garba functions for them, so that all the senses of human beings are felt, and the confidence which we want to install in them. We organize self-defense training compulsory for each girl.
I got the.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ma'am, ma'am, this is Manoj here from Nehru Arts and Science College. I have two questions to you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, do you provide any facilities for visually impaired students? I'm not sure whether your college have visually impaired students.
Sir, we have day scholars as visually impaired students, but we have not yet decided. We have physically handicapped, but visually impaired we have not admitted till date. This hostel is running since 35 years, sir, and I have worked for these particular practices for 16 years. So that is why it gave me a lot of confidence to present this. It has been 16 long years practicing all this yearly calendar. I have got a yearly calendar for everything. I have got 65 laborers working there with 12 utility workers cleaning the toilets, and the girls first time see the phenyl being poured twice or thrice in their washrooms, and that smell is felt by them. They experience all these things for the very
As
first
you
time.
said, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. As you said, reference book is not allowed. Reference book is not allowed to the students in their extra time. So, do you provide e-books, ma'am?
Yes, we have got the facility for e-book. We have got, actually we don't have e-books. We just have provided a computer monitor with the internet facility so that they can surf any material online.
Okay.
We don't have any books, but we have reference hard copies because they are used to studying through that, and some of the reference books have got only CDs. They have got the CDs. So they can use the computer in the library also. There is a separate computer in the library for using the CDs available with the books. But e-books especially are not available.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Rajalakshmi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next participant presentation is Dr. Leonard Joseph, Assistant Professor, Bishop Moore College, Mavelikara, Kerala. An important announcement to all the presenters. We are running short of time. I request the presentations to stick on to the time allotted. 7 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for discussion.
I apologize for extending my time. I'm so sorry.
Yes, sir. Sir, shall I start the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I hope the screen is visible. Presentation is visible.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay. So I can control it now, sir. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, respected chair, jury members, organizing committee members, and dear participants. I am Leonard Joseph, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics and IQC member, Bishop Moore College, Mavelikara in Kerala State. And Bishop Moore College, Mavelikara is a NAC A-grade accredited institution and has been ranked 76 in an IRF ranking 2020. And first of all, at the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me such an opportunity to present before all of you this one of the best practices of our institution regarding the teaching learning, the criterion to teaching learning activities. So before going deep into this practice, let me present before you the vision of our institution. The vision of the college is stated as to be a center of excellence and a catalyst in facilitating a holistic development of youth with international standards, edified with sanctity of truth and equipped to serve. And so let me detail about this initiative STARS. And this context, the STARS was actually based on the two focus areas of our vision, holistic development of youth and equipped to serve. And as all of us know that holistic development of youth should come from many factors. And it should, there be the different factors that we expect are that the person should have a sound, or the student or the youth should have a sound academic base, and he should be equipped with soft skills, he should be equipped with employability skills, and as far as our college is concerned, we want them to be equipped to serve. And ever since the establishment of our college in 1964, the college has been every time particular in promoting activities related to holistic development of youth. And we had to specially mention that the college is from a rural background, and most of the students studying here are from in our college are from a rural background. So we had to give special emphasis on this holistic development as vision in our statement. And actually, our college has every time focused on these aspects, but the situation became different when the semesterization system was implemented in 2010, and the schedule became academic schedule became very much tight, and the students we noticed that the students are always every time cornering around the academic activities. So the academic means textbooks they are spending more time on textbook and their assignments, their seminars, their project works and everything. And So this was really the situation we thought of, that we had to go for a new approach so that all the aspects of holistic development should be integrated into a single practice. And with this view, in 2016, the IQAC started or initiated a new practice, and it was named STARS, which means Students and Alumni for a Responsible Society. And actually, it is a joint venture of the students, teachers, alumni, and all the stakeholders of the institution. And it is towards empowering the students to inculcate in them some global competencies along with their academic excellence. And we state the aims of the STARS initiative is zeroing in on the students who have the potential to make a positive change to the society, work on their emotional and intellectual faculties, and thus facilitate their transformation into contributing citizens. And the objectives are stated: to mold the students into responsible citizens, to enhance personality development in students, to enhance the employability skills of the students, to promote active involvement of students and alumni in activities, helping to develop a culture to cater to the needs of the local society, and also to encourage interaction between students and alumni. And coming to the practice, this practice is actually, it has 4 steps. And the first step involves the selection of a core group of students. And this core group of students, we select the final year students. Final year students are selected during the month of June. And the number of students in this core group is limited to 40. And the selection is based on the performance of the students during the previous years in co-curricular, curricular, as well as extracurricular activities in the college. And all this selection process will be completed by the month of July. And after we select this core group of students, the second step is that we give some grooming and counseling sessions for these students based on the objectives we have set. At least 5 sessions are given to each group every year, and it is mainly based on some soft skill developments, social responsibility enhancement, personality development, employability skills development. And coming to the resource persons, we make use of the eminent alumni and teachers to serve as resource persons. And this photograph is one of our alumni, who is a US-based trainer, Mr. Soni, who is training our core group of students in 2018. And after giving ample sessions for their fine-tuning of their competencies, a service-based activity is identified from time to time. At least one. A main focus is given to at least one area of local community need. For example, in 2017, it was identified that there is some water quality problems in the nearby panchayats of the college, and therefore the students went for water quality awareness among the local community. And in 2018, the Kerala was affected by a drastic grand Kerala floods, and the nearby, there was a place nearby the college called the Pandanad Panchayat, where it was drastically affected. That it was very lots of cleaning programs were needed for rehabilitating that area. And so our students, this students, that was the main community-related activity in 2018. And in 2019, they went for the Go Green campaign by making paper bags from unused papers, one-sided papers and all newspapers and all, and they distributed to the local shops. And in 2020, during the lockdown period, the batch had to prepare masks because they were in lockdowns. They prepared masks and distributed to the local neighborhood. And the last is all the other activities will be finished by January. And during the last 2 months, this practice starts every June to July. The selection process will be complete.
And your time is
okay, sir. Okay, and the last round is an evaluation round to evaluate all the competences they acquired from this process. And there will be 3 rounds for this evaluation: a personal interview round, a 1-minute opinion round, or a group discussion round, or and finally there will be a talent show round where the students are given are evaluated based on their performance in all these 3 rounds. The best 3 outgoing students will be selected, and this selected students will be given away awards in a prestigious ceremony called the Padhayam. Padhayam in Malayalam means the food given for a person who goes for a journey. And as far as our college is concerned, we are giving them this all these competencies to make them capable to start the journey after they leave the campus. And the immediate impact of the practice was what we said by the objective itself. It was the promotion of value system in students, and students were happily learning the competencies and being equipped to serve, and also the community very well benefited from this practice. And the other indirect impacts of the practice were that the students were developing in them, all the other students, the students from the first year itself are developing a culture towards an entry into this core group, and they were tuning themselves for an entry into this core group. And also the other departments and students also developed a healthy competition towards excellence. And the problems uncovered were in the initial stages, we had to face a lot of problems in convincing the students about this relevance of this initiative, and the teachers also had to work hard. But and positive funds was also a challenge, but it was overcome by the contributions from alumni and the resources. And finally, it was the greatest task was to tweak the timetable of this hectic schedule of the academic calendar. And before concluding, I would like to state the NAC core values. These are the NAC core values, and we focused on the two core values set by NAC: fostering global competencies among students and inculcating a value system among students. Thank you.
A very nice presentation. Just I have a few clarifications in this regard. What is the total strength of your college?
1,400.
Pardon?
1,400, sir.
1,400. But you are selecting just 40 students. Is
Yes,
it a too small number?
But our outgoing students are only 400 in number, sir.
Even in that case, it is very too small, and this type of practice can be started from the beginning, even from the first years. That's one thing. And you have some plus point on your side, that is interaction between students and alumni, but you have not mentioned anything about how the alumni helped in this project.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll detail, sir. Actually, interactions with alumni is an important part of this project, because, as I mentioned, most of the two aspects they are helping us. One is regarding their sharing sessions. Sharing sessions, that's very much beneficial for the students. The sharing sessions we are giving with the alumni. And the second one, in the planning also, the STARS committee. We have a committee meant to plan and implement the activities. In that committee, alumni representatives are members, and they actually, based on their experiences, they ask, they give us the suggestions for modifications in the strategies, and also funds. The prizes are sponsored by the Alumni Association every year, and also their resource, as far as resource persons they are providing. So it's a joint venture.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Dr. Lilith Joseph, the presentation and the concept was very pretty unique, because you have made a duo of students and alumni, and you have enabled a platform for interaction of students and alumni. My concern is that already your institution, because I know Bishop Moore is a good old institution, you will be already having a well-structured alumni cell and an alumni system in your college.
Sir, what was the question?
You will be having an alumni cell, right?
Yeah.
An alumni forum.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, so while framing such a bodies, you have to be very cautious that you are not overlapping the activities of the alumni forums, and because whatever initiatives you are doing, definitely the alumni cell and your alumni will be also doing that. Alumni association will be also doing the activities. But the big feature is that you are involving the students. You are involving the students, and you are taking the help of the alumni to groom your students. Am I right?
Yes.
So what is the status of your alumni association? Is it very active, or what are their activities?
Yeah, alumni association is the alumni association is entirely they are working on an independent basis and they are not at all claiming this activity. That they focus mainly on the development plans and all other matters related to discussions related to development and all such matters.
But
Alumni association is very active.
I feel if you join hands together, if your activities are reconciled, then as Joseph sir mentioned, the output will be more and more students will be involved and more resource person can be pumped in. So you can reconcile your activities and you can also take the cognizance of the alumni association. That will strengthen your activities.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yeah, you can ask.
Ma'am, it was a very nice presentation and it's great to involve the alumni members for the various activities. My question to you is, these alumni members, when they interact with your present students, do they compare the atmosphere when they were students and do they share any experiences and explain the benefits over these activities?
Actually, ma'am, there is a difference between learning experiences in the present context and the context they learn. Definitely, there will be such differences in their experience sharing, but as they all know about the purpose of this initiative, they are well aware of the purpose of this initiative. And during the interaction sessions, they focus only on those what we meant for them. Definitely, there will be differences in experiences. Everything will be there. But what they during the interaction sessions, they focus only on how their experiences can make the students improve in their competencies.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presentation is by Dr. Anil Patil, Assistant Professor of Anil Patil, Assistant Professor of English, Vidya Pratishan's KBIET, Bharmati Maharashtra. I request Dr. Mamta Kumari, Mishra Institute of Economic Development and Social Change Partner, be ready.
Sir, may I start?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Sir, is my presentation visible clearly?
No, sir, no, sir.
I have shared the presentation just now.
Yeah, it's opening. Yeah, make it slideshow.
Yes, sir, yes. Sir, is it full screen now?
1 second, sir. I think it's open.
It takes some seconds actually.
Dr. Anil sir, it is not
Yes,
in
sir.
slideshow. Please make it slideshow.
I have already made the slideshow actually.
Yeah, so press F5.
But you select the F5 screen, not this PPT screen. While you're sharing, share the slideshow. You share the PPT screen. That's the thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible now.
Once again, sir. Srinivasan, sir, is the presentation is with you?
No, sir, it's not available.
Okay, sir.
Shall I continue?
Kindly
It
go
is
ahead.
visible?
Anil sir, kindly go ahead.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me thank Dr. Yashan Sureshji for this conference and opportunity. Honorable jury members, all dear participants, I am really glad that in previous two presentations, there was some kind of discussion about communication skills, English communication, soft skills, life skills, and that is what I wanted to focus in today's presentation. I am Anil Patil from Vidya Pratishthans, KBIT Baramati, Pune, Maharashtra. I might sound a bit corrective here, but I do not mean to sound corrective. You can take it as a kind of realistic approach throughout the presentation, please. My first point in the presentation is we need to provide a permanent solution to challenges, and that is the key. So, if we want to improve the communication skills and English of our students, we need not directly teach them English or communication skills. It is always better to teach our teachers first. It is always better for our teachers to speak in English and speak effectively. Communication. If a teacher is capable to speak English fluently in class, reasonably good English in class, learners are best receptors. Focus on English communication. The target should be the improving of teachers' English and communication skills. Unfortunately, happening today, we always point our finger at the students. They are coming from the rural background, remote villages. They are not molded. Their English is like this, their English is like that. But we forget the very important point we do not point the finger at ourselves. Our teachers speak English like it is nothing but 100 times, 1000 times in one, which is not the correct expressions, right? Right? There are so many issues when it comes to effective communication, and if you are delivering your class technical subjects through such kind of communication English, then how can we expect our students to speak and to receive English, correct English? See, students will automatically learn English, but they should receive from you. They follow the teachers, they follow the leaders. Therefore, the responsibility of the teacher is more important here. Unfortunately, what is happening in all the institutions, higher education institutions, they are high. Of course, English teacher is the important person in any institute as such, but it is not the only job of an English teacher to improve the English and communication skills of all the students. English teacher, he can work as a facilitator, a trainer for teachers as well as students. But once the training is received, I always believe that there is always scope for learning more. And if teachers are receptive, if they are ready to learn, English teacher must train them. When I joined my college, the first thing my principal asked me to do is train our teachers, and that is what I wanted to do. I had that approach that we need only one teacher. English teacher cannot teach English to students, so it is necessary to train the teachers, and not only providing training, they should feel that we want to learn English, we want to become effective communicators, and only then we can make some kind of change in the society, in the college, in the institute, right? That should be the approach. Let me just change my slide. Yeah, next is the target should to make learners aware about the importance of improving mother tongue. Unfortunately, what happens, we give a lot of emphasis on English and English only. But when it comes to speaking in our mother tongue, we forget that we cannot even speak better in our mother tongue. It may be Marathi, Bangla, Gujarati, Tamil, whatever. Right? We are not able to speak in our mother tongue for 5 minutes effectively. We cannot convince people, right? We cannot make our listeners feel like, okay, I should or he should or she should listen to us, right? So it is better to focus on our mother tongue. When we understand that yes, improving language, though it is a mother tongue, is necessary, the students or the learners automatically start the focusing on improving their English, because they realize that yes, if we cannot speak in mother tongue effectively, how can we focus on English, right? So there is direct relation between English language and mother tongue, right? So we need to focus on that. The next point is the target should be to tell students stories in English and skillfully relate those stories with their day-to-day life. See, all of you know the importance of telling stories, right? We have been listening to stories from our childhood. Our grandparents, our grandmother, grandpa used to tell us stories, and we still remember the stories. Now we are living in the digital age. If we are able to relate the stories to our day-to-day life, students will understand. It may be a failure story, it may be a success story. We should learn the skill of telling stories and relate those stories with the day-to-day life. Students will surely understand the importance of language, right? It will help them to develop language. Story uses narration is a skill. Automatically, if a teacher is a good storyteller, students will understand that yes, I have to develop this skill, and this skill can help them to learn language effectively. That is why resultantly the students will prepare themselves, right, as good. They can easily master English language. Yes, next 2 minutes. Realization for learners and instructors is crucial here. Therefore, the realization that I want to improve myself. We need to realize the fact that English is a language and not a subject. So language we have to always learn and master. Each teacher should be able to speak reasonably good English.
Time is up. Please complete it.
Yes, in next 1 minute, sir. Teachers and students have to register for MOOCs offered by NPTEL and SWAYAM on English and communication skills. So there are so many courses like Technical English for Engineers, Enhancing Soft Skills and Personality, Developing Soft Skills and Personality, and we made our students to register, and they have received so many certificates from NPTEL and SWAYAM, right? Our college was the top 60 from last two years, right? And obviously it made a difference in students' life. See, there are certain activities which can be important, like role play, individual presentations, group presentations, necessity of mastering language skills, requirement of intentional efforts. Yeah, we need to put in a lot of intentional efforts to improve our listening skills, speaking, reading and writing skills. Peer group activities for vocabulary building, they are essential. Mock interviews, we need to conduct mock interviews, preparing impressive application and resume writing, use of appropriate pronunciation in English, professional world and its expectations, we need to be aware about it and then work on it. Learning from MOOCs and their significance. I have mentored many students. I have received best mentor awards, mentor certificates, right? Top mentor certificates from NPTEL. I have received the gold medal certificate. I am not here appreciating myself or overestimating myself, but here my point is we have this digital age, okay, and if we have the zeal, desire, strong desire to learn, surely there will not be any kind of question like, oh, my students' English is not good. So obviously they will be good at English, but we need to work on the first point is like, are we going to provide good teachers to them? Are they good enough? Are we providing good kind of exposure to them or not? So that needs to be understood first. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It is a nice presentation. Thank you for your achievements also. One thing, it is not very clear whether this type of communication skill is provided to the faculty members or the students, because it was not clearly mentioned in your presentation. Is it for the students or for the teachers?
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. I just mentioned one line. When I joined the college, my principal asked me to train the teachers first. And I conducted 7-day training for them, 1 hour each for 7 days. I focused on basic things like common errors in English, common errors in spoken as well as written English. Obviously, training is not enough. It is the individual efforts which matter most, right? That is why it is important that the teacher should focus on their communication in English. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anil Patil. Okay, see, when the title was a bit impressive because innovative practices for making them or equipping the students for placement. But I think due to time management, we were unable to present your things or whatever your activities, or you were unable to showcase whatever your activities. So, like communication, time management is also very important. So I don't have a question. I only have this observation. So please next time try to focus on what you have given on your slides rather than giving the context or preface. So that is one observation, and I appreciate your sincere efforts to enhance the communication skills of the students of your institution.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you for pointing out. Sure, sir.
And this is Manoj Kumar here. Dr. Anil sir, I also go with the same point what my co-colleague said. Your title was about innovative in placement, something like, but you didn't focus on to that point.
Sir, because of the please.
But instead, you have received the awards in a mentor so much, but that is a need an hour where all the students need a mentors the lifetime. That is appreciation to you. That while doing a presentation, you stick on to the topic and title. But anyway, it's a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. But I just want to say one line here. It is like the righteous approach. We need to correct ourselves first, our teachers, right? And that will automatically help the placement, and of course, it will result into the communication skills of students. So that is what I wanted to focus on. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now the next participant is Mamta Kumari, Ellen Mishra, Institute of Economic Development and Social Change, Patna, Bihar. And I requested Dr. Jayasri Indran, Assistant Professor, MBA, HRM, Rajagiri College of Social Science, Cochin, Kerala, to be ready.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I really feel very honored to be a part of this conference. Since the inception of the conference, I have learned a lot of things. Whatever I have, the knowledge have been shared by our chairman, Ratnam Group of Arts and Science, NAC advisor, principal of the college, and also Dr. S.N. Suresh sir. And now I would like to implement those ideas also in my college. Besides, here now without any further delay, I would like to start my presentation. Will you please show the slide? Yeah. Can you see, sir? Slide.
No, ma'am.
No.
Yeah, I think.
Slide best practices. Wait.
We just opened up PowerPoint.
Will you please take control of the slide yourself?
No, we can see only your screen, ma'am, not the presentation.
We are seeing your desktop. Just shift to the PowerPoint presentation screen so that we will be able to see it. And I have also requested for permission to move the slide. You can approve it. Okay, stop sharing the screen. You won't be able to see your screen. Yeah, now we are seeing your screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, make it slideshow mode, ma'am.
Okay.
Kindly
So,
press.
next, creativity. The practice which we have studied in our college is creativity and innovation through proper deliberation and sharing of knowledge about the subject. Besides developing entrepreneurial skills and including industry institution interface. This is very important, which I have found, because what we can notice that we have to work in dynamic environment and only change is permanent. We all know that change is permanent, and we can sustain in this competitive environment only when we have some creativity and we come up with some innovative ideas. So I have taken this topic as very important, creativity, and I have encouraged among the students creativity and innovation. And besides knowledge, I have just focused on, our institute has focused on knowledge about the subject, and encouraging our students on entrepreneurial skills. Also, since our college is it is basically a management institute, that is industry institution interface. So it is very important that we should have a touch with those industries, because I am Dr. Mamta Kumari, and I am working here since 2007 onwards. And the name of my institute is Ellen Mishra Institute of Economic Development and Social Change. So its name itself makes it clear that we work and we focus on social change as well as economic development. So the next slide, that is objective of the practice. The practices which we implement in our college is quality education to our students and getting them ready for upcoming challenges in environmental challenges and changes in environmental factors. Very important, because now every day we have to keep ourselves updated, and if we do not do that, we will not sustain in this competitive environment, and we will demise. Besides, we have to work on eco-friendly approach also. That I have given importance to this eco-friendly approach, as we hear every day that we are facing pollution problems and many other problems, water problems. So, and there should it is the need of the hour that we should tell our students and all others to think of this aspect. Besides maximum participation of students in the class and the development of their personality by building confidence in them, and students should also be self-motivated and self-disciplined. Next one. Show the next slide.
Control.
Next one is, see, our institution believes in a self-motivated workforce, because until and unless you desire, unless we cannot teach others, until and unless the person himself is interested in learning. So this is very important that our staff and students should be motivated to work at higher levels of their skills and abilities. The institute as a whole runs more efficiently and is more effective at achieving its objectives and goals. And for this, it is also very important to build the brand image, and how creativity and innovative idea generation, or we can say entrepreneurial skills among students, can be helpful developing the institute to be one of the top management institutes. Next. Practice which our college follows are the first of all it has set up an industry advisory board also. As we have said that it is a management college. And so our campus placement is very essential. Students come join this institute with the hope of that they will get job after the completion of the course. And so I'm also very much influenced by our government's run programs by our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, that is Make in India, Digital India, startups by our Chief Minister, Mr. Nitish Kumar, and conduct workshops for our faculties, and also encourage our teachers to participate in QIP and seminars, and also in collaboration with industry and provide suggestions, ask for suggestions from them, process improvement as well as curriculum improvement, if any we could implement. Just now, as I have learned from this seminar also, from this conference also, a lot of things, and I would like to implement, introduce those strategies in our college, the best practices, which I have heard here also. And also at the inaugural functions, students are told about the necessity of attending the class on regular basis, so that they could know a lot of things. Next one. Yeah. Next is faculties, and it is very important for our faculties that they should have good knowledge of the subject, because until and unless they are good at the subject, they won't be able to deliver their ideas, their knowledge to students. And the students, since they come from different backgrounds, from arts, from science, and from other streams, commerce, so they are in a, you can say, vague. The direction is not very clear for them what to do. So their teachers should tell them very clearly how they have to study, why is it important for them to have the knowledge of the subject, so that they could face the challenges which they will meet in near future, either in the form of competition or changes in the environment, or anywhere where they join, or they rather they start their own business also. Then the college has also encouraged to pursue internship. Yeah, definitely internship is provided in our college during the vacations, and they are asked to participate in summer vacation projects, to conduct research, all these. Also they are encouraged to compete in external competitions such as paper presentation organized by different other colleges, contests, innovations. They are encouraged to become self-disciplined by motivational speech. Yeah, next one. Before this, I would like to say that brainstorming session, it is not mentioned here, but I have already mentioned that brainstorming case studies, we teach our students with the help of case studies, brainstorming, and role play. Different case studies are provided to students, and they have to come prepared, and they have to come prepared. Wait, sorry sir, wait, seventh one. Yeah, and wait, the brainstorming, role play, yeah, and all this, our institute fosters to pursue international standard quality of excellence in academics, research, and consultancy. It is very important. They are encouraged to participate in all these QIP, we can say, and other research related programs, so that they may come up with their own innovative ideas, and with presentation and new concepts. Let us come to the next one. Yeah, The college has launched alumni portal to connect with alumni and utilize their services. What happened? Already. Now, see what our college faced earlier, that it was initially losing its brand image. Students were not showing their interest in learning, and they were avoiding the classes. So later on, we tried to find out the reasons behind, and then we started these practices so that students should take interest, and through these various quiz contests and other programs, we found that the institute has lost its brand image, and also the number of students increased in the class. Wait. Next. The biggest problem that our college faced was designing lack of finance, and besides organizational politics and culture was the biggest hurdle in our way. And but due to the support of some very good and honest teachers, faculties, we were able to remove these obstacles from our way, and now our college is counted as one of the best institute in Bihar. Thank you.
Nice presentation, ma'am. There's too many parameters you have mentioned, but I would like to get details of two aspects. What is the eco-friendly approach you followed? Anything innovative in the eco-friendly approach in your institution?
Eco-friendly approach, students are encouraged, they work on this aspect on eco-friendly. When I take class, because I teach there as an assistant professor, I also ask them to work to be connected with green environment, clean environment, and to encourage them to connect with rural areas, and to motivate them to come up with startups, what businesses they can do in rural areas, and taking into consideration the environmental aspects, such as plantation, to connect with plantation, cow, to encourage the plantation and many other agricultural agribusiness, we can say.
Okay, ma'am. One more thing, that industry institution interaction.
Yeah.
What is the activity we are preparing?
Yes.
Industry institution interface. Which activity is being practiced in your institution?
Sir, will you please repeat the question?
You have mentioned in it the title as industry institution interface. Any specific activity under that heading? Where you have for a collaborative project with the industry.
Actually, we have a placement team department in which Mrs. Ritu ma'am, she connects our institute with those industry existing in Bihar and outside also. And also we have a since we have set up with our alumni, we have set up our own alumni, and they are working in different and so we take help from these people, and also some from time to time industrial visit is conducted, and they are asked to come in our organization and deliver the organize seminars and deliver their valuable share their valuable ideas, and if any improvement is needed, we try to implement those in our college.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a nice presentation. I request Dr. Jayashree, Assistant Professor, MBA HR of Rajgiri College of Social Science, Cochin, Kerala, to present, and I request Ms. K. Swarna Devi, Madurai Sivagasi Nada's Pioneer Meenakshi Women's College, Uvanthi, Tamil Nadu, be ready for the presentation. Dr. Jayashree?
Yes, sir.
You can start.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. It's clear.
Just a minute, sir. I'm trying to share.
Getting loaded, ma'am.
Excuse me, sir. Is it visible?
No, ma'am. No.
It is sharing, sir.
Srinivasan sir, it will be better if we share the presentations, because many of the participants are not able to view these slides. Yes, ma'am, we can
Now
see your slides. Yeah, we can see your slides. Make it a presentation mode, ma'am. Slideshow mode.
Yeah, it is in presentation mode only, sir.
No, it's full view of slideshow mode.
Oh my God, for me it is showing presentation mode only. Maybe it's because I have problem with my Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi power supply
No problem,
got
you can
disconnected.
proceed. Please proceed. You change your slides. No problem.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I thank, first of all, I thank the organizers and the management of Ratnam College, especially for having coordinated for everything that we were in need. And let me start my presentation. It is actually an assignment which is given in terms of accreditation goals, and we are also going for American accreditation in Rajgiri. And my own guru, Dronacharya, and the Dronacharya was presenting paper in the Corona section, and I both my case to have for blessings and let me start presenting my paper. It is an actually assignment given to MSRM students first semester. The subject which was in which this assignment was given as HR accounting and auditing. The assignment name is finding an alternative recruitment strategy. Actually, let me show you where this assignment was posted and given instructions to the students and what is the context of assignment, all those things. Let me share you with the screen of LMS. This is are you able to see the screen? Moodle assignment announcement page. Hello?
Ma'am, your voice is
audible?
breaking. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Is the screen shown, sir? Assignment page, Moodle page?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. No, ma'am. It's not changing. You can proceed, ma'am. No problem. Srinivasan sir, it would be better if we start sharing it. There is some problem. We start sharing.
Yes, sir. Please help me to share, sir. Because
no, ma'am. You can proceed for the next presentation. We will do it.
Okay. So this is actually an assignment. In the second module of accounting, we have a content called recruiting and training course, in which students are supposed to understand and experience how to cost the recruitment program, training program, all the HR functional areas costing is the topic which we were supposed to teach in the subject. So in that connection only we had given this assignment, making students understand what actually to understand and how to do the recruiting cost. That is the idea for which this assignment was given. And the objectives of the assignment was making relevant knowledge and experience in choosing the best alternative recruiting strategy, and to make the learners capable of taking effective and efficient decisions in terms of choosing the best alternative strategy for an existing strategy. Then it's also talking about helping the organization to make the manager efficient and effective in cost-effective management, as well as making the monetary resources using appropriately from time to time and manage the employee retention during the crisis. And it also helps the students to understand how to reduce the cost, how to make the investment effective. These are the things that the learners are supposed to expect from this assignment. Then they also get their patients to know the details, interpret the economic position of the organization, and execute the recruiting function with confidence. These are the objectives for which the assignment was given. And the context of the practice is this assignment. Just a minute. It's not showing for me that. Hello? Excuse me, sir. Am I audible? Excuse me, am I audible? Excuse me, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but your voice is dissipating, ma'am. You have a network issue at your side, I think. Kindly.
That's what, sir. My Wi-Fi got disconnected, so I am coming. I am presenting on the mobile data. That's the problem. I'm so sorry.
Presentation is a crisp one and discuss the important points, ma'am, with the permission of the judge.
Okay. The context of the assignment was focusing on the cost effectiveness or reach effectiveness of the suggested alternative strategy, and it also maps the course outcome. Our graduates will be able to generate multiple alternatives while responding a problem or issue. That is the outcome on which the assignment was given. And the design and implementation was done by using Moodle as an open resource learning management system. Then all the students, including the faculty with full control option for submission and evaluation of the assignment, were incorporated in the Moodle page. Then the faculty shared some specific job profiles for the existing recruiting strategy in an organized context, and including cost and reach related data.
Sorry to interrupt. We are not able to hear anything, ma'am. Your voice is breaking up.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Let me come on mobile.
Ma'am, you do one thing, like we'll have your presentation after some time. You just be ready with your presentation. Sir, judges, please, can we move on to the next participant?
Yes, I think that will be a better decision.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
You be ready with your presentation, ma'am. Once the network issues is okay, then you just inform us.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
I request next participant, Dr. Veena Anil, SDMB Vaishnava College for Women, Ropet, Chennai. Dr. Veena Anil. And I request Dr. P. Jayalakshmi, Department of Commerce, CMS College of Science and Commerce, be ready with Ready for your presentation. So now Dr. Beena Anil, STMP Vaishnava College for Women Program. Beena ma'am, are you there? Yeah, please unmute and speak. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, you can start your question.
Share the screen. Yes, sir.
The next presentation is by Dr. B. Jayalakshmi, Department of Commerce, CMS College of Science and Commerce. Please be ready. Followed by Ms. C. Ramalakshmi, Madhuri Sivagasi Nadal, Pioneer Peanut Foods College, Pune.
Kind instruction.
Shall I start, sir?
One second, ma'am. 1 second. Can you make it full screen mode, ma'am?
It is full screen actually, sir.
Have you sent to our mail, ma'am?
Yes, I have sent it to you, sir, to your mail, as well as this IQAC mail too.
Srinivasan, sir, please check.
Let me share.
Is it full screen right now, sir?
No, ma'am.
Yes.
I think we'll share it from our side.
Okay, sir. I tried both the possibilities.
Okay, no problem.
Right.
This is kindly note, this is Dr. Beena Anil, STMP Vaishnava College for Women, Mumbai, Chennai.
So the complete slide is not visible on the screen. It is cutting from right side. Ma'am, please click that symbol where the magnification is written there.
Well, it is shared now from our side, ma'am. Is it visible to you?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, professors and distinguished judges. I am Beena Anil from Srimati Devgunwar Nanalal Bhatt Vaishnav College for Women, as otherwise called SDNB Vaishnav College for Women. And my topic is Teach to Learn and Learn to Teach, Designing Digital Tasks to Develop English Language Skills. Before I get into the session, I would like to thank our Madam Principal, Dr. Geeta ma'am, who is always a driving force and encouragement for us. Thank you, ma'am, for that. I thank Suresh sir. I thank Ratnam Institute of Colleges for this wonderful opportunity. Sir, shall we move to the next slide, please? We the change, we teachers are the change makers. We are the real change makers because we address the digital natives who are our students, and we are, even though we don't belong to digital natives, we have learned much about technology, and every day is a learning process for us, and we learn more about technology. So I salute all the teachers who started to learn more about technology, especially during this lockdown period, during this pandemic. So with that salute, I'm going to get into my next slide. So before I talk about the best practices which are conducted at the Department of English, I would like to enlighten or highlight some of the best practices we have at SDNB Vaishnav College for Women. The first one is mentoring. The second one is SDNB TED Talk, which is by the student, for the student, of the student. And the next one is counseling. And we have digital library just a click away, which has got a repository of lot of resources which really help our students to go just a click away. And we have Startup Club, Innovation Cell, and I would like to pinpoint this one particular best practice, which is offering live skill programs for all the students totally free. So we see to it at least all the students who really know what their life is all about, because we cater to the need of first generation learners. Our college was established in 1968. So more than 50 years, half a century of service imparting quality education to first generation learners. And the next one is research work with students. And we do a lot of research work along with the students, and our college management offers seed money for self-financing staff members to conduct various in-depth research programs. And we have 2 international journals, e-journals, which are in the pipeline, and it is always welcoming all the researchers across the world. And this one best practice, which is meant for our students, which is Sparkle's research book publication, completely meant for our students. And we have this Ugand plagiarism software, which really run all the papers, would really touch upon the quality of the papers. And it is again a very good initiative by our college under the leadership of our Madam Principal. And the next one is Rotary Club, and the Rotary Club is a one club which is always good enough to run a lot of programs to fund rise, and those funds which has been accumulated through such programs has always been used for needy people. And another one is scholarship facilities for our students. During this pandemic, as I said, most of the students are first generation learners. So college, see to it, we would offer a lot of financial facilities by paying fees or examination fees to those students who really struggle to make both ends meet. And we have a lot of business ideas, and we along with students, we staff members would visit nearby villages, would always give them a lot of ideas how to start their own business. And one such was mushroom cultivation, and it was ventured in a beautiful way, but it was really successful because many women in a neighboring village started to do their own business, started to start up their own business. Please, next slide. And we have many more such practices. And I wanted to highlight few. And when I get into my presentation about my department, I would like to thank our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for his talk which happened day before yesterday about games, involving games in the learning pedagogy at higher level education. So I'm very happy that we at Vaishnav College started to use game as a concept of making students to learn English in an effective way. So with that note, I get into the best practices which we have at the Department of English, SDMB Vaishnav College. We use digital tasks. When we use digital tasks, it's like we have been using, all the teachers use a lot of tasks in the classroom to make students engage. There is no doubt about it. During these 2 years, we started to engage our students because we have a lot of complaints, and we are not here to pinpoint any sort of the complaints because both the sides we have stress, depression, everything. So looking on the concept of the students, because they are the real asset of our life being, I would say that. So we use digital tasks because that will really make students to understand the real essence of technology, their behavior pattern and their sportive attitude. They really know where they stand by looking into the digital task by evaluation. And such digital tasks really help them to develop the critical thinking and the strategic thinking. And it always develops this collaborative learning. And again, the corrective measures. Most of the time it is always difficult when you pinpoint the mistake of the students on the face. So we have this, these digital tasks really help to understand where they have to correct themselves, how they have to develop themselves. Yes, sir, please. Next slide, sir. Yeah, thank you. And digital tasks is not only talking about the technological skill, all stuff. It's like digital task really helps students to develop their confidence, develop their communicative skills, and you know that. As I said, first generation students, and some of them would be from English medium of instruction would be English, but we have few set of students who would come from medium of Tamil, instruction would be Tamil, and there is nothing wrong in that. But they have the inferiority complex. I would say conducting such tasks, such especially digital tasks during these troubled times, you can reduce the inferiority complex of them because they really know, hey, I'm also part of this. It is always a very good initiative. And very important thing is, it's like we have to make them understand that English is not a subject. It is a language to learn, language to speak. And we really make them to understand this is learning a language is nothing to do with intelligence. Learning a language is something out of an interest, out of a practice. You can learn a language in a jiffy. It's a very easy thing. And sorry, sir, please. Yeah, and then these digital tasks also help to understand the real human values, been instilled among students. I'll tell you just an example. It's like, our college offers a lot of prizes for all the competitions. We conduct a lot of competition. We conduct a lot of activities. But out of the way, our English department will always go for conducting a lot of activities in the system called mentoring. So we really offer some prize to them. Say about, take for example, I would say, like, if you're going to have this as a wonderful competition, then I'm going to give you 250 rupees top up. Your mobile will be top up with 250 rupees. I'll believe it or not, so far, half the students have given their friends' mobile who really struggle to top up their mobile phone. So it is considered that our children are still have all sort of good qualities in them. And a very important thing is our college provide free mobile phones to students who could not buy mobile phone. So again, it's a very good initiative by our college. And collaborative learning. And one important thing is we always involve our students. Third year students have been involved to conduct such digital tasks. Please, sir, next slide. And the next slide is the board. Is a board game which was being designed by me, and it was being published in the Australian Council of Education Research, and in the year 2020. And it was being really accepted to be a wonderful game because it will really talk about the grammatical aspects. It's a very easy game. It's called WWW. So you can play this game so that you can develop the students' grammatical aspects, their spellings. Their grammatical exercises would be really done using this board game. Please, next, sir. And this one is again a story narrative method which was being published in TESOL, USA-based association. And this was something where children could really narrate a story using pictures. And another technique, and you can use it in a digital manner as well as in a physical classroom also. Please, sir. And I have mentioned some of the games which we conduct, digitally. You can use it, even you can use these games in our classrooms also. And now I'm talking about digital tasks. These games can be conducted, digitally. So we conducted, all the games were really successful. When you are going to, yes sir, please sir, next slide. When you're going to talk about digital task, I would really say these components are really developed. These components are really improved. As Ladaman said, you have to do research to stand a point, and I have done that research also. So I can make a point very clearly. The children really felt that the vocabulary has been really developed, the communication skill is really developed. Yes. Next slide, sir. And I'm here to share some of the tools which you really wonder if we really go for any sort of costly tools. No, we use very basic digital tools to conduct such digital games. I'm going to list out all the tools which are really familiar to you. Please, sir, next one, sir. We use Google Forms, we use Google Slides, Google Sites, Blogspot, YouTube channel, podcast, video recorder, Google Translate, Google Meet, and we use chat also there, web search, and I've given 2 or 3 sites which will really help you to go to the next level. And WhatsApp is an amazing tool to really talk about how you're going to make students under one roof. Yes, sir. And Google Forms, all of us know about Google Forms because most of us really have our life only on Google Forms. And using this Google Form, I have conducted a lot of competitions, like translate a song in English, and you can upload a video and ask the students to write a story in about 50 words, because even you can train students, and you can give a poem and you ask the students to sing a song in their own way. So next one is Google Slides. And when you look at my slide, it is completely different because I downloaded it from Slide Mania, which is a complete free website where you can download the template.
Thank you, sir.
So it's for me. Yes, sir, please. And you have this PPT, which is really helpful for students to conduct their lot of digital tasks like memes, all stuff. So Google Site is the next one, which is a customized website. And we can have this website, I would say it's a very helpful website for all the teachers, because when you're going to have all your resources, you want to upload the e-book, or you want to convert your e-book into QR code, you can do everything using this Google site, and it is totally free. You want to have the subscription form and you have to pay 1,500, I guess. But I would say you always go for free version because you have a lot of pages in this, which will be really helpful for you to have a customized website on your own. Please, sir. And you have Blogspot. Again, in our college, English department, all the students have their blog. So all the students have their blog and they start to write their own creativity, and we are being interconnected. So it is again a very good system of encouraging them to come up with their own ideas. And podcast, I'm not talking about the bombastic podcast. It's like the mobile recording. I would give a task to them. I would ask them to read the book, and they would read and they would record the voice and send it to me. Sometimes when they ask them to do in a recording manner the video, they would do it and send it to me, and then a proper assessment would be done. And Google Translate, again, another application which is really helpful. It is a hilarious application. You type something in Tamil and something will come in English. So again, it's a nice way. And you have sites, some of the sites. Please, next sites for task. These are the sites which are really wonderful. And again, I just have given a snapshot of such sites. And you have Open Culture. All these are free websites, and they have this audio books, as well as you have this Vishu, this previous one, sir, please, previous one. You have this Vishu, words. It's a visual dictionary. You type a word and you get everything. You have this, where you have to find out whether it's a verb or adjective or adverb. So it is a very wonderful website. I make use of these websites to make my students really engaging. Please, sir, next one. And here it's about how to use this Google Meet chat. So sometimes we give quiz. Sometimes you can ask the students to. It's like polling, you call it. Socrative is a polling application. I don't allow our students to download any sort of applications unnecessarily. So I type the question and then ask the students to type the answer in the chat box. So again, it's all developing the interest. And then a web search, and again, it's like I give a topic to them and ask them to go to the next tab and then try to find out the answer and post in the chat box. Yes. And now I talk about this research which I have done. I've just a previous one, sir. This is the team which I've been really working with. I really experiment all my digital tasks with these children, 43 students, and all of them from first year and second year. And 38 students had their education, medium of instruction was English till class 10, and 5 had their instruction, medium of instruction is Tamil. Yes, sir. Next one. No, the previous one, sir. The first question, the previous, yes. And I conducted a survey to find out how effective digital tasks are. I really created a questionnaire which had 10 questions, and students started to have. Why you really wonder why it was not? Because you send Google form to everybody, it is very easy to collect the data. But I wanted everything to be really authentic, because these children really know the essential thing about digital tasks. So when
thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll finish only with the observation. Yeah, give me a minute, sir. I'll finish it.
No, ma'am. Like you have taken twice the time which has been allotted. Don't take it in the negative sense. We have given a clear instruction, like the presentation time will be 7 minutes and 3 minutes for discussion. Maximum time of 10 minutes. Take it in the positive sense. You just prepare the slides as per the instructions given.
Yes, sir.
Judges, please.
Nice. Practice during the pandemic, ma'am. I have just one question. How much time the teacher will be able to spend in replying to the or correcting the student's response?
Sir, it depends upon actually, because we see when you have this Google form, I'll tell you, it has always been, everything has been downloaded. You have the Google Excel sheet. So you really understand where they stand. You really check the MP which has been really downloaded, or with one glow, you really understand how students have really taken up.
Fine for writing skill, but English as a language, you need that's oral interaction will be better. So is there a possibility of having discussion or interaction with the student? And if you have given so much of ideas, and a single teacher cannot be able to perform all.
Exactly. So, it's a teamwork. The department would go for this, sir.
Okay.
And again, for this speaking, it's like we have lot of recording thing. You really give them a picture and ask them to record the story and send it across. Or otherwise, we go for a group meeting. We'll ask them to do the presentation. As you said, it's like we divide the group into small so that all of us could really engage all the students. Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Veena Madam.
Yes, sir.
It's been nice that you have embraced the digital technologies to this LSRW skills. A lot of, and even myself, I have learned a lot of things from your presentation, and especially this the visuwords.com. It's a new information to us. So that's fine, ma'am. So no questions from my end. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next presentation, Dr. P. Jayalakshmi, Department of Commerce, CMS College of Arts and Sciences.
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir.
Yeah, you can start, ma'am.
Okay, sir, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Dr. Jayalakshmi from CMS College of Science and Commerce, Coimbatore. Thank you for giving this opportunity to present my paper. Information and Communication Technology Empowered Teaching and Learning. Objectives. The adoption of information and communication with teaching and learning gives better opportunities to mentor and mentee to work better in this pandemic situation of education. E-attendance system should be implemented in online classes. Online feedback system is to be implemented for students to give the feedback of mentors with respect to each class. Standard dress code should be implemented for both mentor and mentee in online classes. ICT facilities such as internet, laptops should be provided to the higher educational students. The context. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. A significant hindrance in the implementation of ICT in higher educational institution is the absence of knowledge and skills. There is deficiency of dynamic instructors officially prepared in ICT. Additionally, there is not really any quality preparing bestowed consistently to educators associated with ICT education. Higher educational institution neglects to see the significance and earnestness of the part of ICT in education enhancement. Appropriate and most recent equipment and programming office accessibility decides the compelling and productive utilization of technology. In developing countries, ICT implementation into education system is a troublesome errand as it requires a magnum of funds, infrastructure and support facilities. An enormous extent of the instructive programming delivered in the world market is in English. Larger part of online substance is accessible in English. In developing countries, English language capability is not high, particularly outside the metropolitan regions, which turns into a genuine hindrance to expanding the instructive advantage of ICT. The practice. The colleges are presently making their own computerized archive of books with the goal that understudies can be given an advanced learning climate. It empowers understudies to learn through digital books, pictures, recordings, reproductions, and perceptions. Utilizing ICT, the National Mission on Education is attempting to figure new online course content for undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral studies. Colleges are likewise delivering content through radio, TV, and satellite. With the employ of smartphones, educational institutions can undoubtedly move towards understudies to make them mindful about the courses. And undertakings like organization, sharing class notes, downloading lectures, texting, and so on have been made simple by a straightforward advanced cell. Cell phones are likewise being utilized to get to PC records from distant areas. Current advancements like cell phones and tablets are making life much simpler for mentors and mentees. The technique for Instructing has changed throughout the long term as understudies like to go past course book. Internet learning devices help mentees handle ideas without any problem. Graphical and visual portrayal of complex themes and ideas make learning simple. Next, evidence of success. Positive effect more probable when connected to pedagogy. It is accepted that particular employments of ICT can have positive effect understudy accomplishment when ICTs are utilized fittingly to supplement an educator's current academic ways of thinking. PC-aided instruction has been seen to somewhat improve student execution on multiple choice standardized testing in some areas. ICTs are believed to be less successful when the objectives are for their utilization are not satisfactory. While such an explanation would give off an impression of being plainly obvious, the particular objectives for ICT use in instruction are practically speaking are frequently, truth be told, comprehensively or rather inexactly characterized. ICT is utilized as a tool for students to find learning themes, take care of issues, and give answers for the issues in the learning cycle. ICT makes information procurement more open, and ideas in learning regions are perceived while drawing in understudies in the utilization of ICT. Problems encountered and resources required. Numerous hindrances exist in the method of adoption of ICT with teaching and learning methods. The significant boundaries faced by students while using ICT were absence of certified programming, deficient PC in the homeroom, low speed web, absence of inspiration from both instructor and understudy side to utilize ICT, absence of appropriate preparing abilities, inaccessibility of most recent ICT hardware, absence of master specialized staff, poor managerial help, helpless course curriculum, etc. ICT gadgets that are utilized in education, educating and learning are desktop and laptops, projector, tablets, pen drive, interactive whiteboard or smartboard, internet, smartphone, etc. E-readers are electronic gadgets that can hold many books in digital form and they are progressively used in the conveyance of reading material. Valuable instruction technology resources are Office 365, Google Meet for online classes, Google Classroom for submission of assignment by students, plagiarism software for research students, and so on. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
A nice overall view you have given, ma'am. It's nice presentation. But I would like to ask one question. What is the exact innovative best practice followed in your college in ICT? Example in your college.
Okay, sir. In our college, PPT presentation in visible in the smart board, sir. Whiteboard also is in our college, sir. Then all the students get labs, sir. So students are studied through smartphones. Now, in the current situation, many students are using the smartphone through Google Meet and Zoom Meet. We are conducting the classes, sir.
This is a practice, but I want to know, is there any innovative best practice from your side? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. C. Ramalakshmi, IQAC member, Mother Seva Sinadas, Pioneer, Meenakshi Women's College, 213. And I request Dr. K. Pradeepa, AJK College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, be ready with your presentation. Followed by Mr. R. Venkatesan, Associate Professor and IQAC Coordinator, Venkateswamy Naidu College, Kovilpatti.
Ramalakshmi ma'am, you can stop sharing your screen. We will be sharing on our behalf.
Okay, sir. I stopped, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I've already shared. Kindly confirm whether it is visible.
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Yeah, you can start.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for this opportunity. I am from Madurai Sivagasi Nadar Pioneer Meenakshi College, which is 23 years old college. I am just going to share one of our success story, the empirical erudition and exciting extension. Next slide, sir. The aim of this practice is to make our students' learning as experiential learning, and we want our student to extend hand to the society. Next slide, sir. The context is, this is our institutional social responsibility. Here I want to mention that the practice may be very small, but we are giving it in a best way. So this small practice, we started as an innovative practice 15 years back. Next slide, sir. Next one, sir. Thanks to the word lab to land by ICAR in 1970, we took that word and we practiced everything the students studied in their classroom, we brought it to the society. Next slide, sir. Always great accomplishments begin with small ideas. We were seated by our magnanimous management who decided to start our college in Puvandi, a small village of 500 families living in that place. Our management had a possibility to start the college in Madurai, but they decided to start here with the mission of our college that bringing up the students who are not creamy layer students, who have otherwise no possibility of having higher education. So from in and around, we are getting nearly 1,500 students studying in our college. Then we are further nurtured by the affiliating universities curriculum. They gave a topic called extension activity given to all students, second year students, and we make use of that and we made our best practice. Along with that, the government schemes like Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Swachh Bharat, Digital and so on also helped us. So with this, we made our innovative practice as a best practice. We started with, next slide, sir. The normal thing any college do, we also started with NSS special camps, blood donation camps, acting as scribe to visually challenged students, voluntary service in old age home, exhibition on wheels, free tuition to the rural, middle school and primary school students in order to motivate them for higher studies. Why we are doing this? We think that it is our social responsibility to mold the young students into a responsible citizen. So, sir, next slide. We enhance this as our best practice. Next slide, sir. So we started the practice with adoption of villages. With NSS unit, we selected one village. We adopted that 15 years back. For the last 5 years, we have selected 5 villages using UBA project. Under UBA project in Gandhigram University, our teachers were trained how to train the students. Then, next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. Sir, previous one, sir. Sorry. Then, with the help of the digital project, the APJ Abdul Kalam's project, the chairman of that project is Mr. J. Muthu. He trained the volunteer students from second year. We selected 50 students. Under each student, we have selected some 25 students and all the second years were covered. The volunteers were trained by the trainers as well as the digital members. The first training we gave is safety is first. Being a women college, we trained our faculty as well as student and we framed a policy that Only we meet the family and women folk of the village, not the men individually. Next. As a first step, we made survey of a need analysis with the help of mathematics and commerce students and trainers. They collected the information, they found the need of that village. You must be wondering, this is a normal practice, why you are making it as a special thing? That I will discuss in problem encountered. So, we found the need analysis. We categorize our activity into three. One thing is awareness program. The second thing is camps. And the third thing is impacting the student children in the village by bringing them to the college or moving to them and inculcate the interest for education. So next slide, sir. With the help of the VAOs, Tahsildars, we formed Grama Sabha. We discussed with village people. We discussed the survey report with them, and we finalized what we are to do, and we started our work. Next one, sir. Our students and the experts gave many awareness program regarding agriculture loan, the small business loans and small business training, digital security training. Here I come out with one point. Being a small village, we think of that the people are unaware of digital gadgets. But unfortunately, the third generation who are working in Singapore and Malaysia as a laborers give enough money them to get digital gadgets. They are having digital gadgets and they are not aware of how to use it, how to secure it and how to make use of that for their business or agriculture. We give that training and that availability of loan with the help of State Bank of India and experts from digital training. Next one, sir. We conducted many camps, medical camps, dental camp, eye camp and veterinary camp. And veterinary camp is a very great success because it is a village and every year we are doing that. Next one, sir. And we bring the students of small villages. Note that we are women college, but we are training the small boys in the village. They are losing the higher education interest and they are moving along with their parents to work. So to avoid that, we bring them to our college and show our lab. We take the models to their place and display them. Next one, sir. So as the outcome, there is an attitudinal change among our students as well as the villagers. The evidence of success we felt is our students could discover their values, they could empathize others, they had developed solidarity, they had the commitment for surrounding community. They approached their professional activity in the position of social commitment. Of course, we had problems. Next, sir. Next, sir. Next, sir, please. The problem is time management, and mainly the problem we felt is the cooperation from the people of the selected village. That challenge we made as our opportunity because being 25 years old college, some of our students are from that village itself and students from that village became our alumni who are working as a staff in our college. Approaching the villagers using the students from that village and the alumni of that village, the teachers from that village, we make it as an opportunity and we got the cooperation from the public. The only resource we need for this is, sir, next slide. The willingness both from the village side as well as from our teacher and student side, the responsibility from both sides and commitment from all the side. Thank you.
Nice topic, ma'am, because extension work is very important for higher education institution nowadays. Just I want to ask one clarification. You mentioned something about exhibition on wheels.
Yes, sir.
What is that? Have you done it?
Actually, we are in a small village. In and around there are many villages. They have no transportation facility to bring their children to our college. So we have transportation facility, buses. We take all our models to that school. We get permission from the government side, collectorate, as well as from the school. We exhibit our exhibitions there. We ask the students from the nearby villages. We take our transport. From using our transport, we bring the nearby students to that school and we exhibit.
Okay, nice, ma'am. One suggestion. Of course, this is a age-old practice what the NSS and other service organization are doing. So bring in something innovative so that it will be, still more a better practice. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I request Dr. Pradeepa, NAC coordinator, AJK College of Arts and Science to present, and I requested Mr. R. Venkateshan, associate professor and IQC coordinator, G. Venkateswamy Naidu College, Kovilpatti, be ready with the presentation. Ma'am, please.
Shall I start? Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Okay, primarily at HEI College of Arts and Science. So the best practice what I am proposing is a course prototype model for achieving a complete attainment of course outcomes. So this is the one which I am proposing, not in practice as of now. The definition what I have given for you. Next slide. Next slide, please. I start with the definition of OB. OB is the educational theory that is to achieve the goal. This is B. Next slide. So scenario in is like this. In any autonomous institutions or in an affiliating college, the syllabus will be provided by the affiliate or the autonomous. Affiliate course outcomes, program outcomes will also be defined by the faculty members who is handling the course. They are in a situation to frame a balanced course plan, which will incorporate various additional components to meet. So the need why we should include additional components. It might not. You might not be able to meet up the few higher order thinking levels of Bloom's like analysis, synthesis, and evaluation by keeping the syllabus proposed by the affiliating university or the autonomous institution. So it's necessary for us to include
Ma'am, we are not able to hear your voice.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
So the scenario is like that. Autonomous institutions or the affiliating universities, they will be providing the syllabus and the course course plan along with some additional components like capstone project, case analysis, assignment, assessment, etc. The need for the additional components is there. syllabus will not be able to meet out the predefined course outcome. The course outcomes cannot be attained just by keeping the syllabus alone. So there is a need for additional components. So keeping in mind, next slide please. The proposed practice is to create a prototype model which incorporates the techniques, methodologies, assignments, project titles by an expert, which can be utilized by a novice faculty member to handle the course accordingly, so the course outcome will be met without any deviation. This is the objective of my proposed model. Next slide, please. So the context. So the context is like the motivation for the modelers. A faculty member who is a beginner to the teaching of them may find it difficult to plan the course. So it is better to be very efficient. Model can be designed for all the courses, which can be utilized by all the novice faculty members, including the faculty members who are not well versed in outcome-based education. Next slide. So the model has to be created by a subject expert who is well versed with the course and define course outcome. The next, the model creator should possess a good knowledge in outcome-based education and how to define outcomes. The next important thing to note here is the model should be created by incorporating planning structure, techniques to be used, types of assignments and case studies to be given to the students. So everything should be properly read and analyzed by the course expert. Then the consideration should be given for completing the syllabus within the stipulated period of time, and the flow sequence in which the course topic should be covered should also be so additional components should also be defined, and they should be mapped with the appropriate course outcomes. So this is the proposed model, what I am proposing. This is the practice. So the advantage is that following this model will help the faculty member for completing the course within the stipulated period of time, and also it will help for the novice faculty member for attainment of course outcomes without any issues. The novice faculty member, they might not be having they might not be having any obvious model. They can easily cover the syllabus and do all the so I say that the practice with the model will act as a quality enhancer in teaching learning process. The evidence of success, the success rate of no real class can handle the course, which will in part with the experienced faculty member. So the probability of classroom teaching and understandability will be very. So the problems encountered might be the novice faculty member must stick to the fixed prototype model, which may become a hindrance to his or her activity in handling the course. A model is the need of the faculty member to learn about the outcome-based education, because already learn about his and the final thing mentioned can create a model, because the person is expert in the subject. He will introduce some difficulties to the novice faculty. My presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Judges.
Ma'am, is your college an autonomous college or affiliated one?
Sir, it's affiliating college, sir.
Okay, because the affiliating college will be having limited opportunity over this outcome-based education. Okay.
Yeah, sir. It is already predefined by the affiliating university, sir. All the course outcomes and program outcomes are predefined by the affiliating university, and we as faculty members should take class accordingly to meet the proposed outcomes.
Do you have a common model for all the subjects, or you have any specific individual model for different subject, depending upon whether it is science or arts?
No, sir. Actually, I got it. Actually, I'm proposing like if we maintain a model, prototype model for all the courses in the department,
Okay, the voice is breaking, but anyway, that should depend upon the subject. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Mr. R. Venkatesan, Associate Professor and IPH Coordinator, G. Venkateswamy Naidu College, Kovilpatti, to present. And I request Dr. P. Ajita, Associate Professor, Software Systems and Computer Science, PG, KG College of Arts and Sciences, ready for the next presentation.
Sir, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear, you can proceed.
Sir, my slides are visible?
Yes, sir. You can proceed.
I am Mr. R. Venkatesan from G. Venkateswamy Naidu College, which is started in 1966 by the charity G. Kuppasamy Naidu College, Charity Trust for Medical Relief and Education, Coimbatore. Recently, we were awarded autonomous status. My college was accredited with A grade by NAC. Our college located in a rural area. From Kovilpatti, our college is some 4 kilometers away. The title of the practice is motivating the students to write their way to national honor. Our college science departments are involved in to create in scientific awareness, and Tamil English departments are involving in develop language skills among students. Nature club and quiz clubs are involved in to disseminate the knowledge on current affairs, to conserve biodiversity, and to sensitize social responsibility. Next slide, sir. In 21st century, students need scientific and technological knowledge and language communicative skills for survival after the degree. Social and environmental awareness is needed, and current affairs knowledge also needed to face competitive exams. So we are planning to give a bridge course to new entrants, because all the students from 90% students from Tamil medium, rural area, from marginal families. So we are giving bridge course because the courses are in English medium. We are giving the suitable words to take the course in English. The students are trained likewise from small words to sentences, then paras. Then we are taking the students to English medium. Next slide, sir. The practice now involves 90% students from Tamil medium. So the departments are conducting bridge courses, seminars, workshops, essay contests, and elocution for the development of the students. And the quiz clubs was set up by conducting a entrance test. From that, 16 members are selected, and the 16 members are split into 4 teams. The teams were trained by faculty members by conducting month-end and weekend quizzes for the benefit of the students. We are also conducting annual Cavalier GK Devarajulu Memorial Intercollegiate Quiz for around 40 colleges are participating in this quiz event, and prizes are awarded to the winners. We are arranging coaching classes for competitive exams, NET/SLET, TNPSC, and central government exams. The prime focus is in the before 20 years, our college English department professor Dr. Al Krishnamurthy has started this BARC national level essay contest. Initiated national essay level contest on nuclear science and technology. He sent 1 student after selection. Actually, the students are encouraged to write essay on the topic given by the BARC. The essay was sent to Mumbai. There number of essays, among a number of essays, sometimes our essay may be selected. The first essay selected was in 2002. Mr. Ashok Kumar was selected. Now he is working in Amazon. He went to Mumbai and won consolation prize only. After that, a number of students got selected, and in the fourth year, our student got selected to get first prize, amount around 10,000. From that onwards, we are initiating the students and encouraging the students to face exam, to write this essay contest, and our students are willing. Students are writing the essays and sending. Sir, my voice is clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can see.
We are sending it to Mumbai. Sometimes you are getting selections. The selected students are provided to and fro train fare and free accommodation. They are going there and visiting the facilities in Mumbai. And one day they get a presentation and before judges. After presentation, the students were awarded prizes. Likewise, the next slide, sir. Around 20 students were got selected from different departments: chemistry, physics, electronics, like that. Among that, some 3 students got prized in the last 2 decades. And one more thing is, our students also got participated in a Vivekananda Kendra essay contest. After selection, they are going and staying in Kanyakumari. They are giving yoga trainings, spiritual meetings, like that. There also they are getting certificates. Our students are trained like that in a competitive coaching for competitive exams also. One of our student got selected in civil services and serving as an IPS officer. And Mr. Prakash, now he is serving in Orissa. Next slide, sir. The problems encountered in this best practice, retaining the students after regular class hours is a big task, because the students are having problems in getting buses for rural areas because the frequency is very less. Motivating and training the students in weekends also become a problem, because many students are doing part-time jobs in co-LPT time town. So the motivating them is a difficult task. Arranging and organizing training programs, because number of programs going in, the campus are more. Getting room, allotment of halls also becomes a problem. Next slide, sir. The second best practice is sound mind in a sound body. We are arranging health awareness camps for the benefit of students and staff in our college and rural community in the adopted villages during NSS camps. The objectives are to develop holistic well-being of students and staff, to create awareness on blood donation and infectious diseases, to focus on individuals and community health, to motivate stress-free life, to build self-esteem and boost self-confidence, to improve concentration in students' mind, and to enhance the student. The context is health is not everything. Without health, everything is nothing. Human health, integral part of human life. Blending of physical and mental health is important. Good health is the key to good performance. Health is our future generation, is our country's future. So we are organizing these camps and giving awareness. So our prime target is adolescent student community, then staff, then adopted villages. Next slide. The health club, yoga club, and NSS, department extension activities, and the college is arranging such activities. While health clubs are conducting camps, expert counseling, yoga club conducting yoga training for stress-free life, NSS awareness meetings, rallies, and camps in nearby town Coilbeti. Our departments also arranging extension activities. Awareness.
Your time is up. One more minute. You can take 1 more minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. I want to thank the Ratnam College organizer, Dr. D. Nesan Suresh. I thank the college management, particularly our secretary, Dr. Magendran, our principal, Dr. N.R. Sandeep Gisri, and participants. Thank you very much.
Judges, please.
Sir, really a nice one. Consistently and continuously, our students are participating in national level essay competition and winning prizes and bringing laurel to our college. That's a nice thing. That's one. Regarding the allotment of halls, what exactly you mean? There is a problem encountered in.
Sir, after the classes are over, the classes with mic and mic facilities and LCD facilities are now available. Before that, it is not available because one side some program is going, other side quiz club, like that. And every day some program is going on. So getting a
skill of management, you have to plan in such a way that the programs do not overlap or will not. See to that the facilities are shared among the programs. That will be solving the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Actually, what is happening is we have so many clubs and associations. Everybody is doing some activity in the evening. So some mess is happening.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. P. Ajita, Associate Professor, Software Systems and Computer Science PG, KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore to present. And I request Dr. J. Priyadarshini, Assistant Professor and IKC Coordinator, St. Joseph College for Women, Tirupur, be ready with the presentation.
Happy afternoon to all. Hope my voice is audible.
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So, what is the best practice presentation? Whatever I'm going to present is in a proposed one. So, I'm Dr. Ajita, Associate Professor, Department of SS and Computer Science in KG College of Arts and Science. So, what is my title of the practice is, we need to strengthen the library usage. So, if you see the word I have used is strengthen, the reason for using strengthen is basically the students and we have to include the faculty members also. We use the library continuously, but most of the time we don't go for physical libraries. We use the contents and the whatever we have on the net. So my proposed topic is to strengthen the library usage through technological interfaces and visibility through social media. Next slide, please. So the reason what is the reason I have taken the library as an usages? If you see the statistics, what is the statistics says is, and this statistics is from US, it's not in India. Most of the statistics, whenever I searched Google, I was unable to find any statistics related to India. But if you see the statistics, it was not so good. So to improve this, next slide please. So to improve this, we will be going for the objectives of the practices. We will be going to strengthen the usage. How? We need the faculty. If it is an offline, the proposed is both for offline and online. If it is an offline, how we can go? We need the students and the faculty members to visit the library often, and also we need the students and the faculty both to come to the library. So how we can attract the students is our today's youth is more enormous. More tended towards the technology. So we go for a technology interface, whereas the students is attracted towards it to make him or her to study. And after making him to come, after the physical presence in the library and after the technological implementation, we'll go for the appreciation. Appreciation is based on the students, how the students use the library, the usages. And the next slide, please. So after this context is the designing and the implementing is the both two practices. First is designing involves we need to collect the levels of interest and the domains of interest. For example, we have in a college, we have both the arts and the science students. So we need to collect the users level of interest, the domains of interest, and also we have a literature and all the students. So we need to collect the levels of interest and the domain of interest. Based on that, we'll be providing what are the resources available online and the physical resources. Physical resources, I mean by the books that is available, the magazines, all the things that is available in the library. And implementing the practices, see, whenever I hesitate to use a technology because I'm not aware of how it is going to use. That is, I don't know how it is used, and I'm afraid to try it out because I don't know how I can use that, right? So to implement the practice, we need to create awareness. Awareness of what? To implement the technological interface. In the previous slide, I told you about the technological interfaces. So for that technological interfaces and also to the know-how how I had to use, all these things need to be done. And also we need to go for a proper communicating media. The communicating media is we need to continually reach the users. So the reason for that is, see, when I go to implement a practice, the students should know it exists in the campus or either in the offline or online. The students should know it is available, right? So for that, we need to have a proper communication media like any SMS or something. We'll be seeing the forthcoming slides. Yeah, next slide, please. So the practices, as I said, the physical practice is an offline practice. That is, we are providing the touch access in the libraries. For example, if you see in a library interfaces, we all have an individual table. So in that individual tables, we can have the tablet or can have a interface, a touch panel interface. What does the touch panel interface consist of? Is how to use, or we can have like the books available or the quizzes. We can conduct the quizzes in the library itself. This is what I say is in the physical offline. We can conduct the quizzes in the library itself through the touch panels or through the after conducting the quizzes, we can award the marks to the performers through the leaderboards. We have many quiz apps like a poll everywhere. We have quizzes, we have Quizlets, we have more online apps. By using that, we can conduct the quiz. To conduct this quiz, again the reason for this is we need the students, so that if you go to the library, the students will be making sure, we have an interesting session in the library, or we have an interesting quizzes or interesting thing. We are luring the students, or we are provoking the students to come to the library often. And after awarding the marks, we are posting it in the social medias, because again we are targeting the youth. The youth is more empowered or interested to use the social medias. So if possible, we can post it through the community area of the college, provided if it exists. So we can post it in social medias for appreciation, and also the task represents the students also should be benefited towards this usage of the library. So what we do is we ask the students to refer a book in the subject work. So subject work or an article. So based on that, we will ask a student the question, or based on that, we give a task like submit an article, something like that. And the next slide, please. So in the online, we have used similar interfaces like Endlist. We all aware as academicians, we are all aware of Endlist. And also your India Sukamaya Pustakalaya, but the second one is for print disabled and for the visual disabilities. So these both are for practice it in online. When we, for example, now we are in COVID, where we cannot go out of unless otherwise necessary, we cannot go out, right? So to practice them online, we can have these. Endless is in a cost base. We have some membership fee. And India Sugamaya Pustakalaya, it is a Daisy Forum of India. It is a collaborative effort with TCS and our ministry. We can ask the students to use this. And also we can ask the faculty members also to use this. And the next slide, please. And the World Digital Library, we have World Digital Library. It is also, we can have a free access of a manuscripts, your maps for the history, geography students, for the other students. We have the World Digital Library and National Digital Library of India. This National Digital Library of India is by IIT Kharagpur. Again, it provides a free of cost to access. These both are free, but it also involves a nominal fee if we have the addition, if you need to have an additional resources. So these two also can be practiced online. On the next slide, please. After this, we have given the resources to the students. I tell the student that you come to the library, we have a quizzes, we make aware of the students, all these things are available in the library. Even we make the students to make sure the resources are available. That is, they're communicating the library information. What is the library information is the books availability, the magazines availability, and what are the things you have in the library. If you see, most of the websites or most of the sites doesn't possess information about the library. So the resources, all these things is not available. So we can communicate all these resources through your SMS, again the social media exclusively for the students, for the library, or to the department wise, anything is possible. And once we have a student count, what we can do is we can appreciate through their rolling trophies. That is, one of the students suggested, actually this rolling trophy is suggested by one of our students. So what is this rolling trophy is, once we decide if the particular department is, for example, the computer science department have given a high usage per month or per week, whatever it is, depends upon our implementation strategies we can do. We can have a rolling trophy. We see the first department or the first department to have a highest usage is computer science. The next, the commerce department will come. We have to go for a usage. They'll be coming voluntarily to go for the usage. And also bounties, we have big bounty programs given by the institutions, like given by the organization like Microsoft, which we offer as one of the resource person expert told us we can have an internship in the library. That is also possible. So we are appreciating through rolling trophies, where that each department will have a trophy per month. And acknowledgement through certificates. This is both for faculties and students. Evidence of success is, as I said, how can decide which student is or which department has this. For online physical, we know the number of us. Even for that also, if the possibility of technological interfaces, what we can do is we can make the number of users count through the sensors, or we can offline also. We can have maybe most of the college may have existing. We can have an ID card. Through that ID card, we can enter to the entrance of the library itself. We can have an ID card, and scanning the ID card, the student visit will be entered automatically. And the number of pages visited online, for example, in Enlist, we have a number of pages visited. Based on the number of pages visited, we will be ranked in the top 5 or top 10 will be ranked based on the number of pages. That is an Enlist when you go for an online. And all these things can be appreciated social media. And the problems encountered us, we whatever the strategy we develop, always there will be an issue, or always there will be a problem. The tracking is, we cannot, we need to have a continual tracking up and follow up. For example, once we have attained the first top 5 or top 10, what we do is we not track it up. What it happens is it goes to the stage of stagnation, and it goes for there'll be lag in the usage of the library. And also, as someone said here, the time that is allotted for the working hours is very less. We make the students to work in all hackathons, all these things, and so the students need to come to the library. For that, what we can do is we can ask the students, for example, if some students have not submitted assignment or coming late to the college, instead of punishing them, we can make the students to come to the library, ask any article to present, and we can make all these things. And technological investment, the resources it is in a vast resources. That is, we need the technological investment from the management, and also we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, all these things. And again, the cost for library membership is also, and again, the resource that is required. And thank you for a wonderful, thank you for a patient listening. Thank you.
A nice idea to bring the students to the library. The rolling trophy is really a nice idea. And instead of punishment, asking them to read is okay. But how much you were successful in bringing the students to the library and reading the book? Because of course this is not possible during this pandemic time. But otherwise, basically making them to read the books. It is not just online.
Yes. Yeah, so what we did it is the students, as I said, we don't punish the students by making them to go out of the class or something like that. We can ask the students, instead of punishing them to going out of the class, we can ask the students to go to the library and ask them to write some article and present the article. And online, again, for Enlist supports the bulk registration of students also. So now in pandemic also, we can make use of Enlist to make the students to study.
Nice one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I request Dr. J. Priyadarshini, Assistant Professor and IQAC Coordinator, St. Joseph College for Women, Tirupur, to present, and I request G. Johanna John C. Rani, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and IQAC Coordinator, Madras District College, Tambaram, to be ready.
So good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the participants. So I'm Dr. J. Priyadarshini, Assistant Professor and IQAC Coordinator in St. Joseph's College for Women, Tirupur. And the title of the practice is Innovative and Efficient Teaching to Empower Young Women. So this is one of the best practices we have been adopting in our institution. So even though we are adopting many best practices, this presentation is focused only on this title. So what are the objectives of the practice? Through these innovative teaching methodologies, the institution strives to create an ingenious learning ambience for students, and using the innovative and lucid teaching methodologies, we are trying to achieve this, and to pilot and promote well-grounded solutions for women-related issues through teaching and various extension activities, so that we are able to tackle the live issues of the campus and its adjacent communities, and to promote high-tech pedagogy in higher education, to extend innovative teaching methodologies to students, society and community, and through various online resources, we are motivating the students to explore the world with their sound knowledge and to promote multidisciplinary erudition endeavors. Next slide, please. To fill the gender gap, not only in education, but also in the economic and health constraints in developing districts like Tirupur is extremely challenging. So, education is actually power for women. Education is strength. So, without education, women are powerless. So, the institution is trying to extend its enlightening service to students and society and give expertise on education, which is the dire need of the people. So it is determined in instigating prolific pursuits, that is very creative activities are actually encouraged for the students. Next slide, please. So the practice is actually implemented by various parameters. ICT enabled classrooms. We have ICT enabled classrooms, 39 classrooms are ICT enabled, and the students are provided with various smart thinking tools which motivate higher levels of understanding. And SWAYAM courses, every year we motivate the students to enroll in SWAYAM courses. Every year 1200, nearly 1200 students are made to enroll in SWAYAM courses and undergo the examinations also. And Swayam Prabha DTH channels. For every department, one classroom is equipped with Swayam Prabha DTH channel, which is broadcast by MHRD. So the students are exposed to the channels once in a week, so that they are exposed to some extra knowledge. And student enrichment programs like conducting national conferences and workshops, they are provided for the professional growth and development of students through various student enrichment programs. And PowerPoint presentations and e-content are developed by faculty members, and they are offered to the students through WhatsApp groups and through Google Classrooms. So they are also providing as a rich source of learning for the students. Next slide, please. Learning outcome is the most important strategy in almost all the institutions. So even though the outcomes are predefined by the affiliating university, the learning outcomes of the students are actually delivered to the students by the faculty members at the commencement of every semester. At least once 1 week is allocated for explaining the learning outcomes to the students. Course outcomes, the subject outcomes and the program outcomes are delivered to the students when they come to the first year. So it is monitored through tutorial and mentoring system, tutor ward meet. Each class is allocated a tutor and mentors are allocated for every 15 students. So the mentors are specifically meant for monitoring the students through continuous internal assessment and the results of end semester examinations. So after the continuous internal assessments are over, the faculty members are supposed to give the progression of the students in the form of graphical representations to the HODs and IQAC.
So if any students show regression in their results, some other alternative teaching methodologies are suggested for the faculty member, and again the student will undergo the continuous internal assessment and until the student shows progression in her results. And placement records. After the implementation of these innovative teaching methodologies, placement records show considerable increase in number for the past 5 years, and students' progression to higher studies and research, it has also shown very good improvement in number. And we also get commendable feedback from parents, students, staff and alumni. Next slide, please. So these are the innovative teaching methods we have been adopting for the past 5 years. We have categorized the students into slow learners and advanced learners. So for slow learners, we do conduct brainstorming sessions. We invite good suggestions and ideologies from students. If a particular problem is given to them, how they will face. So even the slow learners, if they are not able to perform good in their examinations, those students are giving good ideas and suggestions. So it will trigger their capabilities, intellectual capabilities, and we are also using demonstrative teaching using simulations. So any department, the students itself are asked to make simulations, a working model of the particular concept, and the students will be made to understand using those simulation models, and assignments and seminars will be given to them on good topics. Group discussions, many group discussions are arranged at least once in a week, and audio and video lectures through WhatsApp groups. We are sending the audio and video lectures through the WhatsApp groups of students, and one act play is specifically meant for the language students, English literature students. So assistance given by advanced learners. 2 students are allocated, 2 slow learners are allocated 1 advanced learner, so that advanced learner will guide the slow learner to show progression in her results. And role play. Role play is also encouraged at least once in a month for slow learners. So if a particular problem is given, how she is able to manage. For example, if she is given the role of a programmer, or if she is given the role of a team manager or a CEO of a company, how she will tackle a particular problem is given. So this will increase their problem solving capabilities. Even though these students are slow learners, they are having these capabilities if they are triggered. And as far as advanced learners are concerned, assignments and seminars are given on advanced topics. So for slow learners, we give assignments and seminars on common topics, or for these advanced learners, we give on advanced topics. And informal assessment is given to the advanced learners, that is without informing them, we give assessment to them, so that at any time they are ready to face the examinations. And here also we are encouraging the students to undergo SWAYAM courses, to enroll in SWAYAM courses and undergo examinations on advanced topics. For slow learners, the faculty members choose the very easy topics for them. For advanced learners, we choose advanced topics. SWAYAM committee is there, SWAYAM coordinator is there. So every week they will give the results, that is what is going on. The activity report will be given to the IQAC regarding SWAYAM is concerned, and aptitude classes are conducted for competitive examinations like TNPSC, UPSC examinations. We do conduct aptitude classes for them. And case study methods. This will enable the advanced learners to undergo research in future and to undergo small projects. And behavioral modeling. This is also a good type of teaching methodology to enhance their interpersonal skills, so that they will be able to face the campus interviews with good confidence. And metaphor game, this is a very innovative teaching methodology. This is like a game. So we do conduct metaphor game for the students. For example, if you are conducting quiz on a particular chapter, we are not giving the answers directly. Instead, we are giving the similar words or synonyms, or sometimes images also will be run on the screen. So they will be able to, with the help of those clues, they will be identifying the right answer, so that they won't forget it. So then the problem solving in a team. So again, sometimes any problem will be given for them, and they will be able to solve by discussing in teams. Next slide, please. So
again, for slow learners, we are teaching with real-time examples. In all the departments, we are teaching with real-time examples. They are taken on a trip to industries, or for a chemistry department means they will be taken to any chemical industry, or computer science department means they are taken to some software organizations, and we are teaching them with real-time examples and audio-visual aids they are given. And flipped classroom is applicable for both slow learners and advanced learners. Flipped classroom, it is a very good strategy. The students are asked to have a complete reading at home, and after coming to the class, they will be asking questions to the faculty members. So the deep learning is possible here. And this is a learner-centered environment. Flipped classroom is actually a learner-centric environment. We are creating a learner-centric environment for them. And student enrichment programs are organized at least once or twice in a semester. And video lectures on Swayamprabha DTH channels, they are exposed to the channel. Suppose if a faculty member is absent, or when they are free in the time 3 to 4, they are exposed to the video lectures on Swayamprabha DTH channels. And of course, enrollment on Swayam courses, common topics are chosen for the slow learners, and captured lectures in the remedial classes. We conduct remedial classes for slow learners. So there is the committee also for remedial classes. So again and again, if the captured lectures are repeated for those students, easily. And for advanced learners, textual analysis is suggested for them. So we are not, they are not restricted to a particular subject on a particular book. We are asking them to analyze the topics in more number of books, and they'll be just giving the textual analysis to the particular faculty member. And video lectures, practical guidance, we are giving practical guidance to the students if they undergo any small projects, and advanced projects are also given to the advanced learners. Next slide, please. So we are also motivating them.
Your time is up. Try to complete in a minute.
Yeah, just 2 more slides. Yearn while learn, we are motivating them. Bridge courses are conducted for 1 year. Initially, it was conducted for 1 month. Nowadays, it is conducted for 1 year. Basics of computer and internet and English communication skills. We differentiate between value-added courses and certificate courses. The courses which are not in the syllabus are called value-added courses. So every department is imparting value-added courses to the students to inculcate professional skills. And moral instruction classes are conducted once in a week on every Friday. Next slide, please, sir. So 100 students have secured university ranks and added laurels to the college after the implementation of these innovative teaching methodologies. We have seen considerable increase in the university ranks, and they are familiar in usage of computers and internet. Communication skills, very, very important. When they come in the first year, they are not able to communicate properly even one sentence sometimes, but when they go out of the college, with the help of these bridge courses and other things, they are able to communicate very easily. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. So pass percentage, previous slide, sir. Pass percentage, evidence of success is actually, it is very evident through the pass percentage secured by the students. With the help of graphs, we are able to see that the pass percentage has grown considerably with the help of these innovative teaching methodologies. So according to our institution, no student is a weak student. All the students, we can make all the students to learn by exploring their capabilities. So we have to trigger their intellectual and cognitive capabilities so that everything is possible with all the students. University ranks, of course, it has improved a lot. Placement records has grown considerably, and when we get feedback from students, parents and alumni, they are giving very good positive feedback about the teaching methodologies and learning environment. Competitive exams, many students are getting selected in competitive examinations. Very good percentage progression and result analysis. Online certifications, many students are getting online certifications, and they are very good at communication skills too. And 40% of the students have turned from slow learners to advanced learners, and 60% of the students have turned from slow learners to the average learners. So this much of survey we have done for the past 5 years. So of course, The problems encountered means it is expensive. So to explore, to foster the required resources is very expensive, and the installation of maintenance of online resources is arduous but valuable and very productive. Next slide, sir. So this practice can be implemented by any educational institution by adapting the following strategies. So according to the mission statements of the college, every college will have mission statements. So those mission statements need to be transformed into action plans and innovative maneuvers. That is very important. Each and every statement should be focused on, and activities need to be implemented for every statement of the college. We did that. And we have to design a comprehensive plan to promote a stress-free learning environment and ensure quality education for all with available resources. So ensuring the involvement of faculty and students in the planning and implementation of innovative and efficient teaching learning campus to bring about attitudinal changes that translate into social impact. And we have developed a student community to empower young women. So according to that, we have been working for the past years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the detailed presentation on teaching learning. But just one thing, since you have mentioned in the title to empower young women, is there a specific activity to empower the women? Because all are not gender-based. It's applicable for both men and women.
Yes, sir, it is actually because our college is women's college. We have chosen this title, but it is applicable for all, even for men also it is applicable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the thrust area of our college is to empower young women. That is why we are using that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, it was an elaborate session, and it is not the question is not so. My concern is not specific to you. It is common for the past 5 to 6 years, because once you are selecting and once you are presenting a practice like innovative or best practice, so already we are touching the conventional areas which I've already mentioned in the criteria 2 of NAC, what we call it as KLE. And some have selected library as one strategy, and some have selected extension activity and community activity as one of their best practice, and they are presenting. This is an observation for the past 5 to 6 presentations. Now coming to your presentation, when you talk something or when you call something as a best practice, so best means it is a superlative degree. Okay.
Okay.
So once you will be taking a good practice, after years that good practice will become a better practice, and again after maturation that better practice will become a best practice. So this is what my basic understanding of best practice. So that will take some years of maturation. And in your case, you have already told that you have 5 years of data and you are experimenting on that. That is fine. So my small recommendation is that take 1 or 2 areas, because NAC is only asking you about 2 best practices.
Yeah.
So that I am not asking you to limit the best practice.
Yes.
You just select 1 or 2 areas and go deep into that area. So deep learning, deep observation, and deep studies can be done on that area, which will be your uniqueness or your best practice or your flagship program of your institution.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sure. So we have many other best practices also in our institution. Health is wealth, and every department is following at least 2 best practices. And I have focused only on this particular best practice in this presentation, sir. Thank you for your recommendation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. G. Johanna John C. Rani, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and IKC Coordinator, Madras Christian College, Tambaram, Chennai, to be present, and I request Grace Vidya, Assistant Professor, Information Technology, KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, ready for the presentation. Ma'am, are you there? Ma'am, John C. ma'am.
Yes, sir, I'm searching the participant list. She has not raised it.
Jansi ma'am, if you are raise your hand so that we can make you as a presenter. Okay, it's not there.
You raise your hand so that we will give you.
Yeah, she's there.
Now you can unmute. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. A very good evening to everyone. The organizers of this wonderful national conference, which is NAC sponsored, the jury members. I'm going to present the best practice, one of the best practices in our college, Madras Christian College, which is online summer internship on applications of DNA barcodes in systematics and biogeography, phyloinformatics approach. And this is me, Johanna. I'm the assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and the IQAC coordinator of the college. And you can see that we have a lush green campus. And the Department of Botany, which is now newly christened as the Department of Plant Biology and Plant Biotechnology, was established in the year 1937. So it is 83 years old as our, it is one lifetime of a human being, full, well lived. Okay, and since our college is an autonomous college, our course includes traditional subjects blended with modern disciplines, namely the plant biotechnology, molecular biology and genetics, plant physiology, biochemistry and bioinformatics. And as I showed in the previous photograph, MCC has a sprawling campus of more than 365 acres, and it is lush green, and it is a tropical dry evergreen forest of the campus. And it is made best use of by the Department of Botany, or I would say Department of Plant Biology and Plant Biotechnology, because the whole campus is a live laboratory for the learners. And the
Ma'am, you are muted. Please unmute and speak. Ma'am, your mic is muted. Please unmute and speak.
sorry, sir. Okay, sir. Are you able to hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. It is audible now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. I'll just go to the. Okay, this is the Department of Botany, which is 83 years old, and the entire sprawling campus, green campus of Madras Christian College, is now campus is a live laboratory for the Department of Botany. So they are really blessed. And these are the faculty members of the Department of Botany, where Dr. Joyce Surendra Priya is the head of the department, and she was instrumental in passing on this best practice, which is a recent one in the new normal age of this pandemic, to be presented in this August body. So the objectives of the practice. It is to gain better understanding of concepts and methods involved in DNA barcode studies based on few case studies. So DNA barcode studies is the prime objective for the participants to learn the concepts and the methods, to train the students to generate or structure the data sets pertaining to phyloinformatics, and to give hands-on training to various advanced bioinformatics software to analyze data from biotechnological based experiments. And also, sorry sir, this bar is hiding this one. And also it is interdisciplinary analytical methods will be, students will be able to be trained in this interdisciplinary, using interdisciplinary analytical methods to perform and generate data based on multi-OMICS approach. And the contextual features and challenges. So in DNA barcoding and phyloinformatics, DNA barcoding is a branch of molecular genetics very popular in recent days in India. So it is very much needed, and it was felt by the faculty members and the community in MCC, especially the Department of Botany, to recognize this need. You will see the proof of that in the later in when I present. So it is very much needed in India due to its technical compatibilities and robustness. And the technique has reached many fields of biology. And NAC and everybody keeps talking about interdisciplinary work and contributions both in research and even in regular work styles and in academics and in training. So this incorporates many fields of biology such as systematics, phylogenetics, population studies, authentication of plant herbal products, animal traits, paleontology, and forensic science. Phyloinformatics approach combines molecular techniques, which is wet lab, and bioinformatics tools, which is dry lab, to provide the advanced platform for the basic life sciences. And the participants were also it is in the context of them analyzing the genome data of any species, whether it is plant or animals or microbes or even the chemical data on the Earth's sciences is one of the contextual features of this particular program. And the context phylogenetic analysis. Phylogeny plays a major role in interdisciplinary research. So again, I would like to emphasize on interdisciplinary research to include or combine the data from different disciplines and understand the species relationships, origin, and its ancestral history. And none of the existing bioinformatics courses detail the vast exposure of phylogenetic analysis and its usefulness, though many research works demand phylogenetic interpretation. The research related to systematics, phylogeny, and biogeography highly demands the researchers both to have theoretical and technical knowledge on the same, and which is generally and naturally absent among the scholars. Not many scholars, and I would say a very small percentage of scholars are only skilled or knowledgeable in this area. So with this need in mind, in order to cater to the research community, one of the programs was conceived by the botany department, and Dr. Sendil Kumar Umapati, he was the instructor of the internship. And the uniqueness of the program is that it was a national program, national level participation was there. Focus on PEG research scholars and faculty. So it is a high-end or truly a higher education institution endeavor. And then DNA barcoding is very popular in recent days in India. As I told you, it is in demand, and it is interdisciplinary analytical methods. So it can help faculty and the research scholars across various disciplines. Exposure to phylogenetic analysis and its usefulness demands on researchers for both theoretical and technical knowledge. And in conducting the course, it was so well structured for 15 days that out of the 15 days, 14 days, daily assignments. It's not just clicking on 10 or 20 multiple choice questions or answering a few questions like that. 14 days analysis of data set was requested of the participants, and they had to submit it within the 24 or 48 hours, because some of the data set processing had to would go on to a minimum of 4 hours to certain things which went on to 48 hours. So, and the participants were familiarized with 11 different software. So these are the list of software to which the participants were exposed to. I cannot go through everything, but I will just mention the.
Your time is up. You can take 1 more minute.
Yeah, sequence alignment, distance and character analysis, maximum parsimony and maximum likelihood analysis, tree view and posterior probability analysis, and then character evolution and ancestral state reconstruction, Bayesian post-analysis, biogeographical analysis, geography analysis. Those were and under each of them you saw a list of software tools which were the participants were given a very clear-cut, minimal but required features of each software, and they were asked to download it into their laptop, and they were given hands-on training on using the software, which was a very good advantage and knowledge sharing within a span of just 14 days, because on the 15th day there was no such assignment. Design and implementation of the practice. So the number of participants was limited to 100. Okay, even though we know in this online mode of exchange of knowledge and sharing of knowledge, we can even conduct it for 500 or 1,000 people. But to make it very effective, only 100 But these 100 are not UG or any students. They are all research oriented people. They were research scholars, people working in research units of institutions or companies, and such 100 such participants participated. So it was conducted as two batches from 14th to 31st of May in batch 1, and the batch 2 was conducted from 3rd to 19th of June. And the demography of participants was that, as I told you, it was a national program. It was truly a national program because North India, the 2% of participants were from North India, 63% percentage of participants from South India, 9% from East India, 19% from West India, and Northeast 7%. And the internship fee was set at rupees 3,000 per person because of the high quality and the high level and demand of the course that was conducted. These are the brochures that was prepared for batch 1 and batch 2. And the technical environment, as we all are familiar with, now thanks to this pandemic, even people who do not know technology and were not well versed in that, now the entire academic community is well versed in technology and we are advancing in leaps and bounds. But the Zoom platform was used to conduct the online program. Google Classroom was used for giving assignments and evaluation, and WhatsApp group as usual for communication among the participants as well as between the faculty and the participants. And the practice, what was the method of doing this was online lectures on the concepts and analysis. Everything was well structured, well prepared, advancedly given to the participants because of the complexity and the intensity and the magnitude or the richness of the problem that was addressed during this internship. And secondly, discussion on the challenges faced while executing the data sets. I'm sure when somebody is trying to download the software and use and process such a huge volume of data set using a newly as a amateur trying to run the software, sure they would run into some problems. So their faculty were readily available to help them so that they could finish the assignments on time. Then discussion on various different data sets and a demonstration of the software. Then Q&A sessions, assignments and offline clarification of doubts. And these are the classrooms. I'll just give you, this is the evidence of success. That is the majority were research scholars, then assistant professors next, and then scientific staff and PG students and UG students. And as I told you, the demography, it went across the entire India. And these are the different disciplines of participants: plant taxonomy, phylogenetics, ecology, evolutionary biology, conservation biology, bioinformatics, plant genetics, environmental sciences, genetic engineering, zoological sciences, and all these various disciplines participated. These are the feedback from a few people. I've just mentioned in one line. So from the University of Delhi, one person, she has said that she had earned the confidence to establish research work in this particular area. And a person from St. Xavier's College, Palayamkote, said that it was well structured and executed. It was a timely program to learn many things in a short time. And then person, Miss Ishika Bambera, also gave a lot of accolades to the instructor because it was well taught. And Miss Susan Jones also said that even though it was difficult in the beginning, due to the continuous help of the instructor, it was made comfortable and workable. So, and the revenue generated out of this small program was 3 lakh. So we were, so in conclusion, I would like to finish it like this. It was an interdisciplinary program of high order for a very complicated program with not only concepts being taught, but hands-on training where all the participants could successfully gain confidence, knowledge in working on the software, and also it generated revenue. All these are certain parameters which are required of the NAC, and it was conducted successfully by the Department of Botany. And I thank you all for the patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a technologically sound latest program. Yes, but as NAC expected, is a best practice for the overall institution, which will have impact either on the students or the society on the whole. It is a technological program you have conducted in your department and your person. Anyway, so is there any specific impact it had on the society or in the students? Because you have gained 3 lakhs rupees.
Sir, this was conducted only in May, sir. And in Madras Christian College, I say there are so many best practices, sir. But why we presented this is only because this was conducted under the new normal at a higher level of, as a higher education institution for the high-end research scholars. So that is why we wanted to present this, because it is a challenge to have 100 people, research scholars to be accumulated into one place for such a high order work. That is why we presented it as a best practice. But we have numerous best practices in our campus, and especially even I would say I can make a mention of it very proudly. We have a COVID task force working day and night for the past 3 months, who are helping the neighborhood, and that is also.
If you would have presented that, ma'am, that would have much impact. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, madam. Madam, Johanna, madam.
Yes, sir.
Madam, it was a nice presentation. As sir told, it was too technical. And my observation is that, ma'am, as you know, NAC accreditation is an institution accreditation. It is not a department accreditation or a program accreditation like MBA. So NAC is a whole institution accreditation. And we all know the legacy of MCC. The 3 letters, such a big legacy, and you also mentioned that 83-year-old legacy. So basically, I'm a plant biotechnologist, and my PhD is in DNA barcoding. So I think so that makes me prone to ask some questions, because as you told, we definitely accept it is a national level conference or your online workshop. Many people have attended online. That is all fine, but I don't know how far NAC will be able to appreciate that this will be a high order one, or since you call national level, people from Delhi, and definitely once you call it as national level, people from other states or north or northeast, they have to come. So I think that is an ordinary affair that may not be a best or extraordinary, but coming to the technical part, because sir told it is too technical. For DNA barcoding, ma'am, the initial part of DNA isolation, putting a PCR, knowing the real barcoding part, and if this such sort of training, if you are giving in offline once the pandemic is over, that will be more technical and that will be more useful for the research people. So this is just a recommendation. The other part, you have made a huge success. 3 lakhs rupees out of a single program is something really great. So in many institutions, their overall revenue generated for the entire year will be less than 3 lakhs. In a single event, you have generated a huge amount. That talks about the quality of the event.
Yes, sir.
So the next time, this is just a request, ma'am. Please list down all the department's best practice, so that we can showcase all these activities more. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir, for the appreciation and the suggestions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Next, address Vidya, Assistant Professor, Information Technology, KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. And I request Dr. R. Murthy, IQS Coordinator, Director, CRD, Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, to be ready with the presentation. Now you can start, please.
Thank you, sir. Happy evening to all. I am Dr. Vidya, Assistant Professor from KG College of Arts and Science. First of all, I thank the organizing committee of Ratnam College for giving me an opportunity. Here, I am proposing the best practice on enhancing the experiential learning through in-house projects. Next slide, sir. So this is one of the findings of the recent study on employability. Only 1.7 of engineers in India fit to new age jobs. Even though our students are excellent in academic score, they couldn't place on good companies. So the reason behind this, the lacking of problem solving skills, analytical skills and practical knowledge. Actually, learning is the equal composition of theory and practice. The next slide, sir. So as far as our India's education system, the most part of the curriculum is theory based. It gives less importance to the practical subjects. So this chart clearly shows the trend of our curriculum. So this is taken from our undergraduate course. So totally for undergraduate, out of 48 courses, 38 courses are theory based, and only 9 practical subjects and only 1 project for the undergraduate student. This is only for science students. For the art students, not even the projects in their curriculum. So only 78% are theory and only 3% we give importance to the projects. Next slide, sir. So through our traditional curriculum, we miss our experiential learning. So we can improve our experiential learning through the project work, case studies, field trips, surveys, business on campus and internship. Out of this, I strongly propose the project work, especially in-house project, which are more available in our campus. Next slide, sir. So in our college, we have excellent lab facilities and we have a separate product development center for the students to innovate their ideas, and we have the endless e-resources, and we have a n number of sister companies within our campus. So we have a industrial mentors also for our students, and we have a discussion forums, and we frequently conducted alumni guest lectures, and these are all really helpful to the students to develop the in-house projects. Next slide, sir. So we have both arts and science students. So this practice is applicable to all the discipline. We can also motivate the students to create interdisciplinary projects. So for the final year, they have the project on the curriculum during the 6th semester. So this practice will be proposed on the 2nd year undergraduate students during their third semester. Next slide, sir. So these are all the few examples of our in-house projects. Why we propose this in-house project means the students are familiar with this problem area. It saves the time, cost as well as limited risk. The faculty members can also help the students. So I propose the in-house project to enhance the experiential learning. So for commerce and management students, we encourage to conduct the surveys or case studies. These are all the few surveys. So now as far as we are all in online teaching, so the students can take survey on usage of ICT tools, effectiveness of online classes like this. So we can motivate the students to carry out the surveys and submit the report. So regarding the computer science, we can motivate to do the simple project. For example, auditorium booking in our college, automatic timetable generation. So we can consolidate all the university question banks and online portal to access the lesson note. These are all the small projects which are available inside our campus. And for electronic science students also, we have n number of projects. Sensors for water tap, sensors for lighting and fans, like this. So we can also motivate our biotechnology students to perform testing on the our drinking water, canteen food, like that. And we can motivate the management student to do business on campus. Next slide, sir. So the evidence of success is through this in-house project. The analytical skills of the students can be improved. Communication skill is also improved. The engagement level of students is increased. The in-house project experience will definitely help them to attend the national and international level innovation context. They can also participate on hackathons and product development context. The project experience really helpful to face the interview questions. So our college placement count will also increase. Next one, sir. So the main problem we may encounter is the lacking of interest. All the students are not really interested to do the project, so we push the students to make the projects, and we have only limited number of practical sources. We have limited number of softwares and hardware within our campus, so it is difficult to provide all the lab facilities to the students, and inadequate devices, software, lab facilities to develop the projects. And most of the students are coming to the college through college bus, so after the college time they never ready to spend their time. This is also one of the difficulty we faced, and the regular follow up the students by the faculty members is also difficult. So what I conclude is we can definitely enhance the learning, experiential learning to motivate the students to do in-house projects. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Really a nice proposal. But whatever the problems you suggested, it is not going to be a problem because you need some extra management in rectifying or solving that issues. And these in-house projects are good because you can find your own resources to be used. But try to encourage the projects which are being carried out outside the institution, either within some other institutions or industry, that will definitely help the students.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. R. Tirumurthy, IKC Coordinator and Director CRD, Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, Tamil Nadu, to present, and I request Dr. Jayashree Indrani, Assistant Professor, MBA HRM, Rajagiri College of Social Sciences, be ready with the presentation. Sir, Tirumurthy sir, you can proceed, sir.
Yes,
Tirumurthy sir.
Sir, you can unmute and start presenting, sir. Tirumurthy sir, are we audible? Hello?
Sir, please unmute and you can speak, sir.
Hello, sir, is it audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. Dear professors, greetings from Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, Tamil Nadu. My today's presentation topic is implementation of community of practice as a best practice in IQAC. Dear sirs, before venturing deep into the subject matter, I would like to quickly introduce what we mean by community of practices. It is a term. The community of practice is of relatively very recent coinage, even though the phenomenon it refers to is age-old. The concept has turned out to provide a useful perspective on knowing and learning. A growing number of people and organizations in various sectors are now focusing on communities of practice as a key to improve their performance. Let us see what we mean by COP here. Community of practice are formed by people who engage in a process of collective learning in a shared domain of human endeavor. For example, I could quote a tribe learning to survive, or a band of artists seeking new forms of expression, or a group of engineers working on a similar problem, or a clique of people defining their identity in a school. In a nutshell, community of practices are groups of people who share a concern or a passion for something they do and learn how to do it better as they interact regularly. A neighborhood of, for instance, is often called a community, but it is usually not a community of practice because it should demonstrate three important characteristics. The first one is the domain. A community of practice is not merely a club of friends or a network of connections between people. It has an identity defined by a shared domain of interest. Membership therefore implies a commitment to the domain and therefore a shared competence. The second component that makes the community of practice is the practice. There must be a practice, a common practice. It is not merely a community of interest, people who are interested in similar skill sets, etc. But members of community of practice are practitioners. They develop a shared repertoire of resources such as experience, stories. Sorry, excuse me, don't run the slide now. Just I'm introducing, then I will come to the slides. The third component would be the expertise. I mean the community. In pursuing their interest in the domain, the members engage in joint activities and discussions, help each other and share information. They build a relationship that enable them to learn from each of other. So in this context, I would like to give a small information about how the community of practice found relevance in our institution. Actually, I joined as Director of R&D a few months earlier, exactly on the month of December 2020. At that time, the institution was finding some difficulty in submitting the proposals, etc., seeking funding. So, because of the reason, not only the pandemic situation, but also somewhere the staff members were lacking some interest in preparing proposals, etc., all due to the either workload or some other factors. So we thought of bringing in a new approach to motivate the faculty members. So after having discussions and meetings with some experts, consultants, etc., and consulting certain literature, we thought that implementing community of practice as a new approach to motivate the teachers, so that our aim of attaining a high number of proposals put forward, seeking funding from the funding agencies. Second thing, with respect to the NAC achievements, the CRD was a core department inside the campus, expected to motivate the teachers not only in getting the funded projects, but also in some other areas, particularly with respect to criteria 3, publications, implementing certain internal projects, conducting consultancy, etc. But the teachers were finding a lot of difficulty in getting projects or finding funding agencies to convince them or submitting the proposals, etc. In that context, we implemented community of practices, which is, we all know that it is a highly informal group. A team of practitioners come together, they share their known knowledge, expertise, they motivate each other, and also they expand the group so as to form a new community. So in that way, we succeeded. The evidence could be recorded that here within the past 6 months period, the Department of R&D has motivated the teachers to write down 20 ISBN books, 20 authored books with ISBN, all within 6 months period. Likewise, almost 28 teachers, they were motivated and they have taken up seed money projects. Though the management is ready with grants, teachers were lacking some sort of interest. But after implementing this community of practice, the institution has really performed well with respect to internal projects, that is the seed money project. 28 teachers, that is almost more than 20% of the teachers are now having completed seed money projects, 20 ISBN books, and almost 10 NGO based or other funding agency based projects have been completed, all within 6 months time compared to previous 1 year. So all these things have happened inside the campus even during this pandemic period. So we found that community of practice is a effective approach and methodology, and we decided that, the management and the core team of the IQAC decided that why we should not expand this community of practice as a best practice in the NAC, in the IQAC also. And coincidentally, from June 1st onwards, I took charge as the IKC coordinator. Before that, for the past 6 months, I was a special invitee to IQAC. And prior to my joining this institution, in the previous institution also, I had an important task of managing this NAC related work. That is, I was the criteria 3 manager. So all these experiences, and for the past 6 months, we had some experience, result giving experience approach in the form of COP. So we decided to implement that in IKAC also. So from the month of April, we implemented this. So I am coming to the presentation. Let me quickly run first the slides. Objectives of the COP. The objectives of implementing the community of practice in IQAC in Sri Saraswati Dayakaraja College was having the following objectives. First one is facilitating discussions, collaborations and sharing among the stakeholders of the institutional quality assurance, the faculty educators, so as to create a lasting impact on teaching, learning and research practices. Second one is aiming to learn from the experiences of others, the core committee members who form that COP, community of practice. From their experience, other members learn. And when the community expands itself, from these senior members or core committee members, others are also learning. So interaction is happening on the one hand, on the other hand, the knowledge is reaching to a wider area. Third one is collecting and sharing the information, followed by interaction and collaboration among the members and sustained learning and new forms of knowledge just to get attained the real changes inside the institution. Next slide, please. So next slide. So the context of COP, the core people and the members of the IQAC in Sri Saraswati Dayakaraja College are facing some sort of the problem in collecting data and documents. So this is a common problem everywhere we face. Wherever we go, with respect to the NAC, the IQAC cell is facing the one and one major problem is collecting the data, documenting it and submitting it to the affix body, that is the NAC, in the form of annual reports or at the end of the 5th year. While collecting data and compiling data, we are facing a lot of problems. Next slide, please. So just to address this issue of data collection, documentation and projecting ourselves as a best institution implementing the quality matters inside the campus. So we found that these are all certain areas where we lack. First one is the connectivity. Second one is in this with respect to the connectivity, the COP would help us to get the people connected, the core committee members and the other members at a department level, etc. Other areas where COP can help us is experiential learning, problem solving, acquiring certain skill sets, knowledge stored, new wisdom oriented activities on the part of the core committee as well as the department level committee members. Next slide, please. Addressing the constraints. So this is a major area where we found that each and every coordinated member, the members of the IKAC, either a core committee member or at a department level, they used to express that they are having some sort of skills. So with respect, sometimes the members say that I won't share the information, even if they are having the information at hand, they are not ready to share. Hearing that, it is not my responsibility because it is related to some other section or some other staff member. And sometimes people say that I'm too busy and I cannot find time to share the information. Sometimes people feel that I will get in trouble. That means if I'm readily available with my skill sets or with the information at hand, I will be branded as a good Samaritan. I will be out into issues, or I will be given additional, etc. Sometimes some other members, they express that we don't have a great exposure to the tech platforms. We cannot expose ourselves, or we cannot play well. And some other times, a few more people say that I don't know how to handle people, or don't know how to collect data or technology, etc. So these are all certain constraints faced by the IKC teams. It is very common in almost all the institutions. Next slide, please. So implementation network. So when we implemented the COP in the college, so it is now in its infant stage. Very recently only we implemented this in the IKAC. So it has so many stages, but now we feel that we are in the third stage. The first stage is conducting some inquiry, a community level inquiry. Community here means the IKAC and other teacher educators. The second level is based on the inquiry outcomes. We designed our approach. Third thing is now we are implementing prototype. Sometimes it may take another 6 months to 1 year to come to a conclusion whether our approach is right or wrong, whether it will yield the results or not. The fourth one is launching of the real COP. As I told you earlier, it may take another 6 months time to roll out in a real-time basis. And the final thing is developing and maintaining quality aspects. Record the next slide. Next slide.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
please you can move on to the conclusion, sir. It's already, we are given you 15 minutes time.
This is a new idea. That's why I took some more time, Professor. Sorry, a few more minutes. Only 2 minutes, sir. Forms of participation may take place in such kind, that is the core group, then active group. The first two groups, core and active groups, they represent the management and the core IQAC groups or the members. Occasional groups normally with whom we collect the data. The peripheral groups, even sometimes outside stakeholders, etc. The transactional group is the outsider. When we implemented this kind of approach, we visualized that there is a need for post-launch follow-up. There are certain activities to be taken up, and we need to identify certain important components also. So it includes possible activities that, so next slide please. The possible activities, that is the meetings. Though they are highly informal, there is an interactive session that it should be conducted on a regular basis. That should happen. There should be a sponsor. Sponsor means here there should be one higher level committee or someone who can oversee as well as sponsorship. They encourage us to lead further. Then finding out the resources, not only in terms of financial resources, but also sparing the manpower, etc. Next slide, please. Then it comes support and the application of technology. So these are all the core areas where we need to give some concentration to make a follow-up of the COP when it is implemented. Next slide. So these are all certain activities that usually happens. So we had certain virtual meets during this long period among the COP members. So certain open conversations, motivational speeches by some outside consultants or expert members. Then case studies were analyzed. Then physical in the classroom. Some two different types of students, group students, they discuss and others learn. Likewise, certain things were conducted. So, in the coming month, once the college is reopened after lockdown, evaluation in the month of September and October. Once we launch the COP in a full-fledged manner and conduct it whether the activities are fetching the results or not. So this kind of midterm evaluation is required one. The next slide. So questions. Thank you, Professor. Sir,
yes, judges, please.
Yes, sir. Modi, sir, it's a pretty new concept, and as you told, it's too early to judge the success of the your program. The community of practice itself is a new term for us. So hope we will wait and we will see the success, sir, and all the best for your new venture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I request the last participant, Dr. Jayashree Indran, Assistant Professor, MBA, HRM, Rajagiri College of Social Science, to present a presentation. Ma'am, you can start. Please make it fast. Ma'am, you can unmute and speak, ma'am. Jayashree, ma'am. Ma'am, are you able to hear me? Ma'am, we can't hear you, ma'am.
Jayashree ma'am, if you have any communication difficulties, kindly let us know or make a call to us so that we can rectify. Or if it is a network problem at your
side.
Sir,
one more login is there. You can please make it as a presenter. Jayashree.
Okay, sir.
Well, we have made you a presenter. You can present it now. Jayashree, ma'am. Srinivasan sir, ಇನ್ನೊರು login to download. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, can I get my screen on?
Yes, it is.
Ma'am, the time is 7 minutes. You try to complete within this.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. So my presentation is on a assignment which is a best practice which I would like to share with you. This is assignment best practice IT list, finding an alternative recruiting strategy, a best practice assignment. Can I get the next slide, sir? Yeah, thank you. The title of the practice is finding a alternative recruiting strategy. That means this is a course offered to MHR students called HR Accounting and Auditing, and this is offered in the 4th semester as an assignment. I have given this assignment topic. And as this subject is HR Accounting and Auditing, it is actually having some objectives to achieve in this assignment. They are obtaining relevant knowledge and experience in choosing best alternative recruitment strategy. And it also helps the organization to appropriately use the monetary resources in terms of choosing the best alternative strategy for an existing recruitment strategy. And it helps the organization to appropriately use the other resources from time to time and manage employees' retention during the crisis. And it also helps the manager, the student who is going to be HR manager, to help in cost reduction and also patiently know the details to decide some important decision like alternative recruiting strategy and interpret the economic position of the organization. Then take a confident decision in terms of changing an alternative strategy. And next is context of the practice. Sir, who's sharing the screen? Can you please click on the blue link, sir? Context of the practice, blue link. There is a blue title, no blue heading. Can you please click on that?
It is not enabled during this slide share, ma'am. You can proceed with the normal presentation. Okay. I hope you have given a hyperlink, but it's not getting activated.
Okay. Actually, it is a screen in which LMS is showing my course and the details I have put it there. Actually, it is showing the question given to the students. There were 2 questions. One is to identify. I had given 28 recruiting strategies listed from a SHRM site. So recent trends in recruiting strategy, around 28 trends were given. Students were asked to select at least 5 of the trends and calculate the recruiting cost based on the given data. That was first question. That is checking their efficiency in recruiting strategy. And second question is, I had given 6 profiles of people like air hostess profile, cabin crew profile in the airlines, then railway department loco pilot profile, then business class hotel receptionist profile, RSOT profile, room service order taking profile, like that 6 profiles were given. And I had also given them what is the present recruitment strategy of the particular organization and the cost of the strategy. Now, the second question is, students should choose one of the profiles which is given already. And I had also given around 30 links of cost details from different vendors. Vendors of recruitment strategy, vendors of social media providers, vendors of SOE providers, vendors of print media. All this data I had given them as links, because they should not go somewhere and come with an irrelevant data and say that is their answer. No, they wanted to use what link I had given. So from there they will collect the cost data and connect these profiles and the alternative recruiting strategy. Because I had given one strategy which is used to exist. They have to replace the existing strategy with the new strategy with the cost effectiveness and reach effectiveness. I also have given what is the present cost and how much it reaches the market. These 2 data I had already given. They have to replace the strategy with a cost less strategy but reach more. That is the assignment. So here what I am trying to achieve in the assignment is our course outcome, learning outcome, which is mapped as graduates will be able to generate multiple alternatives while resolving a problem or issue. So, if a student organization is going across some economic crisis, the present strategy is costlier. So, the student is going to give a cost-effective strategy. At the same time, present strategy is a reach-less strategy.
the student will give reach effective strategy. These are the two outcomes we are expected to achieve from this assignment. So this was defined and implemented through Moodle as a open source learning management system, and it also helped all the students to collaborate in the learning management system, which is Moodle, and faculty will have all the control and submission options. Everything we will define with the faculty's restrictions and instructions, and the faculty shared specific profiles, which I already discussed. Then, in order to enable the students, besides the alternative strategy, the faculty also shared a number of data links for various recruiting strategies. And the students were asked to choose the best alternative strategy among the given strategy and choose the best alternative in terms of cost effectiveness and reach effectiveness. This is how the objectives are supposed to be. Then the practice was aligning to the level 4 and 5 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, which is expected to be analyzing skill and evaluating skill. So the students are expected to analyze the existing skill, cost effectiveness, reach effectiveness. Then they have to evaluate their available other alternative strategies. Then they should recommend the new strategy. That's the idea of giving this assignment. So here it is inculcating analytic skill, evaluating skill, and application of theories and concepts in the practical scenario. That is second context. And it also helps faculty to understand the learner's level of understanding, level of accepting the knowledge, and understanding and capability to choose the concepts in practice. And the learners get, the ultimate objective is the learners getting involved in the project. They are involved in the assignment, and they are individually assigned individual cases, individual strategies, so they don't have a copy-paste practice at all. And they will get highly engaged in the assignment, and they learn using the fullest of their awareness and thinking in terms of the assignment. That was the practice. And in terms of Indian context, what is the advantage of this practice? In Indian context, with reference to Mr. Datta SS Indian Express 29th December 2017, he has published an article in Indian Express, and he says learners getting different exposure to corporate life in India is very impossible. It is impossible, and if at all they get corporate connect, they get exposure in terms of internship or field work or placement, all that, they have restrictions by the supervisors. Supervisors will tell, no, we don't give this data. No, we don't give that data. That kind of restriction is there from supervisors. So these two things we can eliminate by giving this assignment from their own desk, their own learning environment. They will assume certain responsibilities and obligations in person to learn and come with an alternative recruitment strategy by their own experience, analysis, and evaluation. The Indian qualification of this assignment. Then next challenges involved. Challenges are generally teaching such kind of practical.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I need
only one slide, sir. Yeah, time and effort of the faculty, and also basic information data we need to collect from the external sources like the web links, and they get a full understanding of the concept, and they also well prepared in advance for their career and such a responsibility in their practice. And evidence of success, they have mentioned that they have learned the practical applications of theories in terms of recruitment strategy and all the functions of recruitment in terms of HR. And the problems are required resources are nothing but internet facility to collect the data from various vendors and other external sources. That's one requirement. Second requirement, we need to give practice assignment to the students in class. Then only they can get the actual submission on Moodle. Without practice, they cannot do that now. So I gave one practice session, and next I asked them to submit the assignment for 10 marks. So this is how the activity was conducted, and it is achieving the objective of our students will be able to propose an alternative recruiting strategy. That was the practice, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Any questions, sir?
Ma'am, just only one question. Do you have any mock process with the corporates for this type of assignment?
Yes, yes. We have two internal components as assignments. One is this assignment, another one is some written assignments. Written assignment is something policy, and that is 10 marks of internal. This assignment will carry 10 marks of internal. Was that the question, sir? Am I answered?
Okay, ma'am. Actually, it's when you combine with some corporates or executives from corporates, it will be more relevant and useful for the students. Thank you, ma'am.
Online in the crisis situation, we can't get them internal association with corporates. No, that's why we are giving outside external sources as data source. From there, they have to collect, they have to analyze and choose the alternative strategy.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir Ayyapada, sir, do you have any questions?
No, sir. No, sir. Fine, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a nice presentation.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I also thank Dr. Suresh, who has been fully with us for all the enablement and helps. Thank you so much, and I also thank the Ratnam College Management, our college management, and my Dronacharya who presented, Mary Venus ma'am. Thank you so much, and I also thank all the participants who cooperated with me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank the judges, Dr. Joseph, C. Daniel, sir, Ayyapada, sir, who is a very good friend of mine, Vice Principal of RVS College, and Dr. B.K. Manoj, HOD of Computer Science, Nehru Arts and Science College, for their patiently judging the very long presentation session. Thank you so much, sir. Those of sir, Ayyapada sir, and Manoj sir is not with us right now. So thank you so much for your support and contribution to this session. An important announcement to all the participants. We will post the 3 best presentations by today evening or tomorrow morning, and they'll be getting the certificates. So on behalf of the conference and the management and the IPAC of other participants, I congratulate all the participants who have presented their best practices. So every good thing has to come to an end, and we are even this national level conference of best practices and their success stories in higher educational institutions. For the past 2 days, I think we had an opportunity to listen to resource persons, very good resource persons who had a very good experience in their domain, shared their experience. So I had an opportunity to interact with the experts, and it is a very good learning experience for us. So formally, I would like to thank our chairman, Dr. Madani Sindhu sir, for giving us this opportunity to organize this event, and I thank MAC for giving financial assistance to organize this event. I extend my sincere thanks to our inaugural session, who inaugurated the session, Dr. B.S. Kommudi, Advisor NAC, Bengaluru. And I would like to extend sincere thanks to our CEO and Secretary, Dr. Manikam sir, our beloved principals, Dr. R. Muralidharan, and deans, and faculty members, head of the departments, and IPAC members, and especially to the technical team, Dr. P. Srinivasan, member of IPAC and HOD of Microbiology, Dr. A. Shivakumar, Assistant Professor of IT Department, Mr. Mukesh, member of IPAC. So the participants from outside and the resource persons, especially Dr. Lalita Balakrishnan, Principal at Mumbai Vaishnava College, Dr. Iona Abral, Thorn Abral, Holy Cross College at Trichy, Dr. Deepak Jeralia, Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Dr. Lada Nair St. Teresa College of Arts and Science, Kerala, and Dr. Mary Venus Joseph, Rajagiri College of Arts and Science, Rajagiri, Kalamaseri, Kochi, and the chairpersons who have came forward voluntarily to chair the sessions, each and every one of you, I thank on behalf of Ratnam College of Arts and Science and IQAC, Ratnam College. And also I extend my sincere thanks to the judges who came for our support, Dr. Daniel C. Joseph, Dr. Ayapadas, PK Manoj, for their contribution to the presentation session. And I would like to thank each and every one of you, either directly or indirectly, who has been contributed to make this event a great success. And the feedback link will be posted now in the chat box and WhatsApp group. I request all the participants, it is an automated certificate generation. I request all the participants to fill the details and collect. They can receive their certificates through email. And one more important announcement. For this conference, we have created 3 different WhatsApp groups depending on IPSC coordinators. One group with IPSC coordinators and NAC coordinators and members of IPAC, and the other remaining groups, those who have not associated directly with the IPAC and or NAC. So we are planning to make this IPAC coordinators as a forum, because it has coordinators and members across India, different states. So this forum will be a communication point, and elite group of coordinators can communicate and share their knowledge, recent developments in IPAC and upcoming events. So it will be a platform to communicate with throughout in between all of us. So I request the members in other groups as well join this. Once again, I thank each and every one of you for making this event a wonderful event and a grand success. A special thanks to Dr. P. Srinivasan and the technical team, Dr. Shivakumar, Mr. Prakash, for their support and contribution throughout the session. So once again, I thank you each and every one. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. And on my behalf, once again thank all the participants and also my teammates and the organizing team for having made this event a success. Let me post the feedback link on the chat box. It will take a few seconds to reach you due to the data depletion over here. So once you receive the feedback form, kindly try it and let me know whether it is going successfully. Kindly post as completed if you have successfully submitted the same.
Sir, feedback link is working, sir.
Thank you, sir. And
the participants can fill the feedback. The certificates will be automatically sent to your email. Yeah, Srinivasan sir, please continue. Sorry.
Yes. It's participants, as Suresh has said, kindly fill the feedback form and furnish your email ID without any spelling mistakes so that you will be able to receive the certificates. If you have not received the certificate, kindly let us know in the WhatsApp group so that we might check at the back end and will furnish you the certificate. And the best presenter will be decided and finalized by the jury, and those who are being finalized will be issued a certificate. And please be reminded that presentation certificate will not be issued through this link. Only the participation certificate will be distributed. Presentation certificate will be sent individually to the presenters in future.